Chapter 1: The Non-Existent Forum. Please confirm, are you a living person? Living users, enter this forum with caution. This is a strange forum that cannot be accessed directly through any web page or search engine. At this moment, it suddenly appeared on the high-end mobile screen. The forum's background is pitch black, and the blood-red words Strange Tales Forum stand out glaringly. Gao Shen, an ordinary student, usually spends his late-night hours lying in bed with his phone, browsing supernatural novels. Naturally, he was not frightened by these little tricks and chose to confirm login. The next moment, he was greeted by a series of obviously abnormal post titles. Number E98432, Strange Face Incident. Number A28943, The Incident of Extra People. Number D34324, The Bell Tower Incident. Number E54934, Crying Mountain Incident. Time, 2025. Location, Eastern Japan. Hazard level, C. Outcome, unresolved. In January 2025, many forums and websites in Eastern Japan began circulating a bizarre photo, a pitch-black silhouette with a pale woman's face, where the female features were not prominent, only black, groove-like lines serving as eyes and mouth. Netizens who saw this photo repeatedly encountered the white woman's face in reflective furniture such as windows, mirrors, and bathtubs, even in their daily lives, within the following month. As time went on, most victims inexplicably died at home under strange circumstances. Only a very few survivors were left utterly mentally broken, unable to help relevant departments gather any effective clues. Currently, the white-faced woman's photo circulating on the internet has been reviewed and deleted by various countries. However, it still circulates in the dark web. As the number of victims increased, the contamination level of this incident continued to escalate. The latest report assessed that even those who had not directly contacted the photo were also at risk of being contaminated. According to Confidential Regulation No. 035, keywords have been blocked. Below is the photo of the white-faced woman. X censored. According to Confidential Regulation No. 111, the source of contamination has been blocked. If a perfect score is 10, this supernatural story could at most score 5 for Gao Shen, lingering at the passing line. A pretentious beginning with an unfinished ending. He had seen many such unsatisfactory endings while browsing online novels. Writers, in order to deceive clicks and fees, constantly throw out one so-called earth-shattering secret after another, leading readers to continue reading. Once they have made enough money, they cut off the story and run away, leaving behind a pit of despair and wailing readers. Gao Shen casually scrolled down the post, wanting to see the comments. To his surprise, many users below were discussing seriously, seemingly unaware that this was just a fictional story. Some suggested using quantum exorcism technology to track the electromagnetic waves and trace the source of the photo. Some considered using modified spirit communication technology to determine whether the woman in the photo was still alive. Others accused relevant departments of inaction, allowing some victims who could have escaped a calamity to end up in a dire situation. The usernames of the forum users were also quite strange, like Burning Corpse, Soul Guardian, Celestial Master, Listener of the Shadows, Exorcism Squad. All peculiar professions that do not exist in the real world. Gao Shen glanced at a few more supernatural case files. The sense of realism was quite strong, with plenty of details and photos provided. However, most stories were incomplete and hastily finished. The users in the comment section seemed to be engaging in academic discussions, with various professional terminologies and theoretical analyses. Looking at the window, it was getting late outside, and he had classes tomorrow. He exited the Strange Tales forum and turned off his phone. Gao Shen was a fourth-year student at a repeat study institution in Shanghai City. During his middle school years, he consistently ranked among the top in his school, even having the opportunity to challenge for the top spot at the prestigious Shandwan University. However, 2 years ago, an incident changed his fate completely. On an ordinary weekend morning, his usually gentle and timid mother suddenly went mad, without any warning, took a kitchen knife, and killed his father and sister who were resting at home. By the time the police arrived, the once warm family had turned into a sea of blood. The police took his mother away. In the interrogation room, she insisted that her husband and daughter had been replaced by something strange, and that she had killed monsters, not family members. The results of the mental evaluation came out quickly. His mother did not need to bear any legal responsibility, but was locked away in a heavily guarded psychiatric hospital, possibly never to come out. This incident nearly destroyed Gao Shen. He did not return to school and ended up not even entering the college entrance examination venue. Fortunately, 2 years have passed. Gao Shen has emerged from that unbearable nightmare. He saved some money and enrolled in a repeat study institution, preparing to start another year as a fourth-year student. Ding ding ding. Just as Gao Shen finished brushing his teeth and was about to return to his bedroom to sleep, a light tapping sound suddenly came from the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He turned his head and saw a strange woman with a pale face and only black lines for her eyes and lips, standing at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at him blankly. The woman was dressed in black, and in the darkness, her figure was barely discernible. It seemed as if only a large white face floated in midair. The only distinguishing feature was her extraordinarily large face, which looked unnaturally white, as if it were not the skin of a living person. Seeing Gao Shen turn his head, the white-faced woman knocked again on the floor-to-ceiling window, as if signaling him to unlock the window and let her in. "Who are you? What do you want?" After his father died and his mother went insane, Gao Shen sold the old house with the help of relatives and moved to this rental place less than a month ago. He was not very familiar with the neighborhood and had never seen this peculiar woman before. The familiarity of the other party made him feel somewhat suspicious. Bang! Seeing that Gao Shen did not respond for a long time, the woman suddenly pressed her entire pale face against the glass. Her face, which was already large, flattened against the surface, making it appear more like a face mask from this angle. Her pair of slender eyes struggled to open as wide as possible, staring intently at Gao Shen behind the glass window, yet still resembling two black lines. "Hey, don't damage the furniture. The deposit is quite expensive if you break the glass. The landlord will deduct money from me." Seeing this bizarre scene, Gao Shen felt a hint of something unusual. However, as a staunch atheist, he hesitated for a moment but still walked toward her, trying to see what the new neighbor wanted. The moment he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the white-faced woman vanished into thin air. The place where she had stood was now empty. There were no handrails or balconies outside the window, only two broken air conditioning units creaking on the wall outside. Gao Shen suddenly remembered that the new house he rented was on the second floor. Chapter 2 Strange Face Part 1. The floor-to-ceiling window was 3 or 4 meters high from the ground, reachable only by a giraffe. How could a person stand there? Then, could it be that he was entangled by the white-faced woman in the story just because he looked at a post? I originally thought that the posts on the Ghost Story forum were all ghost stories. But now it seems to be a collection of files. The first time Gao Shen encountered an inexplicable supernatural event, he did not show the panic one would expect. Instead, he had a lingering doubt in his mind. Even if the stories on the Ghost Story forum are real files, according to the rules of the ghostly face, one can only be haunted after seeing the woman's photo. The photo he saw had been completely blurred out. He had never seen the pale-faced woman with his own eyes, so the rules should not have been triggered. Opening the Ghost Story forum, Gao Shen wanted to post a request for help, to see if anyone could assist him. From the replies to other posts, it seemed that the forum users showed an unusual enthusiasm for ghostly events. Each bizarre incident was thoroughly analyzed for causes and solutions. Your user level is currently insufficient to post new threads. Please resolve other users' ghostly incidents, or reply to a post to gain likes, in order to increase your user level. Once you increase your level, you can explore new sections and receive corresponding rewards. Seeing this ridiculous rule, Gao Shen couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he had the ability to resolve other ghostly incidents, would he still need to seek help from the forum? Cursing aside, not being allowed to post meant he could at least reply to other posts, right? Gao Shen had a sudden idea and searched for a while on the Ghost Story forum homepage before finally finding the main post titled No. E98432, Ghostly Face Incident. He clicked in, organized his thoughts, and quickly typed out a line on his phone. After browsing this post, a strange pale-faced woman appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of my 2-story house, trying to knock on the door to come in. After catching my attention, she quickly disappeared. Am I being haunted by the entity mentioned in the post? Have other users who viewed this post encountered similar situations? Not sure if it was psychological suggestion, but while typing, Gao Shen felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the dark, eerie mirror in the direction of the bathroom. Living alone in a cramped rental apartment suddenly felt empty and cold. Half an hour after posting, no one had replied. It seemed that everyone on the forum had fallen asleep at this hour. Perhaps if he waited a few more hours, someone would respond, but that pale-faced woman had already set her sights on him. Whether he could survive until dawn was questionable. Gao Shen thought for a moment and found a user who was most active in the replies to the post, copied his message, and sent it as a private message. That user was named Psychologist Lee Wide, and he seemed to be an authority in this area. He had conducted a professional analysis of the pale-faced woman's ghostly tale, suggesting that the phenomenon could rapidly spread through collective meme contamination via the internet. And in this information age, the speed of the contamination source's spread was explosive. As long as even one person had seen the photo, it would be nearly impossible to completely block it out. It was much harder to exorcise than regular ghostly tales. This lengthy reply, comparable to an academic paper, received hundreds of likes and was pinned to the top of the ghostly face incident thread. Unfortunately, after sending the private message, another 10 minutes passed, and Lee Wide's profile picture was still gray. He had likely gone offline. In the dark bathroom mirror, a hint of eerie pale colors slowly emerged. It was as if a remarkably strange human face was slowly materializing in the mirror, silently watching him. To leave the rental apartment, he had to pass through the corridor connecting to the bathroom. Moreover, that pale-faced woman had appeared outside the house. Perhaps leaving the apartment would actually play into her hands. He was now stuck in the rental apartment, trapped with no way out. Gao Shen couldn't wait any longer and clicked on another user named Exorcism Team Old Wong, trying to send a private message to seek help. The system responded slightly again. Your user level is currently insufficient. You can only send one private message per day until the other party replies. The message failed to send. Gao Shen was utterly speechless and put down his phone. It seemed that no matter what happened tonight, he had to endure a night in the cramped rental apartment. At that moment, his phone screen vibrated, as if someone had sent him a message. With hope, Gao Shen opened his phone and saw a message from the Ghost Story forum. Someone had replied to him. Opening the forum, it was a private message from Psychologist Lee Wide. I personally lean towards the idea that various suggestions and psychological factors you have experienced have led you to develop some illusions. Ghostly incidents require specific media for transmission, whether it be a photo, a corpse, a song, or other material and non-material sources of contagion. If you have never seen the photo of that pale-faced woman, she cannot possibly haunt you. MY Clinic has treated thousands of patients over the past decade, and every one of them swore they were haunted by some malevolent spirit. However, 99 of the patients were ultimately confirmed to just have psychological issues. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Hearing Lee Wide's explanation, Gao Shen felt much more relaxed. It turned out to be his psychological problem after that incident. He had already had some mental health issues, and combined with the terrifying suggestions from the Ghost Story forum, it led to hallucinations. Even if the stories on the Ghost Story forum were real, Lee Wide had clarified that he had not come into contact with the source of contagion and could not have been haunted by the ghostly face. That he felt so ridiculous. He actually believed a plot from a horror story and even sought help from a stranger online. If his sister were still alive and saw this scene, she would definitely laugh until she cried. After thanking the stranger Lee Wide, Gao Shen checked the bathroom and outside the window once more, and after finding nothing unusual, he turned off the light and returned to bed. He had a dreamless night. The next day, he hurriedly washed his face, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. Life in the repeat study institution was monotonous. The daily schedule only included math, language, English, and a few minor subjects. It was all about practicing problems. Classes like physical education and art, which were seen as wasting time, naturally did not exist. The relationships among students in the repeat class were also colder, completely different from when he was in high school. Over half a semester had passed, and most of the students in the class could not even remember each other's names. Everyone's only purpose here was to escape the suffering as quickly as possible and not have to repeat the year again. In the institution, only one person's name would be remembered by the whole class. Gao Ge. Hey, Gao Ge came early today. This time in the weekly test, he's first in the grade again. Too strong, learning god. I really don't understand how a genius like you ended up here to repeat. The learning god. That nightmare had passed 2 years ago. Slowly emerging from the shadows, Gao Shen quickly regained his former academic prowess. In the repeat institution of over 300 people, he ranked first in all 3 weekly tests and 1 monthly exam, scoring as high as 149 in math. At this rate, he could even aim for Tsinghua or Peking University this year. The admissions teacher beamed, accidentally bringing such a treasure into their school. Many classmates often asked Gao Shen questions after class, and he was not averse to helping when he had the time. His frightening grades and easygoing personality quickly made him well known among the students this year. Gao Shen, I have a question here that I can't quite solve. Can you help me? A girl named Xia Ling from the back seat asked softly. The girl's grades in 6 subjects are not as high as in one advanced subject. She dyed her hair into large yellow waves and, despite the criticism from the grade director, insists on wearing black stockings, making the boys from the neighboring class drool. With her grades, it's a miracle that she can even go to college. After receiving the crumpled history exam paper, the score was in single digits, with most of the answers left blank. The type of question Xiaoling wanted to ask was very simple based on a character portrait provided in the question. Students were required to select the historical figure that was most likely represented. The image usually displayed the prominent features of that person. This was an easy question, and Gao Shen felt reassured. However, as he looked down, his hand stiffened slightly. Because he was shocked that on that black and white image, most of it was occupied by a ghastly pale face. It was that strange, big-faced woman he had seen outside the floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, she was silently opening her mouth like a black hole, staring blankly at herself on the exam paper. Chapter 3. The Strange Face 2. Altered Dialogue. Now Gao Shen could undoubtedly confirm that he was indeed entangled with the strange woman mentioned in the post. Unfortunately, psychologist Li Wide's analysis was incorrect. Although Gao Shen had never seen a photo of the source of contamination, he was still entangled. Perhaps the urban legend incident had escalated. Just knowing the story of the white-faced woman would lead to infection. What should he do next? Seeing Gao Shen's strange expression as he stared blankly at the exam paper, Xiaoling took the opportunity to touch his forehead, looking concerned. Gao Shen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to help you ask for a leave from the academic office? Only then did Gao Shen's thoughts return to reality. He had read quite a few supernatural novels before and knew the common plot that followed. This strange face should only be visible to the protagonist. No matter how he explained it to those around him, he would not be believed in the end. He would receive no help and would be tortured into a mental breakdown and suicide in loneliness and despair. But before he could say anything, sharp-eyed Xiaoling caught sight of the image on the exam paper, and her small face instantly turned pale. What is this? Why is this strange woman appearing on my exam paper? This is strange, Gao Shen. This is really not my prank. I don't know where this big white face came from. Before it was an old Western man. This was different from what he had expected. Xiaoling could evidently see the big white-faced woman too. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. If Xiaoling saw the woman's photo, didn't that mean she was also infected by the urban legend? Not good. What's all the noise? It's early in the morning, and you're not studying, just playing around here. A stern reprimand came from the classroom towards the corridor window. Old Fong, the plump director, walked in with surprisingly light steps that didn't match his physique, and swiftly snatched the exam paper from Xiaoling's hand. Xiaoling, if you don't change out of your mini skirt and black stockings this afternoon, don't bother coming back to school. Students should look like students. I need to find a time to have a good talk with your parents. Gao Shen, you also need to manage your time better. If she has any problems in the future, let her go directly to the office to find a teacher. Don't let her come to you again. Old Fong was clearly very worried that his academic performance was being influenced by Xiaoling, who wore black stockings all day. Xiaoling pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Your school's own exam paper has printing errors, yet you come to blame the students? If this is the kind of school, I'd rather not attend. Gao Shen tried to take the paper back from Old Fong, but it was too late. Old Fang's eyes behind his glasses had already seen the white-faced woman in the image. What is this? Looking at the somewhat disgusting pale face, Old Fong was also startled. It seems I was indeed wrong about you. That I don't know where this image came from. It got mixed into the teaching materials. I will communicate with the teacher in the printing room shortly. Having seen the photo, Old Fong became the next person entangled by the woman. At this moment, Gao Shen finally snatched the exam paper from his hands, still trying to make up for it. It's not a big deal. It's probably just a simple printing error. I still have a blank history exam paper here. Let Xiaoling use it first. Old Fong, you go about your business. Point 2 people had already seen the photo. No matter what, he had to prevent more people from seeing it. Just as he got the exam paper and was about to destroy it, a girl with a single ponytail from the neighboring class walked in, holding a history exam paper. Teacher, why does the classroom exercise we received today have a picture of a big white-faced woman on it? This should be a printing issue. It's so scary. 7 or 8 of my classmates have this thing on their practice papers. After a moment, 2 more students raised their hands. This question clearly describes Montesquieu. Why is the accompanying image a woman's face? The quality of this textbook is too poor. Did the school buy pirated books? Old Fong took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed. You all go back and review first. Any problematic books and exam papers should be handed in uniformly. Don't take them home. I will go ask the logistics department to clarify. Seeing the scene before him, Gao Shen knew he was powerless to change anything. The photo of the white-faced woman had completely spread out. Shanghai City would follow in the footsteps of East Japan. The entire day of classes passed in distraction. Finally, when school was over, Gao Shen immediately retrieved his phone from the life teacher, opened the Urban Legend forum. The forum popped up dozens of messages, all private messages from the psychologist Lee Wide from last night. Psychologist Lee Wide, I wasn't online yesterday and didn't see the private message you sent. Psychologist Lee Wide, if you saw my private message, that was not written by me, but by something that has invaded the internet and can even disguise itself as human descent. Messages, Psychologist Lee Wide, the hazard level of the strange face incident has officially been raised from level C to level A. Now, you don't need to see the woman's photo, just knowing that this thing exists in the world will also lead to infection. Psychologist Lee Wide, my advice to you is to isolate yourself immediately and avoid contact with too many people. As a source of infection, you may inadvertently spread this urban legend to others who have been in contact with you. Upon reading the private message from Psychologist Lee Wide, Gao Shen instantly understood everything. The Lee Wide who had sworn to him last night that he had not been infected was not the real Lee Wide at all, but that thing, imitating his tone to speak. The real purpose of that thing was to allow him to live normally, attend classes normally, and interact with more people in the outside world, thereby infecting more victims. Clearly, it had achieved its goal. More than half of the repeat students had seen the photo of the white-faced woman on the teaching materials and exam papers due to their contact with him. After school, as students and teachers left campus, the number of infections would further increase. This urban legend could actually mimic human speech and had deceived him. Gao Shen could only tell Psychologist Lee Wide the current situation in detail and sent him the screenshots of the private message he received yesterday. On the other end of the phone, Lee Wide's avatar was silent for a long time. Finally, it flickered, and he replied with a message. Based on your description, the transmission capability of the strange face incident far exceeds what is projected in the files. Soon, hundreds or thousands of people will see the photo of the white-faced woman and be entangled by the urban legend. This strange tale incident has erupted in Shanghai City, and it is now inevitable that it's just a matter of time. Gao Shen asked. What should I do now? Should I call the police? Psychologist Lee Wide replied. The police can't handle these matters. There's a high probability that you will be treated as a mental patient and sent to the hospital for compulsory treatment. Gao Shen thought about it. He already had some mental illness, and his mother was sent to a severe psychiatric hospital for going insane and attacking people. Given his family's illustrious history, who would believe him? That would be truly ghostly. Gao Shen could only cling to his last glimmer of hope. Is there any other way to handle this incident? The strange tale disguised as you mentioned that you have a clinic. Psychologist Lee Wide. I did have a clinic, but it closed down a long time ago. The time online in the Strange Tale forum is limited each day. Sorry, I'm about to log off, and I might not be able to follow up on this incident. The last spark of hope in Gao Shen's heart was extinguished at that moment. Psychologist Lee Wide sent another private message. You can find someone. He lives in Shanghai City, and given the current situation, he may be the only one who can help you. This person is called Li Yishan, a professor in the planetary biology department. He is a leading expert in this field in the country. You don't have much time left. The strange face incident is about to erupt in Shanghai City. It's best to set off today, right now. The other party provided an address, and Gao Shen quickly noted it down. He didn't rush to leave, but carefully asked, given my current situation, anyone who comes into contact with me will be targeted by that white-faced figure. If I find Professor Lee, does that mean he will also be involved in this matter? Psychologist Lee Wide. Being slowly killed by the white-faced woman is a terrifying thing. The victims all died horrifically. Believe me, you wouldn't want to become one of them. If I were you, I would prioritize my own situation right now. Psychologist Lee Wide. My time is up. I have to log off now. I hope the next time I see you, you are still alive. Lee Wide's avatar turned gray, and he no longer replied to his questions. Gao Shen switched his phone interface to the map app and copied the address sent by Lee Wide. The Research Institute of the other party is located at Shanghai University of Transportation. If he set off now and took a DD ride-hailing service, it would take about 15 minutes. Just as Gao Shen was about to set off, he suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. What if the psychologist Lee Wide from last night was disguised by something? Who could guarantee that the psychologist Lee Wide he was talking to today is a real person? Perhaps he is also a disguised fake. The other party's purpose is to lure him to Professor Li's research institute, and then infect him and the students at the institute with the strange tale. Achieving the goal of wiping out these people, using his hands to eliminate the only professional team in this field in the country. Chapter 4. Strange Face 3 Professor Li. However, even knowing this is a trap, Gao Shen had no choice but to jump in that if he didn't deal with the white-faced woman haunting him, he would die suddenly within a month. Moreover, given the speed of the strange tale's spread, the entire Shanghai city would soon be caught up in it, and no one would be able to stay out of it. Even if the secondly wide is still fake, one thing is beyond doubt: this professor is indeed an expert in the field of strange tales, to the extent that it must be eliminated. Quickly at 6:17 p.m., Gao Shen arrived at the south gate of Shanghai University of Transportation. There were no checkpoints at the school gate. Anyone could enter and exit freely. Following the navigation on the map app, he quickly arrived at the interdisciplinary research building behind the teaching building in the southeast campus. At this time, the day's classes had ended, and small groups of young people walked out of the teaching building. Professor Li had likely already left the research institute. Even if he might run into a dead end today, he had to find a way to get his phone number. Every day of delay could result in an astronomical number of victims. Professor Li's office was on the 10th floor. For some reason, after taking the elevator to this floor, Gao Shen clearly felt a strong chill, starkly contrasting with the bustling world below. There was no one here. Every step in the empty hallway echoed with the sound of footsteps on the side of the corridor. There was a plaque featuring a 70-year-old white-haired man with kind eyes, listing his academic achievements below. Li Yishan, PhD mentor, entered university at 16, holding 3 doctoral degrees in astrophysics, microbiology, and philosophy. He had published multiple papers in world-renowned journals. Returned to the country at 59 and became the head of the planetary biology department at Shanghai University of Transportation. This discipline is relatively new worldwide and the only one of its kind in the country. No other university conducts specialized research in this area besides Professor Li. It was unclear whether this discipline had any relation to the strange tale incidents. Perhaps hearing Gao Shen's footsteps, the office door opened from a distance, and a woman in a gray jacket, around 25 years old, walked out, wearing a face that looked like someone owed her money. She stood in the hallway, hands on her hips, looking at him with disdain. "It's already after hours. Which department are you from? Come back tomorrow." "It couldn't wait until tomorrow," Gao Shen replied. "Excuse me, I'm looking for Professor Li Yishan. It's a very important matter that I must discuss with him in person." Upon hearing the name Li Yishan, the woman's expression noticeably changed. Her gaze towards Gao Shen was filled with even more disdain, mixed with an indescribable emotion. "Who are you? Why are you looking for the professor at this time? Do you have an appointment, or are you just here to cause trouble? If you can't provide a specific reason, I'll call the police." Being inexplicably scolded, Gao Shen didn't give her a good face either. "So it's illegal to look for someone at your school? Go ahead and call the police if you want. I was recommended by a friend, and I have an urgent matter to discuss with Professor Li. When I see him in person, everything will be cleared. If this matter is delayed, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." The woman seemed to be taken aback that this high school-looking boy dared to retort. Her eyebrows raised, ready to continue reprimanding him, that a man's calm voice came from the office behind her. "You came at an unfortunate time. Professor Li is here if you want to see him. Just go in and see him yourself." Gao Shen ignored the woman any longer, brushed past her, and walked into Professor Li's office. In the small office, there were 5 or 6 men and women standing and sitting, aged between 25 and 30, making the already cramped space feel even more crowded. The room was silent, and everyone wore expressions that were slightly strange and repressed. A chubby man with a face full of flesh sat silently in the corner, smoking, with piles of cigarette butts at his feet, the smoke thick enough to make one feel nauseous. Strangely, everyone seemed to turn a blind eye, and no one reminded him to put out the cigarette. When Gao Shen saw the photos on the desk, he immediately understood everything. One photo showed a middle-aged man in a white shirt, wearing a kind smile. He bore a slight resemblance to the elderly man on the plaque. That photo was grayish-white. It was truly unfortunate timing for him to arrive. Professor Li has passed away. No wonder the women in the corridor spoke ill of him. Those who came here at this hour were all students he had once taught, gathered spontaneously to bid their final farewell to their teacher. What a coincidence it is in this world. Just as the psychologist recommended him to see Professor Li, the professor was gone. "Did you see? This is the Professor Li you were looking for. If you see him, just leave." The man leaning against the wall spoke Bondonduk. He had a handsome appearance, wearing a thin black t-shirt and diamond studs in his ears. It was this man's voice that had just let Gao Shen in. From the glances of the other people, Gao Shen realized that he was an unwelcome guest. Sorry. Coming here at this time is indeed inappropriate. Gao Shen remained undeterred. This matter not only concerned his own life and death, but would also affect the population of 20 million in Shanghai City. I encountered a strange talk incident. This incident has already spread, and someone must step up to handle it, otherwise the entire Shanghai City will be affected. Professor Li should be an expert in the relevant field in the country. Even if he is no longer around, I hope someone among his disciples can help me. Hearing the words strange talk, someone in the office gasped, while others looked at Gao Shen with ambiguous expressions. Here it comes again, that kind of gaze. When Gao Shen first mentioned wanting to see Professor Li, the woman in the gray jacket in the corridor had also scrutinized him with that strange look. At that moment, he was still unaware that Professor Li was holding a memorial service. It was very likely that others had come to seek Professor Li's help before, otherwise these students wouldn't have reacted this way. Strange talk? Strange talk. Strange talk. The man leaning in the corner let out 3 mocking sounds, his voice shifting from sarcasm to anger. His relaxed posture slowly straightened. Do you know why Professor Li died? The other party was tall and robust, muscles protruding beneath the thin black t-shirt. As he approached, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. Facing a man who was a head taller, Gao Shen showed no signs of retreat. Because of handling strange talk? He asked tentatively. In his mind, countless fragments of clues were piecing together a terrifying truth. Professor Li died because of handling another strange talk incident. At the same time, he had rushed to the Transportation University due to a strange talk incident, seeking his help, only to run into his funeral and the students who had come to pay their respects. That's right, you're very clever. It is indeed a strange talk incident. The man in the black t-shirt stood in front of him, lowered his head, looking down at him with an expression of extreme disgust. It was unclear whether he was disgusted with Gao Shen, the strange talk, or both. He had reached retirement age, was financially free, and was highly respected. The teacher could have had a very perfect old age, a very perfect life. Half a month ago, he received a secret commission from a certain department regarding a bizarre rumor about the bell tower. The teacher did not heed the desperate advice of his wife and us. At over 70 years of age, he set out to that border town affected by strange talk under the escort of a secret unit as an expert. Yesterday, we received news that the teacher died there. Because it was a confidential mission, we didn't get to see him one last time. We can't see him alive or dead. The man's tone was filled with provocation as he reached out and slapped Gao Shen's cheek. Professor Li is a professor of planetary biology, not a professor of strange talk. He had no obligation to deal with such trivial matters. Go find a Taoist on the mountain or a monk in a temple that would be more suitable than coming to the Transportation University. Get lost quickly, while I can still hold back from making a move. Humiliated publicly by this cold, snake-like man, Gao Shen did not impulsively retaliate. At this moment, it was meaningless to counterattack. What mattered was that he had picked up 2 key pieces of information from the man's words. The first thing was that Professor Li died because of the bell tower incident. This so-called bell tower incident, he had also seen on the Strange Talk forum. At that time, he had merely regarded it as a supernatural story, skimming past it quickly. The second thing was that Professor Li had embarked on the journey to the border bell tower at the invitation of a certain department. This indicated that, besides Professor Li, there was also a mysterious organization in the world that was aware of the existence of strange talk. Now, since Professor Li was dead and his students were extremely uncooperative, it was meaningless to stay here wasting time. Gao Shen turned around, ready to leave. At the moment he stepped through the door, he inadvertently glanced back. That glance caused his entire body to stiffen, halting his steps. Seeing Gao Shen's strange expression, the others in the office were somewhat curious and followed his gaze. Don't look. Gao Shen wanted to shout to stop them, but it was too late. The gray and white photo of the professor on the desk had, at some unknown point, transformed into a woman's pale face. The woman's slit-like eyes were streaming with blood-red tears, soaking a small part of the desk. This was completely different from the white-faced woman he had seen the previous 2 times as time passed. She seemed to be evolving. The woman in the gray jacket covered her mouth in terror. The cigarette, but in the fat man's hand, fell to the ground. The man in the black t-shirt rushed forward, seemingly wanting to cover the white face. Now, everyone in that room had seen the woman's photo. They were all infected. Chapter 5. The Strange Face. 4. Zhou Tianding. What should we do? The woman in the gray jacket looked pale, covering her eyes tightly like an ostrich, as if pretending not to have seen the photo could make it go away. She had completely lost the domineering demeanor she had at the beginning in the corridor. How would I know? Damn it, we shouldn't have come to the old man's farewell ceremony. The man in the black shirt, referred to as Zhou Tianding, appeared especially irritable, pacing back and forth like a trapped beast in a cage. It was clear that everyone in the room, as disciples of Professor Li, understood the basic rules of the strange tale. Upon seeing the white-faced woman for the first time, they knew they had been infected without needing any profound explanation. This was the infectious ability of the strange tale. Now it had spread, and once it broke out in Shanghai City, countless people would see this white-faced woman. Even if Professor Li was dead, someone had to step up to handle it. They were all in the same boat now. Gao Shen hoped to persuade them to join in. If the entire Shanghai City fell, what difference would it make whether they were entangled early or late? The only way out was to find a way to deal with her at the source before the curse fully erupted. Saving others was also saving oneself. Shut up. What does the outbreak of the strange tale have to do with me? As long as I'm not infected, it's none of my business. Zhou Tianding, completely out of control, yelled at him with red eyes. What will happen to Shanghai City in the future has nothing to do with me. I originally booked a ticket to the United States, and I will leave after tonight, never to return. Even if this place is hell, it has nothing to do with me. So what if more people die? As long as I'm not one of them, I'm fine. After I leave, let the floods come. Just as the two were at a standoff, footsteps echoed again in the empty corridor outside. A lazy yet teasing voice rang out. Long time no see, everyone. Zhou Tianding, you haven't changed a bit. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the few people in the office suddenly felt threatened, as if they had temporarily forgotten about the woman's photo on the table, angrily shouting towards the door. Qi Jingrong, who let you come here? You've been expelled by the teacher. No one welcomes you here. Are you here to make trouble at the farewell ceremony? For the sake of our 3 years of being classmates, please leave on your own. The door was pushed open, and a man with a pale face, standing at the same height as Zhou Tianding, walked in with a faint smile. Leaning leisurely against the door frame, he ignored the hostile glares from the others. Don't be so nervous. I'm here to see the teacher off for the last time, not to send you off for the last time. Why are you so agitated? Oh, the woman in the photo is quite unique. Is this your new girlfriend, Zhou Tianding? You have quite a heavy taste. Knowing that the other party was deliberately provoking him, Zhou Tianding instead calmed down, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his hateful eyes. Now that you've seen this photo, just like us, you're entangled in the strange tale. I hope that by the moment you are about to die, your mouth can still be as tough as it is now. Qi Jingrong, unlike the panic and rage of the others, upon realizing he had been infected, Qi Jingrong's expression remained unchanged, still playful. Don't worry, unlike you cowards, since I've seen it, I will handle this matter. He ignored Zhou Tianding and the others, directing his interested gaze at Gao Shen. Kid, the strange tale you've been talking about that is about to break out in Shanghai City refers to this woman, right? Looking at the other party's somewhat rogue demeanor, he seemed unreliable, but there was no one else to trust. Gao Shen explained, yes. This white-faced woman came from the internet in the land of the rising sun. At first, those who saw the photo would be entangled by the woman, and the victims would be killed within about a month. Even if they escaped by luck, they would go insane. However, after arriving in Shanghai City, the curse seems to have upgraded. As long as you've heard stories about her, even if you haven't seen the photo, you will be infected. Upon hearing Gao Shen's explanation, the woman in the gray jacket collapsed heavily to the ground, silently staring at the ceiling. 1 month. Her life, her prime years. Only a month left? After hearing Gao Shen's explanation, Qi Jingrong not only showed no fear, but instead became more interested. With a mocking expression, he stepped past the woman and approached the photo of the woman with blood tears, clicking his tongue in admiration. Seeing his emaciated back, the overweight man extinguished his cigarette harshly and coldly said, "What are you so proud of? With your reckless nature, the first to die in this room might just be you." Qi Jingrong shrugged nonchalantly. "I advise you not to speak so venomously. If I die, it means I failed to handle it, and the next to go will be you all." Next, he did something that shocked everyone in the room. He directly reached out and took down the photo of the woman from the desk. Carefully, as if afraid of damaging it, he placed it in the inside pocket of his coat. Is this guy really not afraid of death? The photo of the white-faced woman, which others feared and avoided, he treated like a treasure, putting it away for safekeeping. Gao Shen couldn't help but think that the overweight man's assessment had some merit, ignoring the other's criticisms and whispers. Qi Jingrong patted his chest to confirm that the photo was fine before turning back to Gao Shen. Kid, you originally came here to ask the old man for help on how to deal with this strange tale, right? Exactly. Then come with me. My car is parked downstairs outside. Move quickly. If you take too long, there will be a fee. Qi Jingrong patted Gao Shen's shoulder forcefully and strode out of the office. Gao Shen couldn't keep up in time. Qi Jingrong impatiently turned around at the door and asked, "What is the difference between looking for the old man and looking for me? I'm the only student who inherited the old man's teachings and true legacy. I rented a studio half an hour away from the university. Move quickly. There is still hope. If this thing ferments throughout the city, it might be too late." The graduate student who had been expelled back then, now at the farewell ceremony for the teacher, shamelessly claiming to be the only heir, reignited the emotions of the office crowd, leading to a chorus of angry curses. If Professor Li were alive, he wouldn't even let you step through that door. Qi Jingrong, you know what you did back then? You still have the face to come back? I really underestimated your thick skin. Ignoring the insults from the office crowd, Gao Shen followed Qi Jingrong out of the silent 10th floor. Outside the interdisciplinary research building, a battered BMW 3 Series was parked haphazardly on the lawn. The engine roared to life. Qi Jingrong's driving skills were wild. He accelerated in reverse and crashed heavily into a nearby willow tree, shaking the entire car. Ignoring the angry shouts of the security guard behind him, he sped out of the campus. Are you really Professor Li's student? Gao Shen, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but ask again. Of course, no doubt about it. What are you planning to do about this incident? I don't know. Let us go back to the studio and study it. Looking at his nonchalant demeanor, Gao Shen doubted what exactly he had done that Professor Li couldn't tolerate back then. For the first time in my life, I felt a deep sense of regret for coming here. Professor Li's students are truly oddballs, and his research in planetary biology has nothing to do with the bizarre tales. The driver in front, Qi Jingrong, didn't check the rearview mirror, as if he had already guessed Gao Shen's thoughts in the back seat. I can tolerate others insulting me, but I cannot stand anyone questioning the old things. You must be thinking, even if the old thing is alive, what does he, a professor of astrophysics, know about bizarre tales, right? Gao Shen did not deny it. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Matters concerning the lives and deaths of millions cannot be taken lightly. Qi Jingrong chuckled coldly, as if mocking yet also feeling proud. You ordinary people have no idea that the emergence of life in the vast starry sky is a miracle. Venus, with a pressure 92 times that of Earth, Jupiter, which has no solid surface, and Mercury, where daytime and nighttime temperatures exceed 5 times that of Earth. If a species can survive there, it must be a perfect being beyond human imagination. And humanity cannot remain in this cradle called Earth forever. One day, we will venture into the starry sky and establish colonies in every corner of the Milky Way. By that time, the human species must adapt to various extreme planetary environments. This is the significance of our discipline, planetary biology. Perhaps for present-day humanity, the theories and knowledge of this discipline hold no meaning, but one day, future humans will make use of it. Upon hearing his explanation, the fog in Gao Shen's heart only deepened. Even so, what does planetary biology have to do with bizarre tales? Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Gao Shen thought of the only remaining possibility and froze in place. This sounded too improbable to be true, although he was not entirely sure. If Qi Jingrong truly meant this, the reality would be too unfathomable. Once again sensing Gao Shen's inner thoughts, Qi Jingrong leisurely accelerated, cutting into the flow of cars ahead, ignoring the honking and angry shouts from behind, and smiled as he praised. Have you guessed it already? Chapter 6, The Bizarre Face, Part 5. Studio. Does Professor Li Yishan think that bizarre tales are also a form of life? Though it was hard to believe, Gao Shen managed to say it. He hardly knew what he was talking about. Our human scientists know very little about bizarre tales. But who can say otherwise? Qi Jingrong's tone was very relaxed, as if he were discussing treating someone to a meal. Bizarre tales possess some characteristics of humanity. Whether to categorize them as life or as a form of energy signal remains a huge controversy in the academic community. However, please consider this. Once bizarre tales are confirmed as a form of life, the vitality they possess is astounding. Just like the bizarre face incident currently spreading in the commercial city, this white woman can appear anywhere as long as someone sees her photo, at sea, underground. 10,000 meters high, in lava, or in the frigid polar regions. Moreover, no matter what weapons, whether knives or biochemical weapons, can kill her. Nothing can stop her endless pursuit. If humanity possessed such formidable vitality, we could survive on any planet. Our civilization would enter a new era, and the limitations of water, air, temperature, and resources that once constrained us would no longer be issues. This is also the reason why Professor Lee has devoted his life to exploring various bizarre tale incidents. He wants to uncover their essence. At this point, Qi Jingrong's gaze sparkled as if he were expounding on a grand prospect. Madness, this guy is definitely insane. He is closer to being a lunatic than I am. Gao Shen concluded without hesitation. But perhaps this world is originally prepared for madmen. Scholars like Li Yishan are the true normal people in the world of bizarre tales. Arriving at an abandoned, deserted warehouse, Qi Jingrong stepped on the gas and stopped the car. The studio he mentioned clearly referred to the third floor, the only room with glass in the windows among a row of dark holes. The other tenants in the warehouse had long since moved out, leaving only shards of glass and metal scraps scattered on the floor. The public hallway no longer had motion sensor lights, only an endless darkness ahead. The environment here is poor, with frequent appearances of snakes and rats. Do not turn on the lights at night, or it will attract some unclean things nearby, so just bear with it. Qi Jingrong turned off the engine, took out the key, and prepared to get out of the car. Looking up, Gao Shen saw a large white face slowly materializing behind the only window with glass, peeking at the two men downstairs from behind the curtain. The face was so large that it did not resemble normal human proportions at all. Even though 3/4 were covered by the curtain, the exposed quarter was still exaggerated. The woman's eyes, which she struggled to open, resembled two unfathomable black slits. Gao Shen swallowed. Your studio is on the third floor, right? Qi Jingrong initially did not take Gao Shen's words seriously. Of course. Which room in this abandoned warehouse, apart from the third floor, isn't considered scrapped? It was only when he saw Gao Shen's expression that he looked up, following Gao Shen's line of sight to see the woman standing behind the curtain at the third floor window. Don't eat the sour radish. Unable to hold back, he spat out a curse. When did you first see that woman's photo? A few days ago? Qi Jingrong couldn't help but ask. Gao Shen recalled that he learned about the bizarre face incident from a post on the Bizarre Tales forum. He hadn't even seen her photo and was inexplicably entangled, less than 24 hours ago. Qi Jingrong turned back, examining Gao Shen with some astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his words. Less than 24 hours? In such a short time, this thing has already taken on a physical form and can enter my room? This speed is too fast. Gao Shen could feel that the white-faced woman was undergoing some form of evolution. According to information from the Bizarre Tales forum, victims would endure torment for about a month before being killed by the bizarre tale. But something must have stimulated her, drastically shortening the time it takes for this thing to kill. It was likely that he wouldn't last a month before she killed him. Gao Shen looked at the white-faced woman on the third floor, who was also hiding behind the curtain, observing them. What should we do now? Should we leave here? Gao Shen inquired. Qi Jingrong pondered for a moment and rejected his suggestion. No. This studio has many important materials of mine. I cannot give it up. The speed at which the bizarre face kills cannot be this fast. You have only been infected for a day, even if her curse has intensified. It is impossible for the time frame to shorten from a month to a day. We wait. We will wait downstairs until she leaves on her own. Although he felt this might not be a good idea, Gao Shen, who knew little about the bizarre world, decided to follow Qi Jingrong's suggestion. After all, even running away wouldn't be very meaningful. Once targeted by that thing, even if he fled to another planet, he would still be caught. As time ticked by, the golden dusk outside the car window gradually turned into a blood-red sunset until the last ray of light was swallowed by darkness. 2 hours passed, and night fell. The white-faced woman on the third floor remained motionless, extremely patient, seemingly determined not to give up until they went upstairs tonight. It seems something is off. Gao Shen recalled that when he was in Professor Lee's office, Qi Jingrong saw the photo on the desk that was weeping blood and immediately took it as a treasure. Could it be that this photo in your arms attracted the strange tales? Why did you take that photo? According to normal thinking, one should try to eliminate these sources of cursed contamination as much as possible. Facing the doubt, Qi Jingrong calmly said, if you deal with strange tales more often, you will understand my actions. These items contaminated by strange tales are referred to as taboo objects. They contain the power of strange tales, which is very dangerous but, in a sense, also invaluable. Just like in the Eerie face incident. Anyone who has seen her photo would be entangled by her and killed a month later, right? I don't know if you remember, but I previously mentioned that strange tales possess some human characteristics. Gao Shen's eyes flickered slightly, understanding Qi Zhengrong's unspoken words. Are you saying that other strange tales would also entangle a woman if they saw her photo? We can use the killing patterns of strange tales to deal with them. Qi Zhengrong looked at Gao Shen, who was sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and a hint of appreciation appeared on his nonchalant face. You are right. When encountering these taboo objects in strange tale incidents, one must carefully collect them. They might become the key to solving problems in other strange tale incidents. My studio has collected many taboo objects left from other strange tale incidents, and a few may be used to deal with her. So when you asked to leave earlier, I didn't consider it. While speaking, he suddenly turned off the engine, pulled out the car keys, opened the car door, and stepped out. It's time. Let's go to the third floor. Gao Shen looked up at the window on the upper floor. The woman had already disappeared. Where did she go? Could it be that she came down to find him directly? Sensing Gao Shen's caution, Qi Zhengrong patted his shoulder. The eerie face has only been attached to you for a day, though I don't know why she evolved so quickly. No matter how fast she evolves, it is impossible for her to kill you in such a short time. Caution is a good thing, but being overly cautious means you can't do anything at all. Just like that fool Zhou Tianding. Following Qi Zhengrong's pace, the two entered deep into the first floor of the warehouse. There were no voice-activated lights here, and everything around was pitch black, except for Qi Zhengrong's dim, swaying figure ahead. Gao Shen could see nothing. The only sound in the corridor was their footsteps, which echoed throughout the building. Fortunately, they did not run into the pale-faced woman who had exited the room. Otherwise, in this dark place, he wouldn't even know which direction to run if he wanted to escape. On the third-floor corridor, there were rows of empty, abandoned room entrances, without doors, and nothing inside. The evening breeze blew, making a strange sound like a giant's wail. At the end of the corridor, in front of the last room, there was an iron door, and Qi Zhengrong stopped. In the corners of the ceiling hung 4 intersecting cameras, ensuring that the entire corridor was under surveillance, with no blind spots. Upon seeing that iron door, Gao Shen's pupils flickered slightly, filled with surprise and confusion. The iron door, as thick as a standing coin, was covered in numerous pits and claw marks, obviously battered by some terrifying force day in and day out, similar to the craters formed by meteorites on the moon. What kind of thing could cause such destructive power? An iron door of this thickness could even withstand a submachine gun. Who in their right mind would choose it as a doorway? It was clear that this custom-made iron door by Qi Zhengrong was meant to prevent something from breaking in from outside. Whatever was constantly banging on the iron door could not possibly be human. Qi Zhengrong took out the photo of the woman from his pocket, meticulously placed it at the entrance of the iron door. Upon seeing the air again, blood tears flowed slowly from the woman's eyes once more, quickly trickling down the uneven surface of the iron door to the ground. Turning back to see Gao Shen staring blankly at the pits on the iron door, Qi Zhengrong was indifferent, took out a key, and inserted it into the lock. You must be wondering what kind of thing could make this iron door look like this. In fact, this iron door has been the one that has held up the longest. Every few months, my studio has to scrap an iron door. Gao Shen couldn't help but say, I am indeed very curious. With a heavy and painful creak, Qi Zhengrong opened the battered iron door and gestured for Gao Shen to follow him. This matter has to start from when I was 15 years old. Chapter 7. Eerie Face 6. The Cost of Goodwill. I once had a very happy family. My father was a hospital mentor, and my mother was a university teacher. I never worried about pocket money, grades, or anything else since I was a child. We also had a lovely 5-year-old sister who was very attached to me. If life had continued like this day by day, I would probably have grown up to be a successful doctor, lawyer, businessman, or something else. But I would have never developed any interest in strange tales. The beautiful life ended when I was 15. The two entered this so-called studio, and an extremely unpleasant smell hit them, like rotten food, clogged sewers, and the stench of dead animal carcasses mixed together. Gao Shen nearly vomited. It required tremendous willpower and courage to stay in this room. The already narrow space in the studio was filled with all sorts of bizarre collections. Books from different fields filled most of the shelves and drawers. Strange murder cases from various periods and regions that remain unsolved were posted on the empty walls and ceilings. There were also glass containers filled with unknown organs and dead infants, some of which even slowly wriggled in the murky corpse water, looking like living beings. The only normal thing in this studio was an old computer in the corner. This computer gave off a sense of nostalgia, with a bulky back. This type had been obsolete since 2008. The old computer was so outdated that even strange tales found it difficult to invade. Qi Jingrong smiled as he introduced, while taking out a special blue flashlight, illuminating the studio to ensure that the pale-faced woman was not hiding among the clutter before signaling Gao Shen to push the heavy iron door closed and lock it with 2 locks. The world inside the studio was now isolated from the outside. What exactly happened when you were 15? And what does it have to do with this scarred iron door? Gao Shen sat down on a pile of stacked books and journals, asking Qi Jingrong, "Don't be anxious. Let me find the remote first." Qi Jingrong rummaged through a pile of small gadgets and pulled out a device resembling an air conditioner remote. He pressed the rubber button on it, and a monitor that had been stuck behind clutter on the bookshelf lit up. The screen was divided into 4 sections, clearly showing the scenes in the corridor outside the room. For cameras, for angles, all visible. When I was 15, my parents, sister, and I went to a small country in Southeast Asia during the summer vacation. It was a very boring holiday, and the only impression it left on me was the dirty, chaotic streets, repetitive and dull tourist spots, street vendors and beggars everywhere, and the mosquitoes in the hotel room that wouldn't stop buzzing all night. The boring holiday was soon coming to an end. On the last day before leaving this country, my sister and I were wandering the streets. In a dirty and smelly little alley, we unintentionally came across a homeless old woman. That person, oh no. It was almost impossible to discern any human shape. Her hair, unkempt for a long time, covered most of her face, and her tattered clothes clung to her bony body. The rotting wounds had begun to fester, attracting countless buzzing flies. Looking at the old woman, one had to wonder if she could still be considered a living person. At 15, I was filled with compassion, completely unprepared for this malicious world. At that moment, I simply thought that this old woman was too pitiful. She looked like she had only a few days left to live. I wished that at least before she died, she could have some money to wash herself at a nearby bathhouse, eat a hearty meal, and live her last days with dignity. So, I donated a little money to her. Several times, Gao Shen wanted to ask questions, but in the end, he held back. He knew that Qi Jingrong wouldn't talk about such nonsensical matters. This encounter in a small Southeast Asian country was bound to be related to what happened later. Qi Jingrong boredly pressed the remote control in his hand, continuously switching the surveillance angles on the screen, as if waiting for something to appear in the corridor. He continued, "I gave her all the coins in my pocket from that country, which amounted to about 50 or 60 yuan. That night, when I returned to the hostel, I forgot about it. My parents had a big fight over some trivial matter, and there was a slight problem with our return flight tickets for the next day. These trivial matters were more important than that dirty and smelly old woman. The next morning, I had a low fever, and in order to catch the flight, my parents insisted on taking me to business class. A quarter of an hour after the plane took off, my discomfort reached its peak. My father spent 200 yuan to switch my seat with a man by the window. At least I could look at the sky outside and feel a bit better. Guess what I saw?" At this point, Qi Jingrong paused his work, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. From his gaze, it could be seen that even though this incident had happened 13 years ago, it still felt as vivid as yesterday. I saw that old woman, the one I had given alms to, lying against the outside of the cabin. Do you think a severely malnourished old woman, covered in pus, could avoid the airport staff's inspection, clutching under the wing, and be taken to an altitude of 10,000 meters by the departing airplane? Gao Shen replied, "Of course not. The fastest speed of a commercial flight can reach 1,000 kilometers per hour, and once it enters the stratosphere, it is more than 6,000 meters above the ground. Not to mention she is an old woman. Even if it were Mike Tyson, he would be swept away like a leaf by the air currents. Therefore, the truth of the matter is quite simple. This old woman is a ghost story." Qi Jingrong snapped his fingers, and a look of detached melancholy lingered on his face. At 15, I had no idea what was happening. I only saw that old woman showing me a smile more hideous than a ghost through the window. She crawled towards me, struggling over the wing, and halfway there, it looked like something had cut her. Her rotting intestines and viscous innards were exposed, oozing yellow corpse fluid. I was nearly going insane at that moment. I immediately called the flight attendants and my parents, but when they looked out the window, there was nothing. The old woman had vanished. My parents thought I was delirious from the fever, and no one believed me. One of the 4 screens on the monitor suddenly lost signal without warning, turning into a crackling snow screen. Qi Jingrong pretended not to see and continued his story. Before the age of 15, my life was warm. After 15, my life turned into hell. After returning to my country, I thought I would quickly forget the strange journey abroad, but that old woman clearly did not. She followed me like a shadow, appearing in every corner of my life. Under my bed, in my blankets, in the drawers at school. And even when I went to the bathroom, she would poke her head out from above the cubicle. Because of that one act of charity, she inexplicably latched onto me. No matter how I sought help from others, it was useless. The old woman would only appear when I was alone. When others came, she would immediately disappear. I was nearly driven mad. Perhaps that was her intention. I didn't understand what I had done wrong. I had only given a little money to a homeless old woman. Why was I being punished for doing a good deed? On the monitor, the second screen turned white. This did not diminish Qi Jingrong's interest in telling the story. The old woman did not intend to let me off so easily. On the contrary, she found it increasingly boring to simply scare me. When I turned 18, she decided to try something fresher. One weekend, when my parents were out, she killed my sister right in front of me. At the funeral, my parents cried until they nearly fainted. The police quickly caught the so-called killer, a wanted criminal who had been on the run in the neighboring district for years. Only I knew that the real culprit was not human, but no one would believe me. It was as if she drew strength from my suffering. This entity became more and more unrestrained, and she began to kill my parents, my friends at school, and my first love, one by one, right in front of me. Anyone who had any intimate contact with me became her prey. To outsiders, these people died in a series of accidents. Rumors about me circulated endlessly, saying I was a jinx, that anyone who got too close to me would die mysteriously. I couldn't be bothered to explain these rumors because, in a sense, they were right. I gradually closed my heart, no longer allowing myself to have close contact with anyone. Over the years, I tried various methods to rid myself of this detestable entity, willing to pay any price. Gao Shen understood the trajectory of his life, so that's why you later became interested in ghost stories. You self-studied and researched a lot of information, and eventually applied for this strange major under Professor Li. Did Professor Li find a way to get rid of this ghost story before he passed away? On the screen, the third screen turned white. The last remaining monitor also began to wobble. The answer was obvious. Qi Jingrong shook his head. The old thing, and I tried many ways to kill this ghost story, but all failed. In the end, I could only helplessly conclude that she was immortal and indestructible, a life form far beyond our human understanding. In the last period of his life, he changed his approach, such as no longer confronting that thing head-on, but trying to hide me away. There was a time when I really thought I had rid myself of her. But no matter how well I hid, she could always find me again and again. I could feel that this monster was becoming angrier. Because I hadn't made any friends for several years, it meant that for those years, she couldn't inflict pain on me by killing others. Here, in this warehouse, the old woman would come to find me every night. If she found that I still hadn't brought back a victim that met her requirements, she would violently slam against the iron door. Once that thing broke in, even I wouldn't know what would happen. On the monitor, the last screen finally could not hold on any longer and turned white. Qi Jingrong turned his head, revealing his sharp, white teeth to Gao Shen. Every time this old woman came, the outside monitors would malfunction automatically. Something heavy slammed against the door from outside. Bang! The force was so great that the whole room began to shake. Bottles and jars, and some books trembled ominously. She has come. Chapter 8. Strange Face. 7. Strange Tales Killing Strange Tales. Shoo. Don't make a sound. She is right outside the door, trying to break in. Qi Jingrong skillfully turned off all the light sources in the room. Only the monitor connected to the outside surveillance remained, but at this moment, due to the appearance of the strange tale, it was just filled with static, devoid of any actual meaning. This strange tale that has tormented me for 13 years. I call it the food good old woman. The banging sound outside the iron door grew louder and louder. The 5-centimeter thick iron door now emitted a creaking, painful groan, with some areas severely twisted and deformed, as if it could collapse at any moment. One could imagine how exaggerated the strength of the old woman outside was. No wonder Qi Jingrong's studio had to move to this godforsaken place. If it were in the city center, an entire building's neighbors would be affected in one night. Now, hiding in this ghostly place, the situation was also dire. Caught in a double bind, with the white-faced woman still entangled, and now an enthusiastic fan of Qi Jingrong outside. Although Qi Jingrong had said that the food good old woman would only kill those close to him, in recent years, due to his self-imposed isolation, she hadn't killed anyone for many years. She was starving and furious to the extreme. Once she broke in, no one could predict what would happen. The banging from outside continued for a full half hour, showing no signs of weakening. It seemed that the food-good old woman's patience had reached its limit. She would not leave without breaking down the door today. At this rate, it was not impossible for the iron door to be knocked down. Gao Shen shifted his shoulders. The feeling of waiting to die was not pleasant at all. Qi Jingrong continued to watch the trembling iron door with a calm expression, not looking back, and said lightly, "There's no need to do anything, just keep waiting. When the time comes, she will leave. Do nothing, just like these past 13 years. Qi Jingrong had silently endured. Sitting in this small dark space, Gao Shen felt restless, as if millions of ants were crawling under his skin. He did not know if following Qi Jingrong to the studio was the right choice. Qi himself was already entangled with the strange tale, his life hanging by a thread. How could he resolve the imminent outbreak of the strange face incident in Shanghai City? Even without turning his head, Qi Jingrong seemed to see through Gao Shen's inner struggle. I hope you remember this night. It is the first lesson you learn upon entering the world of strange tales. Sometimes, doing nothing is also a way of making a statement. Gao Shen suppressed his inner anxiety. Don't you see? The food-good old woman is toying with you. Sooner or later, when she gets bored, she will rush in and kill you. Qi Jingrong remained maddeningly calm. As long as I'm not dead, there will always be a chance for a comeback. The old man died in the clock tower, so that area was completely sealed off. Everything is over. As long as I'm alive, my story continues. From the gap under the iron door, at some point, a trickle of crimson, foul-smelling blood began to flow out. The thin stream flowed to Gao Shen's feet, and the suffocating feeling grew stronger. The banging outside showed no signs of weakening. Was this blood from the food-good old woman? No. It was the white-faced woman's photo at the door, weeping blood. Before entering the iron door, Qi Jingrong had placed the photo of the white-faced woman at the door, while the food-good old woman was desperately banging on the iron door. She saw the photo of the white-faced woman, thus she was also cursed. The food-good old woman entangled Qi Jingrong, and the white-faced woman entangled the food-good old woman. One strange tale infected another. But, is this method really effective? Which of these two strange tales is stronger? Who will kill whom? It was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but the banging outside seemed to be weakening. The food-good old woman would kill the white-faced woman. In the darkness, Qi Jingrong lit a cigarette, his demeanor relaxed a bit. To deal with the strange tale on me, the old man had conducted many experiments over the years. For example, directing the curses of other strange tales he was dealing with toward the food-good old woman, using strange tales to combat strange tales. Gao Shen asked, what was the result? Qi Jingrong replied, once the food-good old woman is infected, the two strange tales will fight each other. But no matter how many times it is repeated, it can only prove that the food-good old woman is the strongest, because most of the strange tales infected by her will be slowly tortured and killed by her. Some strange tales are harder to deal with. Once, the food-good old woman disappeared for 3 months, and we all thought they had perished together, but in the end, she returned. Hearing this news, Gao Shen did not know whether to congratulate Qi Jingrong or to sigh for him. This also meant that Qi Jingrong would forever be entangled with the food-good old woman. Even other similar strange tales could not deal with her. The intervals of the banging outside began to noticeably lengthen. This time, it wasn't an illusion. The food-good old woman was clearly entangled by something. She no longer had the time to care about the two people in the room. The experiment seemed to have succeeded. Although the food-good old woman could never be killed, at least she could be used to delay another curse about to erupt in Shanghai City. On the other side of the iron door, the two strange tales were fighting each other in the corridor, until the banging outside fell into an eerie silence. Hearing the banging of the food-good old woman stop, Qi Jingrong's expression did not relax. It seems the food-good old woman has killed her. However, given the terrifying vitality of the white-faced woman, to say she was completely killed is a bit too optimistic. As long as someone sees her photo and remembers her existence, there's a high chance she will come back. All we can say is that for a long time to come, the white-faced woman will be in a state of dormancy. You will go to school tomorrow, and you must collect her photos to prevent a massive curse from restarting when she returns to Shanghai City. Gao Shen still had a hint of concern in his heart. Since the white-faced woman could restart at any time, is there any way to completely exorcise her? For example, finding the source of this photo, clarifying what happened to turn the white-faced woman into a strange tale. Qi Jingrong chuckled. That's what Professor Li dedicated his life to. So his outcome was that nothing changed, and he died. New strange tales are born every day in this world, and our human energy is limited. Being able to pause one is already quite good. To say something can be completely exorcised, You're overestimating yourself. Can humans really completely defeat strange tales? You asked me what to do if the white-faced woman restarts in the future. Let me tell you, in the long run, we are all going to die. Whatever happens next, let future generations worry about it. Gao Shen did not refute. A small seed dropped into his heart at that moment. There must be a way to completely exorcise these strange tales. It's just that previous generations haven't found it yet. Beyond the iron door, there was complete silence. However, the two had not been foolish enough to actively open the door. The snowflakes on the monitor continued to crackle. Whenever Shahope appeared, all nearby video devices would malfunction. The 4 monitors outside were originally set not to observe Shahope, but to confirm whether she had left. Only when the monitors returned to normal could it be confirmed that Shahope was truly no longer nearby. The ensuing time was filled with tranquility and boredom. Free from the extreme tension, Gao Shen quietly contemplated everything that had happened today. The things that were once somewhat vague gradually became clearer. During his time at Jiaodong University, Zhou Tianding had once mocked Qi Zhengrong, who had already been expelled by the teacher. No one welcomed him here. Qi Zhengrong, why were you expelled by Professor Li? Was it because over the years, you found that your relationship with Professor Li had become increasingly intimate? This also meant that Shahope had already noticed Professor Li and could draw on your pain by killing him. So, what did you do to get expelled from Jiaodong University? In the darkness, Gao Shen quietly asked. Qi Zhengrong smiled but did not answer him. Gao Shen continued. You must have had a tough time these past 13 years. You pretended to be indifferent, feigning that nothing mattered to you. Others thought you were a madman, a fool. In reality, you were just using your methods to protect those around you. A lonely life wasn't your choice. It was because you were entangled in strange tales that you'd rather bear it all alone than involve others. In the darkness, only the flickering light of the snowflakes on the screen fell on Qi Zhengrong's face, mirroring his current expression, unsteady. The two fell into silence once more. Time passed second by second, and by late night, waves of heavy sleepiness swept over Gao Shen's consciousness like ocean waves. He shook his head, fighting to stay awake. Shahope was still lurking outside, and he didn't know if the pale-faced woman had been killed by her. It wasn't time to relax yet. He had to hold on. Suddenly jolted awake, Gao Shen realized he had fallen asleep without knowing when. Upon waking again, he found himself alone in the studio. The moonlight outside spilled like scattered silver coins, gently covering most of the dark studio. Qi Zhengrong was nowhere to be found. Why was the moonlight able to come in? A cold breeze blew in, and Gao Shen suddenly realized something, feeling a chill run down his spine. During his sleep, the iron door had been opened. What had happened? Had Shahope crashed through the iron door, or had Qi Zhengrong opened it voluntarily? Why would Qi Zhengrong open the iron door, and where was he now? Strange chewing sounds came from the corner of the corridor outside. Creak, creak, creak. It sounded like some massive beast was gnawing on a corpse's bones. A large shadow was cast in the moonlight in front of the open door. The owner of that shadow had their head lowered, crouched on the ground, eating something. Gao Shen knew that the best choice now was to immediately close the iron door, isolating the world inside the studio from the outside. However, before that, he had to figure out who the shadow in the corridor was. Gao Shen tiptoed and stood up. He moved step by step, trying not to make any noise. Walking along the wall, in the gap where the iron door met the wall, he could barely see the outside world from this angle. Gao Shen pressed one eye against it, trying to discern what the shadow in the corridor was. Chapter 9. Late Night Library. Gao Shen jolted awake from a nightmare once more. It was already morning, and the dazzling sunlight outside swept away the night's gloom and terror. At this moment, Qi Zhengrong was leisurely sitting in front of that old computer, browsing some materials. It turned out that yesterday was just a dream. In the dream, the iron door had been opened, and Qi Zhengrong was dragged into the corridor by a strange old woman, gnawed down to half a body, with a severed hand still reaching out for help. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Gao Shen stretched his muscles and pushed open the iron door to breathe in the fresh air in the corridor. With the rising sun, the things that had lingered in the corridor last night had long since vanished. On the heavy iron door, dozens of deep claw marks had inexplicably appeared, crisscrossing and deeply etched into it. Bloodstains were everywhere, on the floor, the ceiling, half the wall. One would think a murder had occurred here. On the ground lay that strange photograph. Gao Shen picked up the photo, and the pale-faced woman had already closed her abyss-like eyes, no longer shedding blood tears. Beyond the iron door, she had been slaughtered by the even more terrifying old woman for an entire night. and had temporarily lost her curse ability. This strange tale had come to an end. You could leave now. Qi Jingrong was completely focused on the computer screen, not turning back, and said in a cold voice. Gao Shen, holding the photograph, did not move. After hearing the other's story, he realized how lonely this man had been over the years. A single act of kindness 13 years ago had brought about malicious entities. Any prolonged contact with anyone would result in bonds that Shiho Po would sever by killing the other party. He was no exception. That's why he issued a cold eviction order to him. Walking up behind Qi Jingrong, he saw him pulling up a photo of Professor Li, with detailed lines of text recorded below. Are you investigating Professor Li's cause of death? Gao Shen quickly guessed Qi Jingrong's intention. Yes. The last strange tale event the old man dealt with in his lifetime was the bell tower. I'm very interested and may take over to complete the old man's unfinished commission. His son died long ago, and his wife is just an ordinary university lecturer. You saw his students that day, they're just like that. No one else will take over this strange tale except me. Even the old man died because of it. Which shows the danger of the bell tower. I'll probably die because of it too. So you don't need to remember me. Just leave here. As we one team meet again in this life. Qi Jingrong quickly scrolled through the mouse, and behind Professor Li's file, a photo of a young man flashed across the screen. The young man in the photo had a confident smile, wearing a cylindrical academic cap of fluid dynamics and a black gown symbolizing a doctoral degree, with some resemblance to a young Professor Li. Gao Shen immediately recognized it. Is this Professor Li's child? Qi Jingrong seemed somewhat distracted, quickly scrolling past the photo, clearly indicating that Professor Li's child was not important. Yes. He pursued a Ph.D. in psychology in Germany and was drawn into the bell tower incident shortly after obtaining his degree, forever lost in a foreign land. This incident became an eternal pain in the old man's heart. After dealing with strange tales all his life, he couldn't even protect his own son. Gao Shen felt a pang of regret and turned to leave. So that's how it is. No wonder Professor Li, in his old age, insisted on accepting the invitation from the mysterious department to join the investigation of the bell tower strange tale event, despite his wife and all his students opposing it. His child died many years ago in an incident known as the bell tower. Wait a minute. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Gao Shen stopped in his tracks. Out of confusion and disbelief, he realized that Professor Li's surname is Li, and the psychologist on the Ghost Story forum, Li Wide, also shares the same surname. Professor Li's son obtained a Ph.D. in psychology in Germany, and there's no doubt that Li Wide is involved in the field of psychology. Most importantly, it was Li Wide who recommended himself to Professor Li to handle the Ghost Story incident, indicating he is very familiar with Professor Li and that the latter is an expert in this area. Gao Shen had to turn around and ask, what is Professor Li's son's name? Qi Jingrong looked a bit strange and cast a doubtful glance at him. Gao Shen's interest in Professor Li's son seemed a bit excessive. Nonetheless, Qi Jingrong still answered his question. His name is Li Ming. Why do you know him? No. Gao Shen sighed with relief internally. They are not the same person. Li Wide and Professor Li's deceased son just happen to have some similarities. But the next moment, Qi Jingrong's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Li Sun's name, while studying in Germany, was Wide, so his friends often called him Li Wide. Gao Shen said nothing and left Qi Jingrong's studio. In fact, the truth of the matter had already been revealed to him from the beginning. When entering the Ghost Story forum, there was a definitive option asking if he was a living person, because the users on the Ghost Story forum are all dead. This forum is prepared for the deceased. Li Wide died many years ago in a Ghost Story incident. For some unknown reason, he became a user of the Ghost Story forum and can post and reply as if he were still alive. What about Professor Li? After his death, would he reappear on the Ghost Story forum? Who is the designer of the Ghost Story forum, and what is their purpose? He knew nothing. Everything is a mystery. Gao Shen took out his phone and looked at the Ghost Story forum's icon. After hesitating for a moment, he clicked on the private message from Li Wide's avatar. Gao Shen, thank you. The strange face incident has temporarily ended. He tentatively sent the message. 10 minutes later, Li Wide's avatar began to bounce. Li Wide. But the source of that photo has not been found. The white-faced woman has not been exorcised. Li Wide. You should have temporarily put her to sleep with Professor Li's help, right? Gao Shen, yes. We introduced another more powerful ghost story and killed her to the point of crashing. Li Wide. That's good. As long as she is not stimulated. A general ghost story will sleep for a long time. The two fell into a brief silence. After much hesitation, Gao Shen carefully considered each word and ultimately typed out a message. He chose to send it. Gao Shen, Professor Li. Gao Shen, confirmed dead 3 days ago while investigating the bell tower incident. Gao Shen, helping me seal the strange face incident is Professor Li's student, Qi Jingrong. The Li Wide who died and went to the ghost story forum should still not know that his father also died. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent himself to find his father. Gao Shen saw that the other party's avatar showed that they were typing a message. The display disappeared. The other party began typing again. The display reappeared 3 or 4 times. At this moment, Li Wide must be continuously deleting his text and retyping. Li Wide, got it. Thank you. Li Wide. Actually, he is my father. It's a miracle for someone who deals with ghost stories to live past 70. Li Wide. Anyway, thank you. Seeing this line, Gao Shen felt a bit ashamed because, from beginning to end, he actually did nothing. Gao Shen, do you need me to visit your mother for you? Li Wide. No need. My mother is a very strong person. She has long known that day would come. She will get through it. Li Wide. My time is up. I'm signing off. Several times, Gao Shen wanted to ask him what exactly this ghost story forum is. Is he considered alive now? And why is he trapped in the forum? But in the end, he held back. Clearly, Li Wide did not want to discuss this topic. Each time he used signing off to subtly indicate that his time was limited. Since he didn't want to talk, forcing him would be meaningless. The screen vibrated slightly, and the back end of the ghost story forum sent a message. Congratulations, based on the user certification, Psychologist Li Wide, you have resolved the strange face incident. Your user level has been upgraded to 1. You have unlocked a new feature of the ghost story forum. The Midnight Library. You have gained a knowledge point. With a knowledge point, you can choose a profession in the Midnight Library and obtain basic skill books. Would you like to enter the Midnight Library now? Although he didn't know what the Midnight Library was, Gao Shen still chose yes. In the next moment, the screen switched to a more bizarre interface. Rows of black-covered bookshelves with blood-red titles replaced the original ghost story forum. Welcome to the Midnight Library. You have currently unlocked the first sequence. You can choose your profession by paying 1 knowledge point. Please note, once you choose a profession, switching to the other 2 professions will become significantly more difficult. Here are the introductions to the professions. Soul Guardian, wielding a 3-pronged double-edged sword, can transfer their own lifespan to the weapon, dealing direct damage to ghost stories. When cultivated to the highest realm, can summon the underworld's ghost soldiers for assistance. Talisman Burner, specializes in various talismans, with unique runes for dealing with various ghost story incidents hidden in their sleeves. Every talisman burner's ultimate pursuit is to refine the ultimate talisman that can burn away all ghost stories, the Zy Dahuang Tianhua talisman. Wu Chang Envoy, a user of the soul reaping rope. The left hand holds a white silk that can capture the souls of all living beings, turning the living into ghost stories. The right hand holds a black silk that can capture the souls of the dead, suppressing evil spirits. The origin of the folklore figures of the black and white Wu Chang. Gao Shen remembered that under the ghost story files on the forum, users were seriously discussing how to resolve ghost story incidents, and their mutual titles were also Tian Shi, Soul Guardian, Corpse Burner, Coffin Bearer, Exorcism Squad. At first, Gao Shen thought they were just trying to enhance immersion. Now he realized that these professions for dealing with ghost stories actually exist in the world, and he would also become one of them. He also recalled Qi Jingrong's mocking expression. Ghost stories in this world are like astronomical numbers. Very few ghost stories are completely exorcised. No, there must be a way to completely exorcise these ghost stories. It's just that previous generations haven't found it yet. At this point, Gao Shen had already made up his mind. Chapter 10, The Gate of Blood, Part 1. Gao Shen paid the knowledge point and ultimately chose Talisman Burner. Soul Guardian. Although it can summon the legendary ghost soldiers when cultivated to the highest realm, requires consuming one's lifespan to enhance the weapon's power, which he simply cannot afford. Wu Chang Envoy. With 2 hooks, one for dealing with the living and the other for dealing with ghost stories. It can be said that one of its arms is used for fighting civil wars, which it doesn't need itself. The burning talisman's person, in their lifetime, pursues a great fire that legend says will burn all the strange tales in the world to ashes. There is no better profession than this. After becoming a burning talisman's person, the library refreshed with 2 pages of books late at night. Current profession, burning talisman's person level 1 acquired skills, manifestation talisman. Invisibility talisman, manifestation talisman. After burning, all disguises of surrounding strange tales will reveal their true form. Invisibility talisman, stuck on the user. for half a stick of incense. Nearby strange tales will lose their sight. However, the strange tales can still sense the user's presence through touch. Some special strange tales can see through invisibility. Below the book list, it is written that the materials needed to make these talismans are mostly cinnabar, rice paper, and bamboo shoots, which can be bought from various online shops. And finally, the creator's own blood must be added. After a sleepless night, it was time to go to school again. Gao Shen could only force himself to stay awake and hailed a taxi by the roadside, sending himself directly to the review institution. Hey, did you dream about that strange white-faced woman yesterday? The one on the test paper. Many people in the neighboring class said they kept seeing her after school. I didn't dream about her, but when my dad was driving, a big white face flashed by, almost causing an accident. What you experienced is nothing. My grandma saw that strange woman on the TV screen while watching it yesterday. She filled the entire screen. My grandma was so scared she had a heart attack and is still in the hospital. My mom said we must sue the TV station. Hey, do you think our school is haunted? How could that be? You watch too many novels. Hearing the discussions around him, Gao Shen became more aware of the terror of this ghostly figure. The speed of its spread was too fast. In this densely populated metropolis of tens of millions, once the curse fully erupts, who knows how many people will die? Fortunately, in their accounts, that white-faced woman mysteriously disappeared overnight and no longer disturbed them or their families. Gao Shen naturally did not forget the task Qi Zhengrong entrusted to him, to collect all the photos created by the white-faced woman. Huh, what do you want those for? The test paper with the printing error from yesterday. That cursed woman's white face has long been packed and is ready to be sent to the recycling station. All right. I really can't do anything about you. I'll help you think of a way to find it. In the office, various teachers were astonished by Gao Shen's request. They couldn't understand why he was so fixated on that inexplicably appearing white-faced woman on the test paper. Kid, you really have a unique taste. Fortunately, with Gao Shen's excellent grades, which were related to many teachers' year-end bonuses, most teachers were still relatively accommodating and did not make things difficult for him. Most of the erroneous test papers and textbooks that had already been distributed to students were confiscated by the teachers. The few that were still circulating among students, Gao Shen had to negotiate class by class, offering a month's worth of homework answers as a bargaining chip, and eventually managed to retrieve them all. After a whole day's busy work, Gao Shen counted the test papers and textbooks in his hands. In the entire grade, there was still one history test paper that had not been collected. The owner of that paper was Xiaoling. Gao Shen looked at Xiaoling's seat, which was empty at that moment. He then realized she hadn't come to school today. Was she sick? After asking around, no one knew Xiaoling's whereabouts. After all, this girl was quite social and had skipped school before more than once. Not only did he not get any information, but when Gao Shen inquired about Xiaoling's whereabouts, several girls giggled and showed expressions that said I know. Seeing their sarcastic expressions, Gao Shen couldn't be bothered to explain. That missing test paper had to be retrieved. Otherwise, when the white-faced woman returned, all efforts would be in vain. He could only go to Xiaoling's house after school. Previously, Xiaoling had invited him to her birthday party at home. On that day, Gao Shen stayed up all night doing 3 sets of mock exams. So he didn't attend the party, but he remembered that she lived in the Roma Manor. Being able to carve out a piece of land in the city center of Commerce Bay, where every inch is precious, to build a manor and a golf course, was naturally a wealthy area. Each villa in Roma Manor is worth at least several small fortunes, and those living here are either rich or noble. At the entrance of Roma Manor, Gao Shen was stopped by the security guard. Without the owner's permission, outsiders were not allowed to enter. It wasn't until he mentioned Xiaoling's name and communicated with the owner of Villa No. 5 through a communicator that the security captain allowed him to get into a patrol car and personally escorted him inside. No wonder Xiaoling didn't care about her grades at school. Just this property alone was the end goal for many people in their lives. Villa No. 5 had 8 floors in total, with a swimming pool on the second floor's large flat, a spacious lawn and small golf course on the third-floor terrace. And on the 4th and 5th floors, there was a separate glass greenhouse filled with flowers and plants. It was like a small palace. After the security uncle dropped him off from the patrol car, a maid named Wu hurriedly came from the entrance, leading Gao Shen further into the villa. This villa was so large that it was no wonder that even guests visiting for the first time, as well as many short-term maids, often got lost. You're Gao Shen, right? Miss Xiaoling is very happy to hear you came to visit her. She couldn't eat last night, but today she's in a good mood and feels better. She drank several bowls of porridge. Wuma chattered on as they walked. They arrived at the golden grand living room at the center of the villa. On the long sofa sat a glamorous lady in her 40s, well-maintained, clearly someone who lived a life of luxury. This woman should be Xiaoling's mother. Gao Shen had seen her from afar before, having attended parent-teacher meetings at school twice, each time arriving in a luxury car with a dedicated driver. Come. You're Gao Shen, right? Sit down and have some tea. I've heard Aling mention you often. You're the top student in your institution, and you take good care of our Aling. Other people ignore her when she doesn't understand the questions, but you patiently explain them to her. Stay and have a meal with us today. A waiter in a tailcoat brought over a clean silver tray. Young Master Gao. Would you like some Longjing tea or a glass of red wine? Being served like this for the first time made Gao Shen feel a little uncomfortable. He casually took a glass of water and sat down. Auntie Xia, I'm here to deliver her school assignments. Once I deliver them, I'll be leaving. His task was just to quickly obtain that history test paper with the strange tale printed on it. Once he got the paper, he would leave. After all, in his eyes, Xiaoling was just an ordinary classmate, no different from the others. Xia's mother clearly was used to giving orders and had an imperious demeanor. I know you repeated your senior year and are quite busy, but just one meal won't take too long. No need to rush. If this meal causes you not to get into Tsinghua, you can come work for us at our company, and he will take care of you for life. It's not a big deal. After finishing her words, without waiting for a profound response, she turned her head directly. Didn't a top French chef come to Fenghua Road recently? Tell their restaurant not to accept customers today. Let the French chef come to our manor to make dinner. Here's their restaurant's phone number. Just say it's from me. I'm a good friend of their boss. This small matter is no problem. With the conversation reaching this point, it was impossible for Gao Shen to leave. He was half forced to stay. So far, he had not seen Xiaoling. According to Aunt Wu, she was really sick, unlike the previous times when she just skipped class. He wondered if her illness was caused by the woman with the white face. Xiaoling was the first in the institution to see the woman with the white face, so her infection was more severe. Last night, he and Qi Jingrong had dealt with that strange tale, and even if they were entangled, it should be over now. But she seemed quite ill, and after a day, there were no signs of improvement. Auntie, which room is Xiaoling in? Is she available to see anyone now? Gao Shen asked. Since he was already there, it was better to confirm. When it came to Xiaoling, Xia's mother's expression began to look a bit worried, and her tone became somewhat hesitant. Alas, I don't know. She came back from school yesterday and turned into that way. I've already had the family doctor take a look, but I can't explain the specifics. How about this? Let Aunt Wu take you to see her on the 3rd floor now. Maybe after she sees you, her spirits will improve a bit. Just as the two were talking in the living room, accompanied by the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground, a tall man in a black suit walked out from the depths of the hall. Oh, it's Xiaoling's friend from school. Welcome. This little girl finally made some decent friends, unlike the previous few she brought home, who looked like social delinquents. Couldn't even get into college. Xia's mother looked a bit displeased. I know you're a graduate of Jiaodong University. You're impressive, but our Xiaoling can't compare to you. It's about time to stop showing off your prestigious school status every day. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Gao Shen's smile became a bit stiff, and he slowly raised his head. He then saw the other person's face. Chapter 11. The Bloodgate. 2. Invitation. I heard you're the top of your grade. I recommend you to take the college entrance examination at Shanghai Jiaodong University this year. Many people there are my juniors. I can introduce you then. The newcomer had no idea who Gao Shen was. Until he stepped out of the shadows, the two locked eyes, and Zhou Tianding's smiling expression clearly began to stiffen. Unexpectedly, in this place, he encountered Zhou Tianding again. Even more unexpectedly, he turned out to be Zhou Yaji's brother, Xiaoling's mother. Do you two know each other? Zhou Yaji, not being foolish, curiously asked after seeing the expressions exchanged between Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding. Zhou Tianding quickly adjusted his expression and revealed his trademark fake smile. I met Gao Shen in the elevator when I returned to my alma mater to send off Professor Li Yishan for the last time. Ha. Gao Shen also replied, yes, Zhou Senior's enthusiasm is indeed impressive. Forgetting that his sister was still there, Zhou Tianding shot a glance at Gao Shen. Gao Shen and I have some matters to discuss. Let's go to the back garden for a private chat. We'll be back in a bit. Sister, you can continue enjoying your evening tea here. Gao Shen originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but seeing his exaggerated facial expressions was truly unbearable. To avoid looking at such a ridiculous scene, he had no choice but to obediently follow him. The two crossed the marble floor and the dim path, arriving under a secluded wisteria trellis. Seeing that there was no one else around, Zhou Tianding's expression immediately turned cold and ruthless. What are you doing here? What is your purpose? Gao Shen suppressed his anger. I'm here to see my classmate Xiaoling. Do I need to report to you? Zhou Tianding pulled out a crumpled test paper from his suit pocket and shoved it heavily into Gao Shen's arms. This damn test paper. It has a woman's photo on it, right? I put it away as soon as I saw it. Take it and get lost. If you dare show up at my sister's door again, I will definitely find someone to deal with you. Get rid of that curse on you first. Stop harming others. Gao Shen was too lazy to argue with him and simply said, the white-faced woman incident has been temporarily resolved, with Qi Zhengrong's help last night. I got the last photo, and I'm leaving. I want to stay here a second longer. Hearing this, Zhou Tianding calmed down a bit and seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed. Until now, I haven't seen that female corpse even once today. I originally thought the curse had spread out. She had too many people to scare, and I wouldn't be among them. Turns out it was dealt with by that Qi fellow. Although he was selfish, he was clever and quickly deduced the truth of the matter. Qi Zhengrong must have shown the white-faced woman's photo to that ghostly old lady, who then fell under the curse, and the ghostly old lady killed the Eerie face to a deadlock, right? He had seen him use similar methods before. Previously, it took at least a few weeks using the ghostly old lady to deal with other strange tales, but now it was resolved in just one night. This indicated that the ghostly old lady's power had been growing stronger over the years, that Qi fellow wouldn't live long. By the end, Zhou Tianding's lips curled into a cold smile, showing no pity for his former junior. Gao Shen unceremoniously interrupted his monologue. This is your matter. I'm not interested. The Eerie face incident is temporarily resolved, and I'm going upstairs to see Xiaoling before I leave. Although Gao Shen really wanted to turn around and leave immediately, he still needed to confirm the cause of Xiaoling's illness before departing. The white-faced woman incident had ended, so Xiaoling's illness should have improved, right? Why did it seem to be getting worse from Xia's mother's expression? Wait, don't leave yet. Unexpectedly, this time it was Zhou Tianding who blocked him first. That white-faced woman in the photo, I have already had a private detective find her in reality. Her name is Jing Tianhuazi. From one of the poorest areas in Japan, Tottori Prefecture. She hanged herself 2 years ago. For some reason, the last photo she left before dying turned into a rampant urban legend in Japan. What happened 2 years ago, and how that woman became a posthumous urban legend. The detective agency is still investigating. Once there are results, I plan to go to Japan myself to completely eliminate the source of this urban legend. After all, according to Qi Zhengrong's current plan, the woman could wake up at any time, and when that happens, those cursed will still die. Gao Shen replied lightly, then good luck. He had initially intended to eradicate the white-faced woman himself, but he would rather take the risk to complete it independently than get involved with Zhou Tianding's team. Seeing that he didn't respond, Zhou Tianding showed a hint of anger on his face. What I mean is, you must go with me to resolve this incident. How can you be so selfish? Have you thought about how many people will die in Shanghai City once the white-faced woman wakes up? Listening to his righteous accusation of his selfishness, Gao Shen found it hard to laugh. He recalled Zhou Tianding's indifferent attitude at Jiaodong University that day. Now that he was also entangled in the curse, when it came to his own safety, Zhou Tianding was more cautious than anyone else. However, in a sense, Zhou Tianding's rhetoric is not entirely unreasonable. Having countless female corpse clones that have not been completely killed is just a matter of time before they restart. By that day, Qi Zhengrong might already be dead, and there would be no second sure how to help solve the problem. However, Gao Shen was somewhat puzzled as to why. With the Zhou family's connections and resources, they had to go to the East Ing country together. Soon, he figured it out. Both of them were entangled with female corpses. And if they encountered any accidents in the East Ing country, Zhou Tianding might use himself as a shield. Moreover, most people lose their rationality when they first encounter strange tales. Someone like him, who is psychologically stable, could be considered a special talent in a sense. Gao Shen questioned faintly, I have indeed planned to go to the East Ing country to find the source of the photo and resolve the matter completely. But why must I go with you? With someone as selfish as you, I feel like you could betray me at any moment. Seeing Gao Shen's doubtful gaze, Zhou Tianding sneered. The connections and resources of the Zhou family are beyond your imagination. Just like the woman in that photo, within a day, I had my friends in the East Ing country dig her up. Who else could do this besides me? Moreover, I am also a student of Professor Li. Do you think I don't have a few items specifically for dealing with strange tales? Gao Shen, you are not stupid. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Think it through. That day at Jiaoda, there was some misunderstanding between us, but now we are in the same boat. I won't harm you." The two chatted for a long time in the garden, and if they didn't go out soon, Zhou Yaji outside would probably grow suspicious. Before leaving, Zhou Tianding patted Gao Shen's shoulder one last time, half in encouragement, half in warning. "After you see Xiaoling, leave immediately. She is not from the same world as you. Do not have any inappropriate thoughts. As for the matters in the eastern country, I will come to find you after I have arranged everything." After hearing Zhou Tianding's confident remarks, Gao Shen suppressed the impulse to punch him in the face with great restraint. "Get lost. I would rather marry a female corpse than work with you." He had no interest in Xiaoling at all. If it weren't for retrieving that exam paper, he wouldn't have come here to waste time with Zhou Tianding. After returning to the hall, when discussing Xiaoling's specific illness, Zhou Yaji's face once again revealed a sincere concern. After school yesterday, Aling kept shouting that she saw a pale woman's face, in the teacup, in the mirror, on the TV, everywhere. At first, I thought she was playing a prank to scare me and scolded her severely. By evening, she started to run a low fever. I called the family doctor, who prescribed her some medicine and had 4 maids on standby in her room. By midnight, she said the pale-faced woman had disappeared and her illness had improved significantly. At this point, Zhou Yaji let out a long sigh, showing no signs of relaxation despite the disappearance of the pale-faced woman from her daughter's mouth. Gao Shen remained silent, merely listening. From what he heard, everything matched his imagination. Xiaoling was indeed haunted by the pale-faced woman last night, got frightened, and fell ill. However, since the pale-faced woman was already incapacitated, her illness should have been resolved. Why was she still lying in the room? Zhou Yaji continued. By noon today, Aling started to have a fever again and was talking nonsense. She said she kept having a strange recurring nightmare, which was very terrifying and realistic. Sometimes she would wake up from the dream and would take a long time to distinguish between reality and a dream. In the afternoon, Aling's temperature rose by 3 degrees, and her body became increasingly weak. The family doctor came to examine her, but didn't find any major issues. He just said she was under too much stress and needed to rest and drink more water. A strange recurring nightmare? Very terrifying? Could it be another new strange tale? Gao Shen silently made a judgment in his heart. However, at present, it was only Zhou Yaji's side of the story. The specific situation still needed to be further confirmed. "Excuse me, what did she say about this nightmare? What appeared in the dream?" Gao Shen asked tentatively. I'm not too sure. The child doesn't want to talk to me. She just keeps saying that the nightmare is too scary, and she doesn't dare to sleep. How about you go to her room and ask her yourself?" Zhou Yaji also couldn't clarify and turned her gaze to Zhou Tianding, who was watching the show. "Tianding, you accompany Gao Shen to go up and take a look. The child's father is always on business abroad. There is no man in this house. So I'm counting on you too." Zhou Tianding's expression changed, and he immediately refused. "Sister, I have some things to do this afternoon. I haven't prepared the materials for my PhD in the US. I plan to go back and visit you tomorrow." Gao Shen naturally knew that this guy was afraid of coming into contact with strange tales and getting dragged into it again. He immediately stood up, patted Zhou Tianding's shoulder, and blocked his way out. "Well, I would appreciate it, Senior Tianding, for leading the way." Chapter 12. The Gate of Blood. 3. Strange illness. Zhou Tianding looked at Gao Shen's expression as if he wanted to eat him. In front of his sister, he clearly had some scruples. If he kept refusing, even a fool could see that he was disgusted by Xiaoling's strange illness. As a mother, Zhou Yaji would undoubtedly feel unhappy. Reluctantly, he stood up and led Gao Shen toward the villa's internal elevator. Seeing Zhou Tianding being put in a difficult position, Gao Shen felt a rare sense of satisfaction. This guy always appeared imposing whenever they met, while others would lower their heads in his presence. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The largest room on this floor was reserved for Zhou Yaji's daughter, with the doors on both sides decorated with huge wallpapers. And the carpet in the corridor was pink. Outside the door stood a tall male servant. It seemed that after Xiaoling mentioned the pale-faced woman haunting her, her mother had hired a bodyguard to protect her. After getting permission from Xiaoling in the room through the intercom, they pushed open the door. The bedroom was even more spacious, comparable to an ordinary family's living room. Xiaoling sat weakly on a canopied bed, and a maid was feeding her lotus seed soup 1 spoonful at a time. Hearing the door open, she turned her head and smiled weakly at Gao Shen. At first glance, he almost didn't recognize her. At this moment, Xiaoling's face was bare, and she looked better than when she was heavily made up at school. "I didn't expect you to come see me." With the maid's help, she wiped her mouth, her dark-circled eyes unable to hide her surprise. While Gao Shen had always answered her questions at school, she could feel that he regarded her as just an ordinary classmate. Gao Shen did not respond to her words. I heard you have been having a dream. What kind of nightmare has been haunting you until now? He was interested in the strange tale surrounding her. As for her as a person, she was just an ordinary classmate in his eyes, nothing more. Detecting the indifference in Gao Shen's tone, Xiaoling's face showed a hint of disappointment. However, she still replied, that is not a dream. It is a black door. It is right behind you. But no one can see that door except me. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I can hear a strange voice coming from behind the black door, constantly repeating, let me open the black door and walk in. I have a strong premonition that something extremely terrifying is hidden behind this door, and it absolutely must not be opened. However, as long as the door remains closed for a day, it will haunt me relentlessly. Sometimes, if there are no other people in this room, and I am alone, even sticky blood seeps out from under the crack of the door. Following the direction pointed by Xiaoling, Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding looked over. But there was nothing there except a coat rack. It was completely empty. It seems her luck is quite bad, having just escaped from the woman with the white face, only to be entangled by a whole new horror story. The maid's expressions changed subtly. Although they dared not speak their thoughts, deep down, they all believed the young lady had gone mad. The two immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Zhou Tianding stepped back 2 paces away from the invisible black door, worried that it might infect him. You all get out immediately, and don't come back without my call. Once he had driven all the other maids out of the room, he locked the door firmly and turned back. At the same time, Gao Shen approached the direction Xiaoling pointed and tentatively reached out his hand towards the air. He touched nothing. His hand passed right through the invisible door. It seems that only Xiaoling can see and touch this door at the moment. Xiaoling's eyes were a bit moist. Mom thinks I'm just too tired and hallucinating. Even the medicine the doctor prescribed is just a sedative, a sleeping pill. I even heard them whispering at the door, wondering if they should find a psychiatrist to take a look at me. I really feel helpless. This black door is right in front of me. But none of my closest people believe me. Gao Shen simply replied, you are not crazy. I believe what you say. There are indeed many things in this world that shouldn't exist, and those who haven't experienced them won't understand. But you need to think carefully. Have you done anything special before encountering the black door? Then, deeply moved, Xiaoling rambled on about many trivial matters that happened at school and home, and about the woman with the white face she had seen repeatedly at home yesterday. However, it was mostly just a stream of consciousness without any clues about the invisible black door. This black door doesn't seem as terrifying as the woman with the white face. So far, it has only been insisting that she open the door, with no other effects. Of course, what would happen after opening the door is hard to say. After Xiaoling finished speaking, Gao Shen's legs had gone numb from squatting. He struggled to stand up. Now there's only one way. That is to use the talismans of the talisman burner. Xiaoling looked confused, clearly not knowing what Gao Shen was talking about. Zhou Tianding's eyes moved slightly. Although he pretended to be calm, it was evident that the term talisman burner surprised him a bit. My teacher told me that the talisman burner is an ancient profession originating from the Northern Song dynasty, first appearing in Taoist temples. A group of Taoists skilled in using talismans formed an ancient profession to deal with horror stories. Unfortunately, after the Song dynasty fell, the profession of talisman burners has completely vanished from the historical record, leaving only scattered rumors. Even whether talisman burners ever existed or if it was a fictional profession remains inconclusive. His gaze flickered as he re-evaluated Gao Shen. I really underestimated you. You even know such obscure knowledge. Where did you learn it? Did that kid Qi Jingrong tell you? Gao Shen, I know a little about the talisman burners. Zhou Tianding immediately felt mocked. Don't joke around. Ignoring his words, Gao Shen looked at Xiaoling's face and reassured her, when I go home, I will prepare a talisman called the Revealing Talisman. This talisman can make these invisible monsters reveal their true forms. I'll come back tomorrow. But before that, you must not open the door alone. Xiaoling's eyes were filled with suspicion. She had never heard the term talisman burner before. But in the end, she asked nothing and just nodded firmly. Can you stay here tonight? I'll have Aunt Wu free up a room for you on the 4th floor. And tomorrow the driver will take you to school. Xiaoling boldly invited. No, see you tomorrow. Ignoring the clear disappointment in the girl's eyes, Gao Shen stood up to leave. After leaving Xiaoling's room, Zhou Tianding grabbed Gao Shen's shoulder from behind, nearly gritting his teeth, and spat out each word. Where did you learn these terms? Spouting nonsense here. If you're a talisman burner, Then I'm the legendary guardian general who protected Zhao Kuangyin. Gao Shen was too lazy to argue with him, simply saying calmly, I will come back tomorrow. Whether I'm lying or not, you'll know then. As for the guardian general's abilities, I'll learn about them when I have the chance. Looking at his confident demeanor, Zhou Tianding, who had initially been aggressive, softened his tone a bit. You really can burn talismans? Just know a little. Gao Shen didn't lie. His level was only 1, and he currently only knew 2 talismans. Impossible. The talisman burner has been lost for how many years now? Even if there were any remnants still circulating in the world, they would have been dug up long ago. Where exactly did you get the inheritance of the talisman burner? I don't believe it. Gao Shen shook off Zhou Tianding's hand on his shoulder and waved it away. My grandfather taught me a bit. He would certainly not foolishly mention things like horror forums or late-night libraries. Let Zhou Tianding, this self-righteous guy, guess slowly. After going downstairs, Zhou Yaji was waiting for him on the sofa with a smile, again warmly inviting him to stay for a French dinner. This time, Gao Shen firmly refused. Auntie, Xiaoling might be possessed. My grandfather taught me a bit about feng shui and physiognomy, and I will come back tomorrow to take a look at her. Gao Shen explained in the most understandable tone possible. Oh, I didn't realize you could read feng shui. That's impressive. Welcome, welcome. I said Xiaoling was acting strange after returning home, saying she saw the woman with the white face one moment and the black door the next. Isn't that possession? Zhou Yaji, coming from Xiangang, was very accepting of these superstitions about feng shui. She was very happy to accept Gao Shen's explanation. I'll give you the access pass for the community. You can just come in directly tomorrow. If you can cure Xiaoling's illness. Oh, why am I even saying this? You have this heart. No matter the outcome, I really appreciate you. Auntie remembers your kindness. After leaving the Roman manor, Gao Shen kept pondering the black door Xiaoling mentioned, making the black door manifest isn't difficult. The revealing talisman is meant to handle such situations. The problem is, after it manifests, what should be done next? Should he push the door open as the black door demands? What's behind the door is likely not a good thing. Should he use violent means to destroy the door directly? Then the thing behind the door would be released directly. Or should it be sealed in a safe place? Horror stories cannot be contained. The other party is coming for Xiaoling. Gao Shen pulled out his phone and opened the horror forum. This forum records thousands of horror stories. It's very likely that it also contains information about this black door. He doesn't believe that Xiaoling is the only one who has encountered it in the world. Not knowing the specific number of the black door, he had to tentatively type door into the search bar. 4 files popped up, 3 of which were marked as resolved and displayed in gray, making them inaccessible. One file called Bloodgate was marked as unresolved. Xiaoling mentioned that blood of humans often flows from behind the gate. The characteristics of both are basically consistent. What kind of urban legend is this? Gao Shen delved deeper. Chapter 13 Bloodgate 4 Blood Contract Number 11111 Bloodgate Incident Time Unknown Location Unknown Harm Level Level Handling Result Unresolved. There have been reports of Bloodgate incidents in many countries around the world. The specific locations, times, and victims are all unclear. The information currently available indicates that the Bloodgate appears black, with deep red blood flowing from behind it. Once the Bloodgate selects a victim, it disregards any geographical limitations and appears near the victim out of thin air, using various methods to lure the victim to open the gate. No one knows what is hidden behind the Bloodgate. All victims who have entered refuse to answer questions about the world behind the gate, even if relevant departments use various violent methods or mental hypnosis. The moment they disclose any information, the victim will immediately. Relevant departments have conducted long-term covert tracking of victims who entered the Bloodgate and returned to the real world. The conclusion drawn is that, ranging from as short as 2 weeks to as long as 10 years, these victims who have opened the gate will. No one knows what happened. Because the Bloodgate appears infrequently around the world and has not caused large-scale destruction, it has not attracted much attention. Below the main post, there are dozens of replies from users on the Urban Legend forum. Second floor. User. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Even if no information can be extracted from the victims, why can't the Abnormal Creature Response Department directly contain the Bloodgate? This gate has appeared across the globe for over 50 years, luring countless people to open it. And it must have its purpose. The objective of the Urban Legend must be achieved, and the consequences could be fatal. It would be too late to find a way to remedy it then. These useless fools only write reports every year and request budgets from their superiors. It's really a declining generation. Third floor. User, Coffin Bearer Old Wong. Don't be so irritable. All processes of the Abnormal Creature Response Department comply with the non-harmful handling protocol. The form in which the blood gate appears is random and not affected by any terrain. If we want to contain this gate, we may have to isolate the entire city's population. It's impossible to lock down a city for an urban legend that hasn't yet posed any threat. If we handle all urban legends by this standard, the normal order of the human world would have collapsed long ago, and the number of deaths would exceed those killed by the urban legends. 4th floor, user, Exorcism Team Old Wong Coffin Bearer Old He. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? I was one of the first employees of the Abnormal Creature Response Department, employee number 003. Back then, the department wasn't even called that, and there were less than 50 members. I risked my life, and my team's case closure rate was 77, the best in the whole department. A record that has yet to be broken. I contributed 2 articles to the first edition of the Non-Harmful Handling Protocol and was responsible for the final revision. Do I need you, old man, to remind me? What a joke. Just mind your own coffin, you old nag. Old He, the coffin bearer, obviously wasn't easy to mess with and immediately retorted, also tagging Exorcism Old Wong. The fact is that during your absence from the Abnormal Creature Response Department, a mature mechanism was established, minimizing casualties among ordinary people. Many large-scale pollution incidents have been cut off at the source in a timely manner, and there have been no level incidents for a full 30 years. In your time, there were 3 level incidents. Your case closure rate is high, but your methods are brutal. Many ordinary incidents that could have been resolved resulted in irreversible consequences because of your approach. Stop dwelling on your glorious past. Those achievements you think you have are not as beautiful as you imagine. Old Wong was clearly agitated and replied to Old He several times, constantly tagging him. Shut up. You loser. Your era was completely swallowed by urban legend incidents. You're just a wandering ghost, a lost dog. Why do you have to point fingers at me? Just watch my era from the sidelines. Losers have no right to criticize winners. Although Old He's expressions couldn't be seen on the forum, he posted 3 cold laughing emojis under Exorcism Old Wong's comment. I'm the loser? You're the winner? If you're so successful, why aren't you at the Abnormal Creature Response Department now, helping those young juniors improve emergency measures? You're so successful. Yet when that thing escaped from the museum and the department was closest to being wiped out, why did you just stand by and watch? You're so successful. And your wife, son, parents, your old boss, and your most admired junior all died in that level incident. Yet you were powerless, only able to indulge in your past glory every day. You're a winner, yet you're hanging out on this forum, chatting with losers like me every day? The last sentence completely provoked Exorcism Old Wong, breaking his defenses. The subsequent replies were purely personal attacks, no longer related to the original post-S theme. Unfortunately, although the Bloodgate file was found on the Urban Legend forum, not much useful information was actually obtained. After returning home, Gao Shen prepared materials for making talismans in the late-night library while sending a private message to psychologist Lee Wide, informing him of his classmate's experience. He hoped to get some help from him. Lee Wide's avatar remained gray until 10:30 p.m. when it finally flickered to life. And he replied with a message. The Bloodgate file is too obscure. I have no leads on it either. There are countless urban legends in the world. Such low-harm legends rarely receive dedicated research. Gao Shen, all right. Lee Wide. If my father were still alive, he would have had deep research on these obscure urban legends. But let us not talk about that. I can recommend someone to you. On this forum, he has handled the most urban legends. If he doesn't know, then there really is no way. Gao Shen who? Lee Wide. Exorcism Team Old Wong. After saying this, Lee Wide went offline again. Gao Shen couldn't tell if it was just his impression, but it seemed that the time Lee Wide could be online on the forum was getting shorter. From the earlier heated exchanges, it could be seen that Exorcism Team Old Wong was one of the founding members of the Abnormal Creature Response Department. Known for his brutal methods and high case closure rate during his lifetime, he would greet others' female family members with kind words if there was a disagreement. However, his era has ended. The fact that he could appear on this urban legend forum indicated that the real Old Wong had died in some level urban legend incident. Currently, there are no better options. Gao Shen returned to the Bloodgate post, clicked on Old Wong's avatar, and typed out a private message word by word. Hello. I'm sorry to disturb you. My friend has been entangled by a strange black door, and from the current signs, this is the blood door incident number 11111. As of now, my friend hasn't opened the black door, but it seems the door has no intention of letting him go. Is there any way to resolve this? After sending the message, Lao Wang did not reply. Gao Shen waited for a while and then went to bed. The next morning, he groggily woke up from his sleep and saw that the alarm clock displayed it was 5 in the morning. Too much has happened in the past few days. As soon as he closes his eyes, all kinds of terrifying images flash in his mind, and his sleep is very shallow. He wakes up at the slightest sound. He fumbled at his bedside and grabbed his phone. The background showed that the horror forum had new messages. Lao Wang replied to him. Demon Exorcism Team Lao Wang. Kid, are you sure the one entangled with your friend is the blood door? It's very tricky. We can only kill him. Demon Exorcism Team Lao Wang. Anyone targeted by the blood door will eventually open it. In all these years, I've never seen anyone escape. That bunch of useless people in the anomaly department has locked up so many victims, and they still can't figure out what's behind the door. They are truly the worst of the worst. But one thing is certain. What's behind the door is definitely not a good place. Better to help him find relief directly. He will thank you after he goes to hell. Gao Shen, Lao Wang, you really live up to your reputation. This is the worth of the older generation of exorcists. Of course, he could never follow Lao Wang's advice and actively kill Xiaoling. After a moment, Lao Wang's avatar flashed again. There's another method. But this method is almost the same as saying nothing. Gao Shen asked, what? Any method is better than directly killing Xiaoling, Lao Wang replied. After the blood door selects a victim. If someone else is willing to infuse their blood into the circuits of the door, it will change the selected person who opens the door. This method of replacement is called a blood pact. Of course, this is just a theoretical method. So far, I've never seen a fool who really replaced someone to walk into the blood door. Trust me, kid, what's behind the door is hell. Don't be stupid. Gao Shen sighed. He certainly wouldn't use this method. He wasn't a saint and couldn't do something foolish like sacrificing himself to save others. So far, he had achieved nothing. Temporarily ending the conversation with Lao Wang, he exited the horror forum. Suddenly, a message came from a pink rabbit avatar. Gao Shen Go. Are you coming to the villa after school today? The pink rabbit head was Xiaoling's WeChat. Gao Shen replied, I will. The pink rabbit sent a cheerful animated emoji. It was clear that Xiaoling, lying on her sickbed, was very happy. Pink rabbit. By the way, the voice behind the door turned into your voice today, continuously calling me to open the door. I was startled. I almost opened the black door. Gao Shen, you didn't open the door, right? Pink rabbit, of course not. I'm not an idiot. I had mama go to school to ask, and you were at school. The voice behind the door isn't you. Gao Shen, pink rabbit, what do you mean? Gao Shen, I mean, you did very well. No matter what happens, never open the door. Pink rabbit, hee hee. After shutting WeChat, Gao Shen realized that whatever was behind the door was learning. It was trying to imitate familiar people around Xiaoling, using more clever means to entice her. Just how capable that thing could be, no one knew, but the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous Xiaoling would be. When it could mimic perfectly, Xiaoling might really open the blood door. Just then, a bold idea suddenly surged in Gao Shen's mind. This idea was so outrageous that it shocked him. If this plan could succeed, it could resolve the blood door issue without sacrificing anyone. But the risks were too great. If he made even a slight mistake, he would fall into an abyss of no return. Chapter 14 Blood Door 5. Open your eyes, Gao Shen. Does the blood door mind if something non-human signs a blood pact with it? This time, Lao Wang's avatar flickered rapidly. Demon Exorcism Team Lao Wang. You little brat, you don't mean. Gao Shen quickly typed the following line on his phone. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. I plan to first sign a blood pact to transfer the blood door from my classmate to myself, and then find a horror story to have her sign a blood pact. Then the blood door will entice her to open the big door, dragging her into the terrifying world behind the door. In this way, the blood door will have a victim, and there will be one less horror story in this world. Gao Shen also knew that what he was saying now was akin to dreaming. How to deceive a horror story into signing a blood pact. He had no concrete ideas, only a vague direction. He intended to prepare for the pale-faced woman with the blood door. The dead pale-faced woman could reboot at any time. If that day really came, he must be prepared for both outcomes, to permanently imprison this curse that could cause great destruction. If successful, it would be equivalent to solving 2 horror stories at once. Demon Exorcism Team Lao Wang. Use your toes to think about it. To accomplish this, you need to meet 2 conditions. First, the blood door can only be seen by the chosen person. You're just an ordinary person. You can't even see your classmate's door. So how can you sign a blood pact? Second, even if the blood door is transferred to you. How do you plan to make the horror story sign a blood pact? You idiot. Do you think horror stories are like your little cat, which you can force to comply by pressing its head down? Don't be so delusional. People like you who treat horror stories as a joke won't last long in our group. Indeed, his plan was strictly reprimanded by Lao Wang. The first point was easy to handle. As a talisman burner, he could use the manifestation talisman in his hand to dispel the invisibility of the blood door. Regarding the second point, Gao Shen hadn't thought it through either. He would have to take it step by step. Although the difficulty of accomplishing this task was extremely high, even Zhou Tianding knew to assemble a team to go to the east to resolve the source of the horror stories. He couldn't be worse than Zhou Tianding. After a day of classes at the review institution, Xiaoling's seat remained empty. After school, Gao Shen went to the rookie station to pick up various materials he had purchased. When he got home, he tinkered for half a day and barely made out 3 manifestation talismans and 1 invisibility talisman, unsure if they could be used. As agreed, he hurried to the Roman manor. This time, the security recognized his face, and with the pass provided by Zhou Yazi, he didn't encounter much scrutiny upon entering. It was still the familiar golden hall on the first floor. Today, Zhou Yazi was out, and sitting on the sofa were Zhou Tianding, with his legs crossed, and the gray jacket woman he had seen at the Transportation University, along with a chubby man with a heavy smoking habit. Upon seeing Gao Shen arrive, both of them looked extremely unfriendly. If it weren't for their contact with Gao Shen, they wouldn't have been entangled by the pale-faced woman and dragged into this incident. It's too much to ask them to have a good attitude. Come on, let me reintroduce. This is my junior sister, Liang Shui, a top student from the Foreign Languages Department, proficient in 5 languages including Japanese, and knowledgeable in various folklore studies. On this trip to Japan, she will be our translator. This is Brother Tang Tianxiang. He has a natural sensitivity to strange tales. As long as there are strange occurrences nearby, he will sense them. He was Professor Li's assistant during his lifetime and helped him solve several strange events. Gao Shen, a high school student, is aiming to get into Jiaodong University and is definitely a top student, so calling him junior is not an overstatement. He is also a talisman burner. During this trip to Japan, we must let Gao Jr. show us what he can do. Zhou Tianding introduced with a smile, pretending to ignore the tense atmosphere among the three. He had a bit of a heroic demeanor, especially now that he had a use for Gao Shen, particularly after learning about his identity as a talisman burner. All past grievances were wiped clean. I don't remember agreeing to join your team. Gao Shen directly refused without giving face. Who knows if he was just using himself as a cushion for survival. This team, apart from him, was all from Jiaodong University. If they had to abandon someone while being chased by the white-faced woman, it was obvious that person would be him. Zhou Tianding didn't mind, saying lightly, "Let us get to know each other first, it won't hurt you. Who knows, you might change your mind later." Under Zhou Tianding's subtle hint, the so-called Tang Tianxiang, a heavy-set man with a smoking habit, suppressed his inner anger and reluctantly extended his hand to shake Gao Shen's. "Oh, I heard from Professor Li that after the Southern Song dynasty fell, the lineage of talisman burners was cut off. I didn't expect to see one here." Still wearing the gray jacket from that day, Liang Shui's gaze was filled with provocation when looking at people, making her and Zhou Tianding seem like a perfect match. She scrutinized Gao Shen from head to toe. "It's not that we don't believe, we just want to see for ourselves. If you really are a descendant of the talisman burners, why would you bring a strange event to Jiaodong University to find Professor Li? Can't the descendants of talisman burners handle such small matters themselves?" Zhou Tianding walked to the elevator entrance and said lightly, "Liang Shui, I seem to have wiped that day's events clean. Gao Jr., don't take it to heart." She asked just like that. The two sang in harmony, and Gao Shen had long seen through their intentions. He calmly replied, "It's fine. Since this Aunt Liang doesn't want to believe what I say, I can use my grandfather's talismans to try and deal with the strange event that has been troubling Xiaoling today." Veins bulged on Liang Shui's neck. Being called Aunt made her lose her composure. Zhou Tianding, being a suspicious person, naturally wouldn't immediately believe him just because he claimed to be a talisman burner. Liang Shui's so-called barbed comments probably came from Zhou Tianding's suggestion, testing him. The elevator slowly ascended, carrying the three toward the 3rd floor. Passing the 2nd floor, they still didn't see Zhou Yanji's figure. Gao Shen couldn't help but ask, "Where's Aunt Zhou?" He could tell that in this family, only Xiao's mother could exert some influence over Zhou Tianding. Zhou Tianding replied, "A mental health expert from Beiping City has arrived, who has published many top papers in international journals. Today, I went to great lengths to invite him to come here. They should be back soon. Gao Jr. I think the key to this matter still lies with you. Why not resolve this strange event before she returns and surprise her? He was subtly praising himself while belittling Gao Shen. Gao Shen didn't mind. The strange event troubling Xiaoling wasn't a mental illness. And the mental health expert from Beiping City wouldn't be of any use. Pushing open the pink door, Xiaoling was already sitting on the bed, waiting for the others to arrive. Upon seeing Gao Shen among them, her lips moved as if to say Brother Gao, but no sound came out. No wonder Zhou Yinji was in a hurry to find the expert from the capital. If this dragged on, it would truly endanger her life. The other maids in the room consciously left, and before leaving, they closed the door behind them. Gao Jr., please, begin your performance. Liang Shui smiled insincerely, arms crossed, as if she was certain he would be exposed here today. Tang Tianxiang unconsciously reached for his pocket, seemingly wanting to pull out a cigarette to ease his nerves. Zhou Tianding shot him a cold glance, and he ultimately resisted. Gao Shen wasted no words. He directly took out a manifestation talisman from his chest, grabbed a lighter, and ignited it towards the direction of the blood gate. This doesn't seem right. When I see Taoists perform, they usually sing and dance. There are so many tricks. Why is he just burning paper right away? Liang Shui criticized. Gao Jr., I suggest you study hard. Your exorcism skills don't seem quite up to par. Liang Shui's words were extremely aggressive, showing no signs of stopping. It seemed she had made up her mind to continue her verbal assault. Just as she was about to continue her mental attack, she opened her mouth, but the next words got stuck in her throat because in the corner of the room, a previously empty space truly manifested a huge black stone door. The door was 3 meters high, made of black basalt, intricately carved with mysterious patterns. Between the door seams, countless thick bloods slowly dripped down, as if the door was holding back an unfathomable hell. Just as recorded on the Strange Tales forum, it was indeed the blood gate. Gao Jr., you truly are a descendant of the talisman burners. What a skill. Zhou Tianding praised sincerely, although he initially had the intention to watch a joke. His praise at this moment was genuine. Having a talisman burner as a companion would likely increase the chances of success for this trip to Japan. Even Tang Tianxiang, crouching on the side, lightly clapped his hands. Xiaoling lay in bed, although she couldn't understand what they were saying. She saw Gao Shen use a little trick to reveal the invisible door that had troubled her for 2 days and nights. Liang Shui's face turned red. Then, she thought of a countermeasure. Being able to reveal this strange tale shows that Gao Jr. is indeed a descendant of the talisman burners. But how do you plan to handle this door? After all, seeing the strange event is just the first step. Dealing with it is the ultimate goal. Gao Jr. wouldn't only know this one trick, right? Gao Shen couldn't be bothered to respond to the noisy woman. The next moment, he casually picked up a fruit knife from the fruit plate and, amidst the gasps of the crowd, cut open his wrist, letting the blood flow down. He turned to look at Xiaoling on the sickbed and said flatly, resolving this strange event is quite simple. Since the blood gate must choose someone to enter, then I will be the one to go in. He let his blood flow onto the door. The blood followed the ancient and complex patterns as if it had come to life, quickly spreading and flowing out. The black and red door surface appeared inexplicably eerie. The blood contract began. As the blood flowed over most of the door frame, Gao Shen began to feel a bit dizzy. This amount of blood should be enough. At that moment, he heard a soft voice coming from behind the black blood door. Is that you, Gao Shen? Can you open this door? Mommy is in so much pain, trapped in this place. You've finally come to save Mommy, right, child? Chapter 15, The Blood Gate. 6. The cure. The voice was identical to his mother's. If it weren't for the current situation, Gao Shen would definitely think that the person behind the door was his family, and he would have opened the door unguarded. Ever since that incident 2 years ago, she had been locked in the Huainan Road Psychiatric Hospital, receiving treatment. Gao Shen knew very well that the voice behind the door was just mimicking his mother. To lure the chosen one to open the door, the blood gate could achieve such a level of deception. It was truly unbelievable. On another level, it also indicated that the blood contract transfer ritual had been completely successful. The person the blood gate wanted to open the door had shifted from the bedridden Xiaoling to Gao Shen. Just as Gao Shen turned around to inform them of this news, another familiar voice came from behind the door. This time, it made Gao Shen's whole body feel as if it had been electrocuted. Gao Shen, I think I just heard your voice. Are you outside the door? Where's this? It's so dark. I woke up and found myself trapped here. Can someone please open the door? My head hurts so much, I can't remember anything. What happened? Why am I locked here? Mom went to the kitchen to get a knife. I'm so scared. Brother, please come and save me. Open the door. The familiar voice from behind the door could not be mistaken. It was indeed his sister, Gao Shen. He knew very well that Gao Shen had died 2 years ago, killed by their mother who had succumbed to her illness. However, the voice was so familiar, as if his sister was truly trapped behind the door. His rational mind told him to ignore it, but his emotions began to ache faintly. Gao Shen, I can hear you outside. Why don't you open the door? Don't leave me, please, okay? The voice from behind the door was unmistakably his sister's, filled with panic and helpless tremors that didn't sound like an act. She began to desperately pound on the blood gate, as if she were completely frantic, afraid that Gao Shen outside would leave her. Just then, a sudden slap pulled Gao Shen back into reality. Zhou Tianding's slap was so forceful that it nearly spun Gao Shen like a top, causing him to crash against the wall and stagger back several steps. His head buzzed, and he nearly lost a tooth from the impact. I'm sorry. I thought you were confused by the ghost tales, so I had no choice but to resort to this, Zhou Tianding said, trying to laugh while wiping the blood off his hands. Gao Shen, don't be angry. This is for your own good. Gao Shen leaned against the wall, struggling to stand up. It was hard to say whether this bastard was really trying to save him or just taking revenge. However, if it weren't for that slap, it was uncertain whether he would have really opened the door under the whispers. This door really had something. It could target the weakest points in each person's heart and conduct specific temptations. It didn't continue to pressure like it did with Xia Ling, a normal person, but transformed into his loved ones. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Zhou Yaji walked in first, followed by a balding man in his 60s. With a serious expression and wearing a tight-fitting shirt. He must be the mental health expert from Beiping City. As soon as he entered, he frowned at the sight of so many people in Xiaoling's room. Why are so many people in the room? Don't you know this is detrimental to the patient's recovery? He ordered the irrelevant personnel to leave immediately. Zhou Yaji then noticed that Gao Shen had arrived. From the ashes of talismans on the floor, it was evident that the exorcism ritual had just been completed. She immediately tried to smooth things over with a smile. Director Yang, this is the young geomancer I mentioned. He has a knack for exorcising evil spirits. Director Yang glanced at Gao Shen, curling his lip in disdain. He had seen too many quacks like this. Once wealthy people contracted some terminal illness and science could do nothing, they began to seek gods and Buddhas, believing in all sorts of nonsense, giving these frauds a living. Let's first check the blood to see the patient's physical condition. If it's serious, we need to send her to the hospital for an 4 and a head scan. He walked past Gao Shen without even looking at him. Facing the disdain, Gao Shen didn't care. The other party simply couldn't understand this real world. He had already obtained what he needed from the blood gate, and Xiaoling's illness had been cured, so staying behind was meaningless. He stepped forward toward the door. Behind him, Xiaoling felt significantly lighter after losing the blood gate. The black door that had been oozing blood in the corner vanished without a trace, and the oppressive pressure that had been weighing on her for days disappeared in an instant. Mom, that black door that was tormenting me has disappeared. I don't have a mental illness at all, nor do I need any experts or doctors to prescribe me medication or hospitalization. The person you should be most grateful to is Gao Shen. He just volunteered to take my place as the target of the black door to save me. Seeing Gao Shen turn to leave, she panicked, jumping off the bed barefoot, wanting to chase after him and stop him. Several maids who had come in quickly stepped forward to block the recovering young lady. Zhou Yaji also grasped Xiaoling's hand, earnestly advising, all right, I know. Gao Shen must have helped you a lot. I've seen that too. Listen to your mother. Let Director Yang do a thorough check first. Once your health is restored, you can thank him in person. Upon hearing the young girl's words, Director Yang's expression soured even more. What black door? Superstitious nonsense. She suffers from mild hallucinations. It seems her illness has progressed quite seriously. The room descended into chaos. Liang Shui quietly moved closer to Zhou Tianding, whispering in a tone only he could hear. It really is a talisman burner. If he cooperates on this trip to Dongying, combined with the relics left by the teacher, your plan might really succeed. Zhou Tianding's expression fluctuated. No one knew what he was thinking. I investigated the private detective of it Hanako in Dongying, and another one has died. It seems this matter is far more complicated than we imagined. Qi Zhongrong underestimated her. Gao Shen is very important to us. We must get him involved, even if we have to beg. We can't pin all our hopes on that object left by the teacher. If that object were truly omnipotent, the teacher wouldn't have died in the clock tower. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gao Shen anymore. After leaving the Roman manor, upon returning home, Gao Shen found that the blood-colored black door was faintly appearing in the corner of his rented room. Wherever he went, it followed. Until the day he opened that big door. Behind the black door, his mother's voice came and went, then it switched to the voice of his deceased father. And soon the three members of the family appeared simultaneously behind the door, pounding on it, pleading with Gao Shen outside to let them out. The cries for help from behind the door gradually became frantic after a long period of silence. His father scolded him for being unfilial, and his sister wept, complaining about his coldness and indifference, seeing her suffer in hell while remaining unmoved. The thick, sticky blood beneath the black door flowed out more and more, as if it would drown the entire room. Gao Shen knew very well that all of this was merely an illusion. There was no blood, no cries for help. All that remained was the endless malice of ghost tales. The blood gate seemed unable to open itself. It had to lure a human to open it for it. The victim can do nothing but choose to ignore it. It has no way to deal with itself. The only people it can scare are ordinary people like Xiaoling, who have never encountered a ghost story. For Gao Shen, it is just like having an extra decoration at home, nothing more. In the following days, Gao Shen went to school, studied, and returned home as usual. No matter where he appeared, the blood door would surely follow nearby, constantly crying out for him to open it. This situation lasted for several days, and the blood door seemed to realize its ineffectiveness. The cries of his parents and sister behind the door quieted down. However, thinking that the blood door had given up would be a huge mistake. On the morning of the third day, the voice behind the blood-stained door changed to a seductive, yet completely unfamiliar female voice. Gao Shen, you are indeed very clever. You can see at a glance that there are no deceased relatives behind the door. Those imitated voices are merely to deceive you into opening the door. But I can guarantee you one thing. As long as you open this door, I have the ability to resurrect them. This guarantee is absolutely true. I am definitely not lying. In fact, many chosen people around the world have wished for the resurrection of their deceased relatives from me, and I have ultimately fulfilled their wishes. The door seemed to be bargaining with him, not just a simple imitation of the relatives in his memory. This proposal sounded somewhat more reliable than before. However, Gao Shen still couldn't be bothered to respond. Who knows if it would keep its promise once the door was opened? At that moment, it would be completely out of his control. Gao Shen simply lay on his bed and put on headphones, isolating himself from everything outside. In the afternoon, he unexpectedly received an email from Zhou Tianding. He didn't know how Zhou had obtained his email address, but in it, he informed him of two things. Xiaoling's condition had improved significantly, and she would return to school tomorrow. Zhou Yaji was very grateful for his feng shui skills and would personally come to thank him. Director Yang from Beiping City found no issues with Xiaoling and left in disappointment. The second thing was about the pale-faced woman in the photo. He had asked his connections in Japan and obtained more detailed information in Tottori Prefecture. However, the complexity of this pale-faced woman far exceeded their expectations. The trip to Japan might not be as simple as just eliminating a ghost story. Zhou Tianding did not directly explain the origin of the pale-faced woman, but attached several documents to the email. It would probably take several hours to thoroughly read these materials. Gao Shen was still very interested in the origin of the woman in the photo. He clicked to decompress the files, while waiting for the extraction to finish. He walked to the bathroom to wash his face and wake up a bit. Accidentally glancing at the corner, he found that the blood door, which had always been there, had disappeared without a trace. Did it realize that its temptations were completely ineffective and voluntarily give up? Although he felt a bit surprised, Gao Shen didn't think much of it. As long as he ignored it, anything it said was just an illusion. Turning back, he pushed open the bathroom door with force. Gao Shen suddenly realized that the plastic door felt significantly heavier than usual. Chapter 16. The Blood Door, 7. The world behind the door. The moment he pushed open the bathroom door, the feel told him something was wrong. But it was already too late. A strong smell of blood wafted from the world behind the door. Opening it meant opening it. Even if it was just a crack, it counted as opened, and everything was irreversible. On the forum, Old Wang's words rang in his ears again. Anyone targeted by the blood door will eventually open this door. No one can escape. The blood door had disguised itself as the bathroom door. Gao Shen's attention was entirely on the blood door that had disappeared in the corner, completely unaware that the real door had appeared right in front of him. Even if he had a reaction time of only 0.01 seconds, it was already too late. When he read supernatural novels in the past, the ghosts in the stories seemed like mechanical beings lacking aesthetic, only following fixed killing procedures. Once the patterns were understood, they could be easily resolved. However, the ghost stories he encountered in reality were cunning and terrifyingly smart, giving him a continuous illusion of opposing humanity. The door was opened, its purpose achieved. Next, he would be forced to enter that terrifying world behind the door. With things reaching this point, there was no turning back. Instead, Gao Shen felt a sense of exhilaration in taking the plunge. He could finally satisfy his curiosity about where the blood door connected, making it select humans from all over the world for so many years. Enduring the stench of decay and blood, Gao Shen boldly stepped into the dark door. To his surprise, what lay behind the door was not a hell filled with mountains of corpses, nor was it heaven. Instead, it was an ordinary, abandoned school classroom. Rusty desks, a weathered blackboard, broken windows, and a playground overgrown with weeds sparkled in the golden light of the setting sun. This was Mingda Middle School, his former alma mater, class 3 of his senior year, where he had spent the most unforgettable 3 years. It seemed that the Mingda Middle School in the world behind the door had been completely abandoned for over a decade, with no one around. However, what could the blood door possibly want by tricking him into coming to his old school? The purpose of the ghost story was indeed beyond the comprehension of normal humans. With a creaking sound, stepping on the already shaky wooden floor, Gao Shen explored deeper into the classroom. Only then did he notice that the entire classroom was not empty. In the last row sat an elderly man. Rather than a living person, he looked more like a living corpse. His withered, aged face was covered with deep cracks, and the exposed arms and neck clearly showed the shape of bones. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Gao Shen might have thought he was just a skeleton. What truly felt strange to him was that the old man was not dressed in normal clothing, but was wrapped in a rough piece of white cloth, covering half of his body tightly like a cocoon, as if his skin were afraid of sunlight. The white cloth was stained with thick blood. The smell of blood that Gao Shen had noticed when he first entered the classroom came from this mysterious old man. Behind the old man, a black spiked spear leaned casually against the wall, rusty on its 3 points and 2 edges. Fortunately, you finally opened the door. I have been waiting for you behind the door for a long time. If you had opened it a little later, I might not have been able to hold on. The old man said, his murky gaze turned towards him, slowly speaking. His voice was rough and strange, as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Gao Shen did not respond, merely observing the other person quietly. Could it possibly be another trap from the blood door? For some reason, the longer he looked at the old man's appearance, the more he felt he had seen this man somewhere before. His terrifying image was both unfamiliar and familiar. Sensing Gao Shen's doubts, the old man smiled and explained, "This is not the world the blood door originally wanted to take you to. The moment you opened the door, you were about to step into hell. I paid a great price to bring you here, thwarting the original plan of that ghost story." He laughed, looking even worse than when he cried. "Your meaning is that the bathroom door I opened has turned into the blood gate, and the world that the blood gate leads to has been altered by you. Rounded up, it equals that I did not open the blood gate?" Gao Shen finally spoke up and asked. The old man nodded, tacitly agreeing with Gao Shen's words. "So, who are you, and what is your purpose in bringing me here? Are you a strange tale or a human?" Looking at the other party's eerie and terrifying appearance, 7 parts like a ghost and 3 parts barely maintaining human form, Gao Shen asked again. Regardless, someone who can change the rules of strange tales is definitely not an ordinary person. If the other party harbors malice towards him, then today he would probably have no chance of survival. The old man's gaze fell on him. At that moment, the other party's expression was very complex, filled with appreciation, jealousy, envy, and regret, mixed with various emotions that were indescribable. "I come from the future, 50 years from now. In our time, human civilization has been completely destroyed by the rampant strange tales. Countries, governments, and cities have become mere shadows of their former selves. With only a handful of people hiding in shelters, barely surviving, it is only a matter of time before humanity faces extinction. Over these 50 years, I have experienced countless strange tale events, contained numerous forbidden objects, and learned many secrets of this world, standing at a height unattainable by ordinary people. Even I have paid an unimaginable price, using this special moment when the strange tale opens the door to connect different times and spaces, just to see the beautiful world from 50 years ago. In just a few words, the amount of information contained is overwhelming." The old man deliberately paused to give Gao Shen time to digest it. Gao Shen stood in place. This man comes from 50 years in the future? In the future world, Human civilization has been swallowed by the wave of strange tales. A wave of information hit him, leaving him overwhelmed. He had never thought that after opening the Bloodgate, he would face such a scene. But all of this is just the old man's monologue. There is no substantial evidence. This is very likely another trap of a strange tale. Regardless, it is better to maintain a conversation with him for now. If he is indeed a strange tale, then there will surely be flaws exposed in the dialogue. I know what you want to ask me. You will first ask what happened 50 years later and what should be done to avoid our future. Unfortunately, I cannot answer these questions. The old man spoke again, slowly saying, if I knew the answer, I would never let my era be destroyed. In these 50 years, despite our generation experiencing countless efforts and struggles, we could only watch more and more strange tales awaken globally until they exceeded my limits. Although it is unfair to make you bear such a heavy future so early, I do not have much time left in this space-time. Every word I say next, you must remember deeply. Gao Shen did not speak. He was repeatedly pondering the deeper meaning of the old man's words, searching for flaws. This Bloodgate, while extremely dangerous, also harbors powerful forces. If you can harness this power, perhaps it can make that desperate future slightly better. Unfortunately, in the previous time, it was Xia Ling who opened the Black Gate. Her will and wisdom are beyond your comparison. This mismatch is a disaster, both for her and for all of humanity. Therefore, I secretly intervened, slightly interfering with your era. The result is good. In the end, the person chosen by the Bloodgate became you, Gao Shen. You are the only variable of this era. The old man's expression became serious as he solemnly warned, right now, your power is still too weak. It is not the day to open the door. If you are allowed to walk in directly, there is a high probability you will die behind the door. So after you were deceived by the Bloodgate to open the door for the first time, I intervened again, temporarily pulling you into my world, delaying the opening time. The old man's tone was very emotional, but Gao Shen could not easily trust him. Strange tales can create various illusions, mimicking human speech. One could easily be led astray if not careful. If you truly come from the future, then you must know many things that have not yet happened. For example, what was the final outcome of the strange face incident? Gao Shen asked tentatively. In our time, you rejected Zhou Tianding's invitation. And the time of the white-faced woman's restart exceeded everyone's imagination. The curse erupted in Shanghai City, directly leading to the death of 5 million people. And the indirect losses are incalculable. Countless people were forced into complete despair, becoming homeless. This place turned into a dead city. The old man presented the darkest future in the calmest tone. Strangely, with every word he uttered, his already frail face grew increasingly ancient, and black, thick blood began to flow from his eyes and nostrils, with even thin worms wriggling within. It was as if an invisible force was preventing him from revealing more information. The old man's expression was exceptionally pained. You see, time travel is inherently against the natural order. For every bit of future information I divulge, because it disrupts the causal lines of the two worlds, I will suffer terrible backlash. Fortunately, the question you want to ask me is, compared to the darker future, just a trivial matter. I can still bear this backlash. Please forgive me. I cannot tell you more specific details. Otherwise, in the next moment, this broken body of mine might turn into blood mist and be directly erased. The old man's mention of 5 million deaths and the fall of a city was surprisingly assessed by him as not a big deal. One can imagine how terrifying the future he experienced is. Gao Shen did not completely relax his vigilance. If you disclose more detailed future information, what will erase you? He suspected in his heart whether the so-called future mentioned by the old man was truly the real future or just his fabrication. The reason he stopped inquiring further was that the more one speaks, the more dawn breaks. The old man said lightly, who knows? The way of heaven, causality. Laws of the material universe, time-space management agency, call it whatever you like. Reversing time and space is to go against heaven, which is originally not permitted. But it doesn't matter. I have experienced countless attempts at time travel. This is the last time, and it has finally succeeded. Meeting you. I can die with my eyes closed. Gao Shen's gaze fell on the long spear behind the old man. From the moment he saw the old man, he had been pondering where this sense of familiarity came from. At that moment, he finally understood. This old man from 50 years in the future is none other than himself. Chapter 17 Bloodgate 8. Dialogue of the Era. You are the future me. 50 years later, you have experienced countless strange tale events, and your strength and experience have grown at a terrifying speed, ultimately approaching the maximum level of divine equipment. Yet you still failed to save your era. Gao Shen silently observed, wondering how many hellish events his future self had endured. Looking at the old man in his current state, he had already been corroded by time and strange tales beyond recognition. Even having reached this level, was it still impossible to change everything? The old man showed a relieved expression. Human beings ultimately cannot triumph over heaven. Many things I have experienced, you will inevitably experience again, and then you will understand how desperate this world is. In fact, I know that even if I were to do it all over again, nothing would change. Sometimes I wonder, if I could go back 50 years and let the current you know some future events, would it be too cruel? The old man, whose skeletal face has aged to the extreme, begins to shed the little remaining skin and is further deteriorating. His time in this era has entered a countdown. This space-time is desperately rejecting him. Rather than letting me tell you directly what will happen in the future, it would be better for you to experience it yourself. The bittersweetness of life cannot be understood by those who haven't gone through it. Even if I told you now, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. The profound one did not inquire about more directions regarding the future, even though he had many questions in his heart. What exactly is the Strange Tales Forum? How was the strange face incident ultimately resolved? What is connected behind the blood gate? Those things that can be spoken of, the future profound one has already said. Those that cannot be spoken of will be erased by the laws of time and space the moment he utters them. Asking is pointless. Oh, right, there's a small matter. Asking about this should not lead to his erasure. What do you think it takes for me to be qualified to open the blood gate? When it is time to open it, then open the blood gate. The old man gave a vague answer. When is that time? If you can't answer, just say so. There's no need for riddles. Trust me, when that time comes, you will definitely know. Telling you directly now would be of no benefit to you. It would only harm you. The old man slowly extended his nearly skeletal hand and, with great effort, tore off the blood-stained white cloth covering his body. By the way, this can be given to you. Due to its uniqueness, it is the only item that can be left in different time and space. It will not be erased. As the cloth was removed, the smell of blood and decay in the air increased tenfold. The profound one couldn't help but take a step back, nearly unable to bear it. After the cloth was taken off, seeing the old man's body, even the profound one felt a slight stir of fear. It was a body resembling that of a zombie. Most of the skin had rotted away, some flesh completely decayed, revealing the grotesque skeleton beneath. At the same time, within his body were sealed countless strange tales, with a child's vengeful face growing from his chest, a pale invisible left hand draped over his shoulder, and a gigantic centipede-like creature wandering beneath his skin, with dense yellow talismans plastered over his heart, seemingly suppressing something beneath it. This is the body that suppressed an era. This is the cost paid to seal the strange tales of an era. He has completely burned out. He has given everything for his world. All these years, living with this inhuman body, he must be so tired. The old man, using his last bit of strength, handed the blood-stained white cloth to his younger self. This sacred object, we call it the Shroud of Jesus. Its ability is to allow the user to resurrect 7 times after death. Unfortunately, in my time, I have already used it 5 times, leaving only 2 uses left. The profound one took the shroud, letting it fall to the ground. The moment the cloth was handed over, the last glimmer of light in the old man's eyes vanished. His head, which had been held high until now, drooped down, and the light of life in his eyes was rapidly fading. Please leave. I want to die here alone. Quietly and with dignity. This school has buried my youth. All these years, I have been running around, never having a moment to spare. In the last moment before death, returning to the original place of everything, I truly have no regrets. The profound one held the Shroud of Jesus. Behind him, the original world connected by the blood gate was still waiting for him. He turned his head and looked at the old man's figure, lying in his seat as if liberated. The moment he crossed the threshold, the profound one seemed to remember something. Strictly speaking, you are not the future me, and I am not the past you. We are in parallel worlds, 2 completely independent universes. Perhaps we are both called the Profound One, sharing similar personalities and having undergone many repeated adventures. However, there is still a slight difference that determines the independence and difference between you and me. His gaze fell on the black, 3-pointed, 2-edged spear behind the old man. Just like how, 50 years ago, the profession you chose to become was a soul keeper. In this time and space, I, acting entirely on my own heart, chose to be a talisman burner. These seemingly inconsequential small differences accumulate to quietly change the future of my era. The old man said softly, "Little brat, What exactly do you want to say? The profound one replied indifferently. What you failed to accomplish back then, I will definitely achieve for you. I will expel all the strange tales of this era, leaving none behind, so that tragedies do not repeat and all the monsters in the human world are swept away. The old man began to cough violently, producing a laugh that was more unpleasant than crying. Just a mere mortal, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, really dares to boast. His voice sounded like regret, yet also like relief. Unfortunately, I will not see that day. The last remaining glimmer of light in the old man's eyes completely vanished. Under the glow of the sunset outside the window, he fell into a deep sleep, like a child worn out from gym class. Hiding in the last row of the classroom, taking a sweet nap amidst the boring hypnotic sounds of an English class. The profound one did not disturb him and walked out of the blood gate, also closing the door. Back in the bathroom of his rental apartment, he crossed two eras, feeling as if he had traveled through time. Even now, he still maintained his doubts about whether that old man sitting in the classroom was truly himself from a desperate future or the embodiment of a strange tale. However, it was also a fact that the other person's appearance had saved his life, regardless of whether the future spoken of by the other was true. The words he spoke before stepping through the blood gate were sincere. He should carefully keep the shroud entrusted to him. Try not to use it casually, lest he fall into another curse. The profound one glanced at the corner of the wall, where the remnants of the blood gate had returned. No soft whispers were coming from behind the door anymore, and the blood that had been continuously flowing from the crack beneath the door had also vanished without a trace. After this failure, the blood gate seemed to have completely wilted, as if it had truly given up. It seemed to be waiting for a day when he would voluntarily open the door and step inside. Additionally, from the old man's mouth, he learned about a trivial matter happening in the future. If the white-faced woman is not completely exorcised, the curse that erupts could directly destroy the city of Shanghai. Faced with the invitation from Zhou Tianding for a trip to Japan, the profound one had originally hesitated. However, if what the old man said is true, then he only had one choice left. After wiping his face in the bathroom, he returned to bed. The profound one sent Zhou Tianding an email. It contained only a short sentence. When do we depart? The compressed file sent by Zhou Tianding had already been fully extracted, and the documents contained all the information he currently had about the woman Hanako Inada, as well as a bizarre story. Number 98432. White Face Incident. File name. The life of Hanako Ida was born in 2006 in Tottori Prefecture, Japan. As the poorest prefecture in Japan, she had a violent worker father and a weak, incompetent mother, and two deceased older sisters. Hanako's life seemed cursed. Growing up, she was bullied for her ugly appearance. With pale skin and a face 3 times larger than an average person's, she earned the nickname Ghost Girl at school, often ignored by teachers and bullied by classmates, and even faced unreasonable beatings from her drunken father at home. At the age of 15, a wave of interest in superpowers swept through Japan, and Hanako Ida welcomed a day that would change her fate. When a television crew visited the poorest prefecture in Japan, she volunteered, claiming to have superpowers since childhood. Catching the crew's attention, under the watch of dozens of cameras, Hanako displayed her incredible abilities, bending spoons with her mind, freezing water instantly, and calming frightened little animals. The episode garnered high ratings nationwide. Hanako became a celebrity at school, no longer mocked for her looks, receiving autograph requests from younger students and being called a little star by teachers. At home, her father showed a rare kind side, as she brought in money from the show, and he stopped beating her for a while. However, this warm time was short-lived. As the show gained more attention, some magicians and scholars began analyzing the footage frame by frame, revealing that this so-called superpower girl had no real abilities. Her performances were merely basic magic tricks or simple physics experiments designed to deceive viewers. Despite Hanako's insistence that she truly possessed superpowers, her reputation continued to decline. With more people labeling her a fraud, the show stopped featuring her. No one at school sought her autograph, and even at home, she received anonymous letters calling her a shameless fraud who deceived the emotions of the national audience. Her father reverted to his old ways, coming home drunk and beating her, angrily accusing her of being a little liar. Unable to endure any longer, Hanako chose her last resort. She called the television station, willing to record a special program to demonstrate her superpowers again, but this time in front of all the experts, scholars, and magicians who doubted her. And she would accept any scrutiny unconditionally. She proposed a nationwide live broadcast to prove that her superpowers were genuine. Chapter 18 Hanako's story. The file ends here. File 2 Unfortunately, this nationwide live broadcast ended in Hanako's complete failure. She had no superpowers at all. In the hypnosis act and card-guessing segments, she failed repeatedly. During the spoon-bending segment, she was caught bending the spoon with her hand, clearly recorded by the cameras, displaying her various humiliations to the national audience. Her cleverness in participating in this live broadcast only solidified her reputation as a fraud, leaving her with no room for defense. Hanako was a fraud, and an exceptionally foolish one at that. Despite having no superpowers, she dared to invite so many experts and viewers to expose her cheating in front of everyone. Letters of abuse poured in from across the country, like snowflakes, to Hanako's hometown. Even her mother and brother couldn't hold their heads up, facing ridicule wherever they went. Residents of Tottori saw Hanako's father once tie her to a telephone pole in the middle of the night, beating her with a belt while forcing her to vow never to lie again. Even when faced with public scorn, Hanako, bruised and battered, maintained an eerie silence, gritting her teeth and refusing to admit she was a liar. After that program, she stopped attending school, likely out of fear of facing even harsher ridicule and bullying from her classmates. After some time, Hanako sent another letter to the television station. In the letter, she shamelessly begged for one last chance to do a second nationwide live broadcast. However, by then, the interest in superpowers in Japan had waned, and similar programs were receiving low ratings, with few producers willing to take them on. Moreover, Hanako was just a fraud. This fact had become an established conclusion, and no one would be foolish enough to fall for her tricks again. At the end of the article, there were numerous photographs. Hanako's old home in Tottori, letters she had written, a drunken man, suspected to be her father, and Hanako sitting among a crowd at the television station, undergoing scrutiny from adults while trying to demonstrate her superpowers. At this point, the story was interrupted again. The writer of this document seemed to deliberately cut the entire story into several pieces, making it impossible to read it all at once. Gao Shen knew this was because Hanako's curse had escalated. Anyone who knew of her existence would be possessed. This was also to prevent ordinary readers from becoming embroiled in the incident. File 3. Still Hanako's story, but now 5 years later, with poor grades. Hanako barely graduated from her high school. Given her academic performance and family situation, she couldn't afford to attend any university. Over 5 years, most people had forgotten the nationwide live broadcast incident. In 2021, while working at a sushi restaurant, Hanako returned home and cried to her father about being sexually assaulted by the owner, Matsumoto Kanzuya, after work. Her cries did not elicit sympathy from her father. Instead, she received another beating. The reason was simple. With her ugly appearance, her father did not believe any man would be interested in her. He insisted that this little liar had come up with a new way to attract attention after her failure in the live broadcast years ago. The result was that the owner compensated Hanako's family, and they settled privately. However, as a result, Hanako faced criticism from her neighbors. People were more willing to believe that the owner had compromised to protect his small shop's reputation. The compensation did not reach Hanako. Her father squandered it on drinking and gambling. Because of this assault case, no shop in Tottori would hire her. Hanako became like a plague, with no one willing to associate with her. In the first half of 2023, Hanako's mother passed away from overwork. The only person in the world who cared for her was gone. In the second half of 2023, Hanako's father, drunk, lay in the snow on the roadside. And when found, he had already frozen to death. In mid-2024, a passerby complained about the unbearable smell coming from Hanako's home. When the police visited, they found Hanako had hanged herself alone in the house. The corpse had already decomposed significantly, having been dead for over a month. Strangely, many witnesses in the area testified that she was often seen picking up leftovers from garbage piles during the month she had been dead. There was a time conflict. Additionally, just before her death, Hanako used her last bit of change to buy an old camera and took a frontal photograph of herself. This became the source of the initial curse photo online. Hanako's story should end here. Due to the highly repressive social structure in Japan, a large number of ordinary people commit suicide every year. Cases like Hanako Ida barely make a ripple and are quickly closed by the police. If it weren't for the strange circulation of her photo online, which triggered a curse event, no one in this world would remember the name Hanako Ida. From the information currently available, this is a very cliché Japanese horror story. The deceased, burdened with great grievances and regrets in life, transforms into a terrifying, vengeful spirit after death. But is this really the truth? After Hanako Ida's death, she returned as a ghost story, killing countless people who saw her photo. Strangely, Matsumoto Kanzuya, the sushi shop owner suspected of being involved in Hanako's death, is still living well and has not faced any revenge. What does she want to do? How many more people does she need to kill to be satisfied? This remains a mystery. After reading Hanako's story, Gao Shen felt even more confused. In the email attachment, there is also an investigation report titled The House of Psychics. Although he had never heard of this name before, the fact that it is mentioned alongside the cursed face incident suggests that there must be some degree of connection between the two. He clicked to open it. The headquarters of this group is located in Tottori Prefecture. It initially started as a group of bored high school students collecting various strange stories related to psychic abilities. Later, it is said that a real psychic named Sato Hideaki joined, and the original members were gradually driven away, transforming the club from a group of ordinary enthusiasts into a real house of psychics. There is clear evidence that Hanako Ida was once a member of the House of Psychics and had close contact with the president, Sato Hideaki. Whether it was participating in variety shows or that live broadcast accident, it is possible that it was all arranged by Sato Hideaki. Notably, after Hanako Ida's suicide, the House of Psychics immediately vanished, as if they had evaporated from the world, and no one knew their whereabouts anymore. What role did this group play in this incident? And what really happened to Hanako back then? Only those involved would know. The report ends here. Regarding the House of Psychics, Document 2 states that according to the latest investigation records, before Hanako Ida, the House of Psychics had searched for many children claiming to have psychic abilities, most of whom were reclusive, unattractive, and not accepted by mainstream society. However, most of these children went missing, and it seems that only Hanako Ida remained in the records, causing a certain stir nationwide, despite her final fate being that of a ghost story. After that failed live broadcast, Sato Hideaki was seen at Hanako's doorstep, shouting strange things that puzzled neighbors and passers-by, and was chased away by Hanako's father, who had returned home drunk. Why did Hanako Ida turn into a ghost story after her death? The House of Psychics might know something. The next focus of investigation should be on this mysterious House of Psychics. If we can uncover what they did to Hanako back then, we should be able to put an end to the cursed face incident. In the compressed file, there is one last document. Document 3. The conclusion of the investigation report. The first sentence at the beginning surprised Gao Shen. All investigations regarding the House of Psychics have been forcibly terminated. Currently, for batches of private detectives involved in this incident have all died under mysterious circumstances. No detective agency in Japan is willing to take on this commission. Chapter 19. The House of Psychics, Part 1. This is the entire report on the House of Psychics in Tottori Prefecture. The investigation report has reached a standstill because too many private detectives responsible for this case have died. This so-called House of Psychics is like a terrifying abyss. Anyone who tries to see through it will be dragged in. It's obvious that this thing must be hiding some secrets. As for whether it is connected to Hanako's transformation into a ghost story after her death, further evidence is needed. Gao Shen opened the ghost story forum on his phone and typed in the 6 characters of the House of Psychics. There were no search results. Undeterred, he tried several similar keywords. If the House of Psychics really triggered a ghost story event, it would definitely be included. The search results still showed nothing. Other files that popped up were quickly ruled out as irrelevant to this incident. It seems that all information regarding this strange organization is zero so far. There is only one way now. That is for Gao Shen and the others to personally go to Japan, Tottori Prefecture. What? With less than half a year until the college entrance examination, you're telling me you want to take time off to travel to Japan for a week? Lao Feng's voice was loud. Outside the director's office, half the floor heard his angry and bewildered roar. Gao Shen, have you lost your mind? I always thought you were a sensible child. Gao Shen remained calm. The matter of the pale-faced woman cannot be delayed any longer. According to the prophecy from 50 years later, if left unchecked, much of the business district will be destroyed. Compared to the lives of millions, including my own, a college entrance examination score can be deprioritized. Moreover, looking directly into Lao Feng's furious eyes, Gao Shen said, "It's no big deal. It's just a week of classes to be missed. I can catch up when I return. Just a few days of classes won't affect my chances of getting into Zhenduan University." Is this the confidence of a study god? The 2 girls nearby, who were organizing test papers, quietly covered their mouths. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Lao Feng finally slumped down, shaking his head. Honestly, I really can't understand why you have to choose this time to travel to Japan. But I believe you must have some unspoken reasons that you're unwilling to share. Your student status will still be retained by our institution. I hope you handle your personal matters well this week and come back quickly. All of us teachers are waiting for you. After leaving Lao Feng's office and heading to his classroom, Gao Shen prepared to pack the textbooks in his drawer to take home. Whether he can return alive from Japan is still a question. If he dies abroad, the books left behind will become the belongings of the deceased. That would not reflect well on the school. He has a good relationship with the teachers here and does not want to bring bad luck to the repeating institution. Once he entered the classroom, other students turned to look at him with somewhat strange expressions. What is going on? What happened? Feeling a bit uneasy under their gaze, Gao Shen hurried through the aisle, wanting to pack his things and leave. Just then, pushed by two girls, Xiaoling walked up to Gao Shen with a flushed face. Today, she was rarely dressed in plain school uniform, and her hair had been washed back to long black straight. Gao Shenji, good morning. It was evident that after the Bloodgate incident had been removed, Xiaoling's health had improved well. It's good that you're okay. Your uncle's car is waiting outside for me. I'll talk to you again when I have time. Gao Shen packed the last book into his backpack and prepared to leave. Zhou Tianding's car was already parked in the nearby shopping mall parking lot. The flight to Japan was scheduled to take off tonight, and he did not have the mood to talk to Xiaoling more. Where are you going? Let me finish my words. Is it that difficult? Xiaoling said without hesitation, pushing the door to prevent Gao Shen from leaving. She took out a crumpled paper rose and offered it with both hands to Gao Shen, saying, "Thank you for helping me that day. So, how about dating me in the days to come?" Many students in the classroom began to cheer. Gao Shen finally understood why others had looked at him with such strange expressions when he first entered the classroom. Is this her way of repaying him? He had merely replaced her as the target of the Bloodgate, intending to use it to seal the upcoming white-faced woman, without any special feelings for Xiaoling. It seemed she had misunderstood something that day. To Gao Shen, Xiaoling had always been just an ordinary classmate, regardless of how long her legs were or how big her villa was. Gao Shen did not take the folded paper rose. He originally wanted to clarify things directly, but seeing Xiaoling's fervent gaze, he gradually cooled down, and a hint of plea and fear began to show in his eyes. The students inside and outside the classroom who had been cheering also fell silent. Gao Shen changed his mind. The likelihood of surviving the upcoming trip to Japan was slim. Since he probably wouldn't return anyway, why leave others with bad memories before he left? He figured he might as well make her a bit happier before he died. He stretched out his hand and took the small paper rose. Let's be together when I come back from Japan, if you haven't changed your mind by then. The onlooking students enthusiastically applauded. In their witness, a pair of lovers came together. Xiaoling's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Gao Shen. Until someone behind her pushed her, she exclaimed and fell into Gao Shen's arms. Gao Shen gently embraced her soft body, the scent of the girl filling his nostrils. Xiaoling buried her head in his embrace, too shy to lift her head to look at Gao Shen. As they held each other tightly, time was almost up. Gao Shen gently pushed Xiaoling away and said softly, "I have to go now." With his backpack on his back, he strode toward the blinding sunlight outside. Outside the school gate, a Porsche was already waiting. Zhou Tianding rolled down the window, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and turned to look at Gao Shen walking from the teaching building. "What took you so long?" Liang Shui in the back seat felt uncomfortable the moment she saw Gao Shen's face. After all, if he hadn't gone to find Professor Li at the Transportation University that day, the three of them wouldn't have been involved in the strange face incident at all. Gao Shen ignored the sharp-tongued woman, directly opened the car door, and tossed his backpack inside. Zhou Tianding's driving skills were steady, and with a press of the accelerator, they smoothly drove out of the parking lot, in stark contrast to Qi Jingrong's earlier display. His mood seemed good today as he casually asked, "I just saw the students on your floor making a fuss. It seemed like some girl was confessing." "Gao, you were watching the fun too, right?" Gao Shen turned to look at the scenery outside the window, pretending not to hear. He couldn't just say, "Your sister's daughter has become my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianding probably felt like tearing himself apart. The small paper rose Xiaoling had given him was still in his hand, still warm from the girl's touch. Zhou Tianding didn't ask any further questions. The trivial antics among middle school students were insignificant compared to what they were about to discuss. From this moment on, every step would be like walking on thin ice. A slight misstep could lead to immediate death. Regarding the white-faced woman, you all must have read the report on Inada Hanako during her lifetime. One Inada Hanako is already troublesome enough, But this matter also involves that strange organization of superhumans, which multiplies the complexity of the issue by a dozen times. Zhou Tianding retracted his earlier relaxed demeanor, his tone becoming stern. Based on numerous research reports, the likelihood of some mentally powerful superhumans turning into urban legends after death is indeed several times that of ordinary people. Perhaps it's because their mental powers were too strong, or for some other reason, they can't rest even after death. Whether Inada Hanako was a superhuman is unclear. However, she did indeed become an urban legend after her death. And this matter is closely related to that organization of superhumans. After arriving in Tottori Prefecture, the worst-case scenario we have to face, apart from dealing with the urban legend that Inada Hanako has become, is this bizarre organization formed by superhumans. Tang Tianxiang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, seemingly to mask his nervousness. One Inada Hanako is already difficult to deal with, and we also have to consider the superhuman organization. This trip to Tottori Prefecture looks like a path to self-destruction. Brother Zhou, I feel like it might be better to just stay in Shanghai City and bet on the chance that Inada Hanako won't resurrect. The probability of the ones killed by Qi Jingrong's old hag restarting is very low. We need to trust the power of the food hag. Perhaps, in another era, their group was persuaded for various reasons to cancel the trip to Japan. The final outcome would be the fall of Shanghai City. However, this time, Zhou Tianding, who was driving, did not look back and decisively refused. No, we must deal with this. I have a premonition that this white-faced woman cannot be killed. If she is not completely exorcised, she will definitely come back. You don't have to worry too much. When the teacher died, all his life's work was left behind. Our only task is to find the source of the urban legend. The subsequent matters can be left to that thing, although it can only be used once. One time is enough. The specific nature of the thing Professor Lee left behind was not mentioned among the three in the car. Clearly, they still had some wariness towards Gao Shen and did not consider him one of their own. Gao Shen didn't mind. He hadn't regarded Zhou Tianding and the others as reliable comrades either. He had already prepared his backup plan, the Bloodgate. Gao Shen had always had a lingering question, which he finally voiced now. Senior Zhou, do you remember when we first met? You said Professor Lee was invited by a relevant department to resolve the clock tower incident, right? Since there is a specific department responsible for dealing with urban legends, why have you never considered seeking their help? Chapter 20. The Superhuman Organization. 2. Professor Kanishi Zhou Tianding was silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to answer Gao Shen's question. After a while, he finally spoke. This relevant department is called the Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department, an organization that spans 3 continents and has a significant influence in various fields, even at the highest levels of government in different countries. You might have misunderstood and thought of them as the police of the urban legend world, who would respond to a call. In fact, the sole purpose of the Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department is to eliminate any existence that poses a threat to human civilization, whether in the material or spiritual realm. Gao Shen had certainly heard of this name. The user known as Old Wong from the Exorcist team on the Urban Legend Forum was the 003RD employee of the Countermeasures Department. In their time, the Countermeasures Department wasn't called by that name yet. But why was Zhou Tianding so wary of them, willing to risk his life to go to Japan personally, yet refusing to contact this specialized department? That didn't align with his character of seeking stability. In his eyes, the existence of the Countermeasures Department is even more terrifying than the white-faced woman. Zhou Tianding only spoke this sentence and then fell silent again. Driving the car without further explanation, Gao Shen repeatedly pondered the deep meaning of this sentence. He quickly understood. What you mean is that any threat to the human race, whether it's a monster or humanity itself, is a target for the Countermeasures Department's extermination. You're right, Zhou Tianding replied absently while driving. In fact, this is a trolley problem. Can human life be measured in value? Who can better represent the objects saved by the Anomaly Department, fewer people or more people? When the Countermeasures Department was first established, it was often jokingly referred to as the Monster Fire Brigade because their approach was similar to firefighting, trying to save as many people as possible while minimizing property loss. However, they soon realized that this approach was wrong. Level monster incidents continued to erupt, and the number of citizens dying skyrocketed. Humanity, in the face of monsters, is like a small boat in a stormy sea, until all the founders of the Countermeasures Department died one by one. The new minister took office and immediately adopted iron-fisted measures, adjusting the entire organization's purpose. The trolley problem. Gao Shen understood. What you mean is that they began to give up thinking about the trolley problem. Tang Tianxiang's smoking addiction kicked in, and he reached for his lighter in his pocket, but was immediately stopped by Liang Shue's stern gaze. She turned back, replacing Zhou Tianding, and continued. The purpose of the countermeasures department has been changed by the new minister to human supremacy. In other words, under this banner, their actions have no bottom line. As long as they can stop the spread of harmful events, any action taken by the countermeasures department is permitted both legally and practically. Liang Shui stopped speaking at this point. But that was enough. Gao Shen certainly understood what she wanted to express. For example, in this strange face incident, if he were a member of the countermeasures department, how would he handle it? Find a way to make the white-faced woman crash. Go to Tottori Prefecture to deal with the source of the monster? These methods are too slow. Perhaps, before dealing with the strange face incident, its curse would have erupted in Shanghai City. What is the simplest and most brutal solution? Directly execute all those infected by the monster. The final result might be the death of tens of thousands, but compared to the future result causing 5 million deaths, it is still worthwhile. From a macro perspective, the countermeasures department is right. Lao Wang in the Monster Forum had to admit that in his time, level incidents were rampant, and they simply couldn't handle them. And after his death, the new minister did better than their generation. But from a micro perspective, from the standpoint of an ordinary person caught up in a monster incident, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to save more people on another track? If Zhou Tianding had chosen to report to the countermeasures department back then, perhaps these infected individuals would have already been dealt with by them. Liang Shui suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if she thought of something amusing. I heard that fool Qi Jingrong is still investigating the clock tower. Not long ago, news came that he had contacted the countermeasures department to apply to be part of the next exploration team entering the clock tower. No one who gets too close to the countermeasures department ends up well. I also advised the teacher this way back then. If the teacher had listened to me, he should still be enjoying his old age at home now. Tang Tianxiang also laughed. A madman finds another group of madmen. Isn't that a perfect match? Gao Shen did not speak. They knew nothing about what kind of life Qi Jingrong had experienced, including in the end. He took the initiative to choose to drop out of Jiaodong University to protect his teacher and fellow students. After entering the airport, the car began to slow down significantly. Their flight was about an hour away from arrival. Tottori Prefecture is a small place without an airport. So, we will first go to Osaka Airport and stay overnight at the Caesar Hotel there. I have arranged all the itinerary. At the Caesar Hotel, we can meet with Professor Konishi and listen to his opinions on this incident. Then, we will drive to Hanako's hometown, the starting point of everything. Professor Konishi? In the waiting room, Tang Tianxiang finally got to smoke one. Upon hearing the name Professor Konishi, he raised his head, clearly having heard this name before. He was a close friend of the teacher during his lifetime. This person is also an expert in folklore from the University of Tokyo, and he had provided many useful suggestions to the teacher in previous monster incidents. I always thought he had died a year ago. It seems I remembered wrong. He just moved to Osaka. Zhou Tianding said, That's right. It's this Professor Konishi. He has also been following the strange face incident, and we have discussed it quite a bit before. I believe that after we meet, he will provide us with new ideas. Then, the itinerary for entering Tottori Prefecture. Our first stop is to interview Matsumoto Kanzuya, the owner of the sushi shop where Ida Hanako once worked. Matsumoto Kanzuya is the one who once bullied Ida Hanako. Is he still alive? Hearing Zhou Tianding's arrangement, Tang Tianxiang's expression grew even more surprised. After Ida Hanako returned as a monster, even the house of supernatural ability disappeared without a trace. She always thought that Matsumoto Kanzuya, who had harmed Hanako, would naturally be avenged by the vengeful spirit and die. This indicates that the reason for Hanako becoming a monster might not be for revenge, but has other hidden circumstances. Zhou Tianding calmly analyzed. Only after talking to Matsumoto Kanzuya can we know what exactly happened back then. Perhaps the situation is different from what we think. Hanako's return has other hidden reasons, not merely for revenge. The second stop after Matsumoto Kanzuya is Hanako's old house. She lived there for 22 years and hanged herself after her parents died. That house has become a dilapidated building, untouched to this day. The last stop is the building known as the Black Tower, where the House of Supernatural Abilities Club is located. All the detectives who have been there have met untimely deaths. It is also the most dangerous stop. Hearing that name, everyone present felt a slight chill. Undoubtedly, the last stop is also the most dangerous one. Previously, when Zhou Tianding was remotely directing in the country, Several private detectives sent to investigate had mysteriously died after arriving here, either by suicide or untimely death. This made it so that no agency in the entire country dared to accept their commissions. Now we can only hope to uncover the truth of the matter at the other destinations in Tottori Prefecture, trying to avoid going to the House of Supernatural Ability. On March 30th, 2025, in the afternoon, the flight arrived in Japan. In a private room at the Caesar Hotel, a silver-haired man dressed in a black suit, with meticulously combed hair, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Zhou Tianding and the others enter, he bowed slightly and spoke a lengthy passage in Japanese. Liang Shui translated it sentence by sentence. This is Professor Konishi. He said that he has just learned about the death of teacher Li Yishan and is deeply saddened. In addition, regarding the strange face incident, it has been rampant in Japan for about half a year. The Japanese government has been unwilling to acknowledge this, and various media have strictly blocked coverage, hoping to delay the past in this way. If there is anything that can help us, Professor Kobayashi said he would be honored to assist. The reason the Japanese government wants to block information is simple. The means of spreading the news about the white-faced woman is idealistic. The fewer people who know of her existence, the slower the spread will be. However, on the other hand, it indicates that the Japanese government is also at a loss. Having dragged it out to this point, they are completely powerless to address it. They can only rely on playing dead. Zhou Tianding looked directly into Professor Kobayashi's eyes and said, I'm more interested in the House of Supernatural Beings. Haruko Ida was once a member of theirs, but after her death, they all disappeared without a trace and have not appeared in any records since. I have a vague premonition that their disappearance must be related to Haruko. If we find their whereabouts, we might glimpse what happened face to face. The deaths of so many detectives also indicate that there is something that doesn't want us to know. He asked Professor Kobayashi if he had any leads on this matter. Liang Shui translated Zhou Tianding's words. Professor Kobayashi tilted his ear, indicating he was listening intently. When the House of Supernatural Beings was mentioned, Professor Kobayashi noticeably raised his head and glanced at Zhou Tianding. Soon after, he began to speak rapidly. Liang Shui translated. Professor Kobayashi said he knows the fate of the House of Supernatural Beings. A month after Haruko's suicide, all 18 members of the group collectively hanged themselves on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower where they commonly stayed. Chapter 21. House of Supernatural Beings. 3. 18 people collectively hanged themselves? Was the death of all members of the House of Supernatural Beings due to Haruko Ida? What exactly did this group do initially, that Haruko became a legend and even spared Matsumoto Kanzuya, yet had to kill them? Professor Kobayashi continued, according to his investigation. The House of Supernatural Beings spent years searching across Japan for children like Haruko Ida, who were born with supernatural abilities. They previously contacted about 80 children, none of whom met the requirements and were all abandoned. It's worth mentioning that these children with supernatural abilities were all ugly and reclusive girls. Shortly after coming into contact with the House of Supernatural Beings, they either mysteriously disappeared or died in accidents. In short, none had a good ending. Everyone knows what happened next. The House of Supernatural Beings encountered Haruko Ida, and so far, she was the most satisfactory one for them. Professor Kobayashi paused here, and Gao Shen noticed an obvious issue. He asked, so, Haruko Ida really had supernatural powers, and wasn't he just a boastful fraud? But why did she voluntarily participate in the show to prove her innocence, only to ultimately fail? In response to Gao Shen's question, Kobayashi gave a strange answer. Haruko was indeed a supernatural being. This old man reviewed her previous shows and can attest that they were not merely magic tricks. All of her abilities disappeared overnight just before the show. It was as if someone had stolen them. According to Kobayashi's explanation, the subsequent abnormal events all made sense. Haruko truly wanted to prove her innocence through the show, but on that day, she suddenly lost her abilities, which instead solidified her reputation as a fraud during the live broadcast. What happened back then to take away the abilities that rightfully belonged to her? Kobayashi didn't know either, but he had a vague suspicion. There is a noteworthy rumor that has yet to be confirmed, but it is also related to the House of Supernatural Beings. Shortly after Haruko completely lost her supernatural powers, all members of the House of Supernatural Beings, those 18 people, had their own supernatural abilities enhanced to an unprecedented degree. Those who could originally move chairs could now move bicycles. Those who had telepathy could instantly grasp the foreign language of the person they were conversing with. And those who could only possess inanimate objects could now possess living people. Zhou Tianding tentatively asked. Do you mean that those 18 people somehow devoured Haruko Ida's supernatural powers? Professor Kobayashi nodded. There is that possibility. None of the children who previously contacted the House of Supernatural Beings had a good end. In a sense, this group is also known as the House of Calamity. Although Haruko briefly received their help, her ultimate fate could not be an exception. From the timeline, shortly after losing her supernatural powers, a series of tragedies befell Haruko. First, she was sexually harassed by the restaurant manager while working at a sushi shop. Then, she was accused of slandering by the villagers. Just as life seemed to return to normal, her parents died one after another. To explain it all as mere coincidence would be a stretch. All of this built up resentment in her heart, ultimately leading to her suicide. It's hard to say that these events are unrelated to the House of Supernatural Beings. When this old man was reviewing the documents, he even suspected that Haruko Ida's death was, from the beginning, within their plan. This time, Liang Shui couldn't help but ask, do you think the outcome for the House of Supernatural Beings was a miscalculation? After driving Haruko Ida to death, they never expected that she would become the most vicious urban legend of the island and come back to seek revenge. If they could do it all over again, those 18 people would surely regret their actions. Professor Kobayashi shook his head, seemingly dismissive of Liang Shui's comments. When did this old man ever say that the collective suicide of the 18 members of the House of Supernatural Beings was Haruko's revenge? You should have studied the victims of the ghost face incident. The corpses were horrific, and it was nearly impossible to discern that they had once been complete human forms. This is the style of murder associated with urban legends, which typically does not change. The 18 members of the House of Supernatural Beings chose to hang themselves voluntarily. There is no relation to Haruko. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock, and even Gao Shen frowned. They had originally thought they could gain some insights from Professor Kobayashi, but instead, his words made the entire situation even more mysterious. Why did they choose to commit suicide after forcing Haruko to death? If none of this was the doing of an urban legend, then the voluntary hanging of 18 living people on the same day was even more chilling than an ordinary urban legend incident. Zhou Tianding humbly asked, Professor Kobayashi, you are an expert in folklore. Why do you think these 18 people did this? Since the culprit behind her failure to prove herself has already died, who summoned Haruko Ida back? Facing this question, Professor Kobayashi appeared very troubled. If he knew the answer, Haruko's curse wouldn't have wreaked havoc for so long. He remained silent for a long time, finally answering shamefully, this old man is too foolish to guess. If your teacher, Professor Li Yishan, were here, perhaps he could uncover the clues behind the events. He sighed heavily. Everyone present knew what Professor Kobayashi was lamenting. Professor Li Yishan would never return. The only way to unravel the mysteries they now faced was to rely on themselves. The old man looked at Zhou Tianding with a meaningful gaze and asked, is that thing from Professor Li's laboratory still there? Although he didn't directly mention the name of the item, Zhou Tianding understood and replied, it's still here. I brought it along on this trip to Japan. Professor Xiaoxi nodded, that's good. Remember, that thing can only be used once. If you want to survive, you must seize this opportunity. Zhou Tianding replied, I understand. Professor Xiaoxi took a sip of tea and slowly said, there's another matter that I'm quite concerned about. Regarding the bell tower incident that Professor Li Yishan handled before his death, do any of you students of his plan to take over? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianding and the others looked somewhat awkward. The reason the three of them were willing to travel all the way to Japan to deal with the strange face incident was that they were already entangled in it. The bell tower incident had nothing to do with Zhou Tianding, and its danger level was even greater than that of the strange face incident, so naturally, they were unwilling to take it on. However, being asked so directly forced him to admit that he had no intention of avenging his teacher. Zhou Tianding felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing his expression, Professor Xiaoxi seemed to understand the outcome. He put down his teacup and said nothing. Suddenly, Gao Shen casually remarked, you might as well tell him that a former student of Li Yishan, Qi Jingrong, who was expelled, is already preparing to enter the bell tower. Liang Shui shot him a fierce glare and did not translate this for Professor Xiaoxi. This would force her to admit that their entire group combined couldn't match an expelled student like Qi Jingrong. Wouldn't this make them a laughingstock in front of the Japanese? That rotten woman. Gao Shen turned directly to Professor Xiaoxi and, word by word, awkwardly said in broken Japanese, Li Yishan at that time expelled one student, Qi Jingrong, preparing to enter the bell tower. Professor Xiaoxi clearly understood this sentence, and his previously dull expression lit up. repeating Seguichi 3 times in succession. Liang Shue's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Gao Shen, unable to comprehend how this high schooler could speak Japanese. He had been pretending all this time. In fact, Gao Shen had just watched a lot of anime and knew a little bit of Japanese. If he said any more, he would be exposed. After a simple meal, Professor Xiaoxi politely declined Zhou Tianding's invitation to stay and took a taxi away from the Caesar Hotel. From his hurried departure, it was clear that Professor Xiaoxi was also reluctant to get involved in this incident. The horror level of the strange face incident had already made everyone who understood the inside story keep their distance. If not for the sake of his old friend Li Yishan, Professor Xiaoxi wouldn't have accepted the invitation to be here. In the end, he still had to go to Tottori Prefecture in person tomorrow to face Hanako-ide. That's it for today. Get to bed early. I've booked a car. We have to get up early tomorrow. Zhou Tianding tossed a few room cards to the others and, without saying a word, walked into the elevator. Gao Shen's room was 301. After entering his assigned room and lying on the bed, he couldn't shake off Professor Xiaoxi's words and voice from his mind. Hanako-ide's return was not for revenge. The deaths of the 18 members of the psychic family were not caused by the strange talk, but were voluntary. Attempting to investigate Hanako-ide's past yielded nothing. Instead, all the detectives investigating the psychic family mysteriously died. There must be a huge secret hidden between the two. This secret concerns the lives of the 4 of them. If they can't uncover it, this trip to Tottori Prefecture might be their last. Amidst the fog, Gao Shen vaguely felt that there was a dim light ahead. However, that light was too faint, and he couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Gao Shen opened the Strange Talk forum, intending to send a private message to psychologist Li Wide and exorcist team leader Old Wang. He typed many words, but ultimately deleted everything. Lying on the bed, allowing his thoughts to drift aimlessly, he unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, he found himself no longer in the 3-star single room of the Caesar Hotel, but in a familiar place. This was a mental hospital. Chapter 22, The Psychic Family, Part 4. Tottori Prefecture. Gao Shen certainly knew where this was. The starting point of all nightmares. Ah Shen, you have to believe me. Mom didn't kill your sister. She was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, gripping the iron bars tightly, and screaming at the top of her lungs towards him. The despair and anguish in her voice drew the attention of other patients in the hospital. Be honest. It's time to go back to your room and take your medicine. 2 security guards, dressed very tightly, grabbed his mother's shoulders from behind and began to drag her down the hallway. Gao Shen stood at the doorway in a daze, watching his mother's back. At the last moment before she was pulled around the corner, his mother unleashed a tremendous strength, forcefully pushing away the 2 security guards who were taller than her. Turning around and running toward him, disheveled. From now on, you will be the only one left at home. You must be careful. They will come to find you. Those imposters disguised as your sister, your father, and even me. They have set their sights on you and will do anything. You must remember, humans only have 2 eyes. You must remember. The doctors who arrived quickly subdued his mother behind the iron bars and injected her with a tranquilizer. Watching the scene unfold before him, Gao Shen could only silently observe, his expression numb. He was now experiencing a lucid dream. He knew that everything in front of him was a dream woven from his memories. However, his mother's almost mad warnings from 2 years ago seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. That day, was his mother really insane? If there really are strange tales, vengeful spirits, and curses in this world, why is there no such thing as an imposter? Gao Shen didn't know. The deeper one delves into this world, the more chilling it becomes. Perhaps after this trip to Japan, he could return alive to Shanghai City and visit his mother in the mental hospital once more. It had been a long time since he last saw her. He wondered how she was doing in the hospital, whether her mental health had improved. Of course, the premise was that he could still return alive. The night was still young. What is this little Japanese muttering about? Early the next morning, Gao Shen and the others were awakened by the hotel's early rising service. And a special vehicle was waiting for them at the hotel entrance. The Tottori Prefecture area was too poor, lacking an airport or train station, requiring an 8-hour bus ride to reach. Zhou Tianding had originally booked a dedicated vehicle, but unexpectedly, when he handed over the address for Tottori Prefecture, the driver from Japan changed his expression drastically, babbling a lot and repeatedly gesturing that he wouldn't go. Liang Shui helplessly translated his words. The driver said Tottori Prefecture is a cursed place, and people there often disappear mysteriously. He would rather refund the money than take us there. Zhou Tianding glanced at the driver, and said to Liang Shui, "You tell him. I can pay double the fare. If you don't go, I will report you to the company. According to the agreement, you will have to compensate us 3 times the fare, and you cannot take other customers for a week." Liang Shui began communicating with the driver again. Upon hearing the word complaint, the driver appeared visibly frightened, his eyes darting around as he spoke to Zhou Tianding, arguing with Liang Shui and seemingly pleading at the same time. Liang Shui sneered, dismissing the driver's proposal. In the end, the driver, like a deflated balloon, slammed his hand on the car roof, opened the door, and got in. He agreed, but made a small request to drop us off near Tottori Prefecture, insisting he would not enter Tottori County. This time, the fare would be completely free. The two sides reached a reluctant agreement, and Gao Shen and the others stopped talking. The 3 of them sat in the back seat, while Zhou Tianding sat in the front passenger seat. The strange reaction of the driver gave Gao Shen an ominous feeling. It seemed that there were already some problems in Tottori County before Inada Hanako turned into a urban legend. Tang Tianxiang subconsciously took out a cigarette case from his pocket, wanting to smoke a cigarette. However, Liang Shui beside him coughed heavily twice, and he reluctantly put it down. The car quickly drove out of Osaka's asphalt concrete road, and the surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate. The sky today seemed to darken faster than usual. After the sun set, the golden sunset quickly disappeared, and the distant horizon darkened. "Brother Xiang, can you sense anything?" Zhou Tianding asked without looking up, his eyes on the documents. Tang Tianxiang had a sensitive constitution and could sense if an urban legend was approaching. In the past, when Professor Li dealt with urban legends, his ability had helped them avoid many dangers. "Something seems to be approaching rapidly. I can't say exactly what it is. It might also be because we are heading towards Tottori County." Tang Tianxiang sniffed. He hadn't had a cigarette for several hours and felt quite uncomfortable. The car began to shake violently as they had already left Osaka and were on a steep mountain road. Zhou Tianding looked at the map in his hands. Frowning, "What is approaching should be Inada Hanako. We have arrived at her hometown. This woman has woken up early. Brother Xiang, get your things ready in your bag. If something unexpected happens, we will need them here." Tang Tianxiang carried the mysterious relic left by Professor Li Yishan on his back. Gao Shen sat by the window, looking out at the scenery without saying a word. He also sensed something unusual, but couldn't articulate the feeling and needed to observe further. In his pocket, he had several talismans for visibility and invisibility. He had made these overnight based on the formula from the talisman burner right before heading to Japan. These items might save his life during the upcoming trip to Tottori County. "My scalp." The driver, who had been silent for several hours, suddenly blurted this out. "What the hell is this guy mumbling about?" Tang Tianxiang impatiently asked Liang Shui beside him. Having gone without a cigarette for so long, he was in a bad mood. Liang Shui's face showed a hint of oddness as she translated. He said his scalp is very itchy. One of the driver's hands was still on the steering wheel while the other moved to grasp the back of his head. At first, his movements were small, but soon he seemed to realize that this wasn't enough to relieve the itch, and he increased his force. White flakes of skin began to fall from his head, quickly turning blood red. This driver was scratching his head until it was bruised and battered, clearly beyond the limit of what a normal person could endure. Yet he seemed oblivious, his nails digging in harder. "My scalp! My scalp!" The driver began to convulse, both hands leaving the steering wheel, gripping his scalp as if he wanted to tear it off entirely. Without the driver's control, the car started to lose control on the mountain road, rushing toward the impenetrable darkness ahead. "Hey, what the hell is going on? Calm down, you idiot." Even a fool could see that something was wrong with this driver. Inside the swaying vehicle, Liang Shui was terrified, her face pale, as she screamed. Gao Shen and Tang Tianxiang struggled to hold down the driver, who was bleeding profusely from half his scalp, while Zhou Tianding reached out to seize control of the steering wheel. After some effort, he managed to regain some control, preventing the car from plunging off a cliff. "What the hell is going on?" Zhou Tianding slapped the driver hard across the face, seeming to bring him back to some awareness. "I don't know what happened. My scalp suddenly itches badly," the driver gasped, trying to explain. Looking at his battered scalp, large patches of skin had been torn off, revealing a horrifying scratch that extended to his neck, oozing beads of blood. It was hard to believe that such deep wounds had been self-inflicted. "Liang Shui, find something to bandage his wounds," Zhou Tianding ordered coldly. Although he wasn't sure what the driver was experiencing, they were still about half an hour away from Tottori County, and they needed him to stay safe. Liang Shui took a roll of gauze from her bag and handed it to him, intending to give him a simple bandage. However, When she leaned in close to examine his wound and saw what was growing beneath the skin, she suddenly let out a piercing scream and fell back into her seat. Don't panic, what's wrong? I saw. The pale-faced woman is inside the driver's head. When she uttered this, the atmosphere inside the car changed dramatically. The driver's entire scalp appeared to tear apart, splitting to the sides along the wound. The old skin broke open, and a new head emerged. From his scalp emerged a new face, one that Gao Shen recognized all too well. It was the face of the pale-faced woman, Inada Hanako. No wonder the driver had been repeatedly saying his scalp was itchy. It turned out that the pale-faced woman had parasitized inside his head, and the time had come for her to emerge. Now that the pale-faced woman had come out, the scalp was no longer itchy, as it had split open like a ripe watermelon. The narrow car, which had already been cramped with 5 people, now had the pale-faced woman emerging from the headless corpse of the driver, leaving everyone with no escape, forced to watch her up close. A strong smell of decay filled the vehicle, nearly making them nauseous. The pale-faced woman slowly turned her head, her neck making a cracking sound, her soulless eyes silently staring at Gao Shen. She seemed particularly interested in him. Quick-witted, Gao Shen reached for the invisibility talisman in his pocket. This urban legend was about to kill. If he didn't use the talisman now, when would he? In a split second, Zhou Tianding, sitting next to the pale-faced woman, decisively drew a handgun from his coat, skillfully disengaged the safety, and pressed it against her temple, pulling the trigger repeatedly. If this had been a human, their head would have been shattered by now. But against this inhuman entity, would firearms even work? Gao Shen hadn't yet lit the invisibility talisman because he had noticed something. This problem might be trickier than the dead woman in front of them. The whole car, losing control of the driver and Zhou Tianding, crashed directly into the guardrail at the next turn, sending the 4 of them and 1 corpse straight towards the cliff. Chapter 23. Home of the Superpowered. 5. Car accident. The entire car began to roll down the steep slope, the world inside the cabin upside down. The airbags deployed, and Gao Shen desperately clutched onto anything he could to prevent himself from being thrown out by gravity. He could hear Liang Shui's screams, but soon the screams faded away. In the chaos, his head struck something heavy, leaving his mind blank. This feeling of weightlessness lasted an unknown amount of time. It was only when the car crashed heavily into a thick, slanted tree, accompanied by a tremendous roar, that it barely stopped its descent. After a long while, Gao Shen woke from the buzzing confusion, regaining a bit of consciousness. His whole body was in excruciating pain. Even moving a finger or turning his head was impossible. Was that dead woman still in the cabin? Gao Shen didn't know. He was almost in a paralyzed state. If the pale-faced woman appeared before him now, he wouldn't be able to do anything but watch as she killed him. Time passed slowly, and only the evening wind howled outside. It seemed that the dead woman had left. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. She had crawled out from the driver's head and disappeared into thin air after overturning the car. This was truly a stroke of luck. The tsunami-like tearing pain in his body was slowly receding, and Gao Shen found that he had regained a little control over his body. A male voice came from the front seat. Is anyone still alive? It was Zhou Tianding's voice. Although Zhou Tianding was a scoundrel, he was still relatively likable compared to the dead woman. The fact that he was still alive was a pleasant surprise. Gao Shen weakly replied, "Good driving skills, Senior Zhou." As he spoke, blood from his forehead flowed into his mouth, salty and nauseating. Check if the 2 people next to you are still breathing, Zhou Tianding instructed after a moment of silence. It was clear that he was also badly injured. "I'm still alive," came Liang Shui's voice, right next to him. But Tang Tianxiang was in bad shape, his face covered in blood, and he had not yet woken up. "Tianding, is that dead woman who killed the driver still there? Check for me. I'm so scared." Her voice had lost its usual arrogance, and even carried a hint of sobbing. There was a moment of silence in the front. Then faint sounds could be heard. Clearly, Zhou Tianding was stuck in the airbag and was struggling to turn around to check the situation in the driver's seat. Zhou Tianding's voice came back, tinged with confusion, followed by a long sigh of relief. "It's a bit strange. I clearly saw the dead woman crawl out from his scalp before I shot at her. But now, it seems that the head has turned back into the driver, just with 3 bullet holes in it. The driver is dead. I shot him 3 times in the head, and there are no signs of life." After a moment of thought, he understood the cause of the situation. "I was tricked. That dead woman used some illusion to make me kill the driver. The driver was actually a normal person, and the scalp splitting we saw was an illusion." Sure enough, strange things started happening after getting close to Tottori Prefecture. But the dead woman waking up so quickly after being killed by the food fairy is a bit too fast, isn't it? Gao Shen, is that urban legend getting lazy? Gao Shen slowly turned his body, trying to slow the blood flow from his forehead. In fact, at the moment the dead woman crawled out from the driver's scalp, he had also doubted that this was just an illusion created by the urban legend. If he could do it all over again, his best course of action would have been to use the manifestation talisman first to determine whether what he saw was an illusion or reality. But on the other hand, at the brink of life and death, there wasn't enough time for him to think carefully. If the dead woman really crawled out from the driver's scalp, he would have been dead 7 or 8 times over by the time he burned the talisman. It was because the dead woman had not fully rebooted that she orchestrated this car accident. In response to Zhou Tianding's question, Gao Shen replied, if the dead woman's power is fully restored, and she can break out from the scalp of a living person, why doesn't she just appear and kill us directly instead of going through such a roundabout way? Sensing that we were heading towards Tottori Prefecture, she panicked and wanted to stop us, but she didn't have the ability to do so. She could only retreat and create an illusion. Tottori Prefecture must be hiding some secret, a secret that threatens the existence of the urban legend. Zhou Tianding in the front remained silent. Even if the dead woman hadn't rebooted yet, the abilities she displayed were already terrifying enough. If that big tree hadn't blocked them on the slope, they might have been completely wiped out. As time passed, the dead woman's complete return was only a matter of time. Next time, it probably wouldn't be an illusion. She would directly strike and slowly kill them all. Suddenly, Liang Shue's astonished voice came. The fat guy seems to be dead. Fat guy, don't scare me. Fat guy? Fat guy, say something. Tang Tianxiang leaned against the airbag, eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Beneath him, there was a pool of blood, and it was unclear where he had been pierced by a sharp object. Upon closer inspection, his lips were pale, clearly devoid of life. Liang Shui reached out, trying to shake Tang Tianxiang awake. But no matter how hard she tried, Tang Tianxiang remained completely still. Gao Shen regained some strength, slowly unbuckled his seatbelt, and with difficulty, climbed out of the car. He didn't expect that the one with the supernatural constitution, Tang Tianxiang, would be the first to die, without his warning. The journey ahead would surely be even more difficult. The view at the edge of the cliff was particularly stunning. If it weren't for the dead woman's pursuit, he would have loved to appreciate the scenery here. The driver was dead, and the car was overturned. Fortunately, it was less than 10 kilometers to Tottori Prefecture. It wasn't impossible to walk there on sheer willpower. Just then, a weak voice came from the back seat. Don't shake me, I'm not dead yet. The voice sounded a bit strange, not like the usual Tang Tianxiang, probably because he had just woken up. Liang Shui was overjoyed, hardly believing her eyes. She tightly covered her mouth, trying not to cry. Even Gao Shen turned his head in surprise to look at Tang Tianxiang. This guy had lost so much blood. His lips completely devoid of color, yet he could still be shaken awake by Liang Shui. This fat guy's vitality was too strong. Since everyone is awake, let us not waste time here. Let us go directly. In this desolate wilderness, who knows if they will encounter Ida Hanako again? No matter how dangerous Tottori Prefecture is, at least it's a place where people live. We need to get there as soon as possible. Zhou Tianding had already climbed out of the wrecked car, impatiently urging them on. He showed no emotional fluctuation regarding Tang Tianxiang's death and revival. The four of them limped along the relatively flat path, moving forward. The body of the driver who had been shot and the wrecked car were just left abandoned. Gao Shen glanced back and noticed that a pack of cigarettes had fallen under the car's tire. Just now, when Tang Tianxiang got out of the car, he brushed against something that knocked his cigarette box out of his pocket. Hey, your cigarette box is over there. Gao Shen pointed to the discarded box and indicated. Tang Tianxiang slowly turned his head to look in the direction Gao Shen was pointing. His expression was very indifferent. If it's dropped, it's dropped. Time is limited, so I won't waste time going back to get it. Zhou Tianding and Liang Shui, who were walking ahead, did not notice this scene. Gao Shen seemed to ponder for a moment. After thinking it over, he ultimately said nothing and caught up with the main group. Matsumoto Kanzuya woke up especially early today. Although the sushi shop wasn't open yet and no customers would arrive, he still busied himself, starting to prepare ingredients and utensils in advance. For some reason, his heart kept pounding today, as if it were signaling some ominous portent. Outside the kitchen, the sound of the doorbell ringing announced the arrival of a customer. It was only 5 o'clock, and yet someone had already come in. Matsumoto was still in the back of the kitchen, busy cutting salmon, and weakly called out, "Welcome," until he heard someone walk into the kitchen, and then a dark gun barrel was pressed to his head. Matsumoto slowly raised his head and saw 3 men and 1 woman who had blocked all the exits. The tall man at the front, wearing earrings, was holding a gun and looking at him with a fierce expression. Strangely, even though his life was in danger, Matsumoto felt not a trace of fear, but rather a vague sense of release. He continued to cut the salmon without raising his head, mumbling a sentence. The intruders of the sushi shop were Zhou Tianding and his 3 companions. Liang Shui translated what Matsumoto was mumbling. "You can't be robbers, right? Or are you here because of that incident from 4 years ago?" Since that was the case, Zhou Tianding no longer beat around the bush and directly asked, "Did you ever have sexual relations with Ida Hanako back then?" "Don't worry, we're not the police. And we're not here to reopen that case from 4 years ago. You just need to honestly tell us the truth." Matsumoto Kanzuya did not stop cutting the salmon. He spoke calmly and said a lot of things. Liang Shui translated, "That's right. 4 years ago, I did have sexual relations with Miss Hanako here. For the past 4 years, my conscience has been condemned and punished, day and night, without a moment's rest. I know I am a sinner and have no intention of making excuses for myself. However, the impulse that day was not my original intention. It was a devil that took over my body and manipulated me into committing all these sins. I will never forget that day when 18 strange people entered the sushi shop and said some incomprehensible things to me. Looking back, from that moment on, I began to become abnormal." Hearing this number, Gao Shen immediately became sensitive. 18 is a very sensitive number. 18 people also committed suicide at the house of superpower users. Could it be that the case of Ida Hanako also had something to do with the house of superpower users? With Liang Shui's assistance, Matsumoto continued, "Those 18 people were very interesting. After they came in, they ordered a bit of food and casually chatted with me. One thin, dark-skinned man asked me if I believed in superpowers and if I was interested in them. At that time, I naturally answered honestly that superpowers were all fake. Just like my employee named Ida Hanako, who had once appeared on a show and became a laughingstock after being exposed. If I hadn't kindly taken her in, she probably wouldn't even have had her next meal." The thin, dark man, who called himself Sato Hideaki, laughed dismissively. He said they were from an association called the House of Superpower Users, and the members here were skilled in various incredible abilities, unlike those frauds outside. If I needed, they could show me. Upon hearing this, Gao Shen knew that the people who had contacted Matsumoto back then were indeed from the House of Superpower Users. But how did they use their superpowers to manipulate Matsumoto into such a beastly act? What was their purpose? Matsumoto's story continued. "I once studied abroad in Spain and know a bit of Spanish. Logically, in such a small county, encountering another Japanese person who is proficient in Spanish is a low probability event. However, Sato Hideaki quickly began conversing with me fluently in Spanish. His spoken language was even better than my teacher's, and I was shocked, almost thinking he was a linguist. The other members of the House of Superpower Users saw my stunned expression and immediately burst into laughter. Only then did Sato Hideaki proudly tell me that he didn't actually know any Spanish. The reason he could converse with me was because he was using something called telepathy, directly bypassing the language barrier and communicating with my mind. I was utterly impressed by his superpower. Sato Hideaki seemed to still want more, mysteriously asking if I wanted to see some even more incredible demonstrations of abilities. Just then, Ida Hanako returned from shopping. And upon seeing these 18 people, her expression was a mix of fear and anger as she kept questioning them about how long they intended to entangle her. I could see that Hanako seemed to know these 18 people, and her emotions were about to spiral out of control. So I hurriedly tried to persuade Sato Hideaki to leave. Mr. Sato didn't care at all, simply telling me mysteriously before leaving that a miracle was about to happen. At this point, Matsumoto's expression froze. He looked very pained, as if recalling some bad memories. If you know Miss Hanako, you would know her appearance, somewhat. However, after finishing work that day, I kept hearing a voice in my head calling me to engage with Hanako. It was as if I were controlled by a devil. And the Hanako in my eyes became incredibly beautiful, her charm reaching a level that no man could resist. By the time I realized what I had done, it was already too late. Hanako just silently put on her clothes and left the sushi shop. I spent the entire night in fear. Fortunately, because she was exposed as a fraud on the show, even if she told her parents what happened that day, no one would believe her. Everyone accused her of telling another huge lie. The result was that I paid a large sum of money and obtained Hanako's parents' forgiveness without it escalating to the police. However, even today, I still feel fear and guilt over what happened that day. I am a sinner. This is the event that Matsumoto Kanzuya experienced. Zhou Tianding lowered the gun slightly. Are you sure it was the voice in your head that directed you to commit the crime? Yes, I'm not usually like this. And I have never had any improper thoughts about Hanako before. Given Hanako's appearance, this statement is probably mostly true. What else did those 18 people do to you before they left? Besides showing you telepathy? Zhou Tianding asked this to determine the extent of the abilities of the 18 superpowered individuals. If merely having any contact with them could allow them to manipulate oneself, or even issue a command that led someone else to suicide, that would be troublesome. It is frightening enough that the 18 were so terrifying while alive. If they became urban legends after death, it is unimaginable what level their abilities might reach. Let me think. Matsumoto bit his finger, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he shouted, "Oh right, among the 18 people, there was a short, chubby man who always had a cigarette in his mouth when he entered the store. He also showed me a certain ability. Right in front of me, a salmon that I had already sliced turned back into a lively fish. It was only after I was astonished that he revealed it was just an illusion. At that moment, I was both frightened and in awe of their illusion. I then packaged the salmon into sushi and offered it as a free gift for that man to taste." Zhou Tianding immediately sensed a problem and asked, "Have you eaten that resurrected salmon?" Matsumoto's face showed a painful expression, as if he were recalling an extremely difficult past. "I ate it, and then Hanako came back." "You guessed it right. I now remember that after eating that salmon sushi, that strange voice began to appear in my mind." Upon hearing this, Gao Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the abilities of the 18 had certain conditions for use, at least requiring contact with food items they had contaminated. Otherwise, a mere glance could make others do anything. Anyone who approached them would die silently, making this investigation unnecessary to continue. Zhou Tianding did not let Matsumoto off the hook due to his pain. Instead, he pressed on. "Do you know how Hanako met the 18? "I don't know. She never mentioned it." "After that incident, did you see Hanako again?" "No, but I know she committed suicide 2 years later." "What did she do after her suicide?" "Do you know?" "What? She died, that's it." "What do you mean by what else Hanako did?" "What kind of strange question are you asking?" Matsumoto raised his head and looked at Zhou Tianding with an unusually strange expression. The government's information blockade still had some effect. Ordinary people like Matsumoto, who didn't go online much, were completely unaware of such events happening. Perhaps it was better not to know. If he had known, he might not have lived to this day. Ignoring his question, Zhou Tianding continued to ask, "Have you seen those 18 people again since then?" "No. I only know that they formed a club called the House of Supernatural Beings, which usually operates in a nearby black building. That building is very strange. There are no windows from top to bottom, and there have been incidents of children going missing nearby, which parents have protested about. It has suddenly quieted down in recent years, but I don't know why. Of course it has quieted down, because the 18 people collectively hanged themselves in that building." After asking all the questions, Zhou Tianding turned around to survey the other three. "Do you have any other questions?" Gao Shen remained silent. It was clear that this ordinary person Matsumoto knew nothing about the strange tales and was clueless during the questioning. Suddenly, Tang Tianxiang, who had been silent, spoke up from behind Zhou Tianding. "If those 18 people were standing right in front of you now, would you recognize them?" Before Liang Shui could speak, Matsumoto responded, "It's been 5 years since that incident. I'm not sure if I could recognize them. Perhaps, aside from the leader, Mr. Sato, it would be somewhat difficult to recall the other faces." Zhou Tianding put away his gun. He had asked everything he needed to ask and saw no reason to waste time here. As he looked at Matsumoto's surprised expression, he said, "Wait. Aren't you private detectives? I've confessed everything. Why don't you report it and take me to the police station?" Zhou Tianding walked to the door, paused, and glanced at him sideways. "What you did back then and what kind of legal punishment you should receive has nothing to do with me. If you feel guilty, just turn yourself in." Matsumoto weakly dropped his hands, looking very disappointed. It was evident that over the years, he had felt guilty and hoped to be punished. Yet his character was so weak that he lacked the courage to turn himself in. He could only live in this extreme internal conflict and pain. Gao Shen was the last to walk out of the low sushi shop, and just then, he heard Matsumoto mumbling behind him. "A year ago, someone said the same thing to me." Gao Shen stopped in his tracks. Although he hadn't reached the level of a translator, he still caught the two words, strange and same. Something was off. Gao Shen turned back and walked in front of Matsumoto. "What did you just say?" Matsumoto didn't understand Chinese and just looked at Gao Shen with a confused expression. "What's wrong?" Have you discovered something? Seeing that Gao Shen had not come out of the sushi shop for a long time, Zhou Tianding and the others returned inquiringly. Gao Shen did not say anything else, but repeated Matsumoto's words one by one. Liang Shui translated it. He said, "How strange. A year ago, someone said the same thing to me." Chapter 25, House of Supernatural Beings, Part 7. The mysterious team before them. Others had already come to the sushi shop and started investigating this incident. Like Gao Shen and the others, those people were not concerned about Matsumoto's crab case. Their only interest was Hanako's past. Undoubtedly, they were not from the Japanese government. The Japanese government chose to block the news 2 years ago and had simply given up. Nor could they be from the local police station. With Matsumoto voluntarily confessing, they couldn't just let this criminal go. Who were those people? Under Gao Shen's insistence, Matsumoto had to be interrogated again, trying to recall the appearance and clothing of that group. About 6 or 7 people. They all wore black cloaks. And a strange badge hung on their chest that looked like a snake biting its own tail. They asked me many questions, most of which were about Hanako and those 18 people. They were particularly interested in the 18 superhumans. The leaders were 2 women who left a deep impression on me. One was a short-haired girl with skin so white it seemed to glow, too beautiful to be real. The other woman had a giant black centipede slowly crawling out from her collar while she was talking to me, wrapping around her neck like an apron. Upon reaching this point, Matsumoto swallowed hard, looking visibly shaken, and strangely, her other companions seemed to be oblivious, as if they didn't see the giant centipede at all. After asking me questions, before they left, I inquired if they needed to turn themselves in. A long-haired man turned back and said something similar to what you just said. A black cloak and a badge of a snake biting its tail. Zhou Tianding immediately made a judgment. This is the uniform of the Abnormal Creature Countermeasures Department. It seems they arrived in Tottori Prefecture a year ago to start investigating. As for the girl with the giant centipede around her neck, that's not surprising. The Countermeasures Department handles countless strange tales every year, and some senior members even keep strange tales as pets. But since the Countermeasures Department arrived here before them, why did the strange face incident still occur? Gao Shen asked Zhou Tianding. Could it be that the severity of this strange tale event exceeded their handling capacity, and the Countermeasures Department directly gave up on controlling the situation? This was certainly not good news. If even the Countermeasures Department couldn't handle it, then the strange face incident might be approaching an unsolvable state. Can the 4 of them really rely on what Professor Lee left behind to cope with this? There is a possibility, but the likelihood is not great. Zhou Tianding stroked his chin and replied, when Li Yishan was still alive, as his student, he had personally interacted with the people from the Countermeasures Department and was quite familiar with their style of operation. The Countermeasures Department is known for its relentless vendettas. If they intervened in a strange tale incident and the mission failed, or if even a staff member died, they would face endless and crazy retaliation from the Countermeasures Department. They rarely give up halfway. Just like the Bell Tower incident, the Countermeasures Department had already sent 3 expedition teams into the Bell Tower. The 3rd team even sent an armored division to escort Professor Lee inside, yet they still suffered total annihilation. However, they showed no signs of giving up and had already begun to form a 4th expedition team, which is the one that Qi Zhengrong is currently applying to join. After saying goodbye to Matsumoto and others, the 4 of them left the sushi restaurant. The night in Tottori Prefecture was cold and deep, with no streetlights on the desolate path, and the distant houses looked like graves. I believe the more likely truth is that the Countermeasures Department resolved the strange face incident in Tottori Prefecture back in the day, or at least they believed they did. But what they didn't expect was that the true source of this strange tale was not Ida Hanako, but rather the 18 people from the House of Superhumans behind the scenes. On the path, Zhou Tianding continued to deduce his ideal truth. Have you noticed that there has always been a hidden dark line throughout this incident? Ida Hanako originally had superpowers. Why did she suddenly lose her powers during the live broadcast? It was the 18 superhumans. Why did Matsumoto, the sushi shop owner, suddenly go berserk and forcefully harm Hanako? Again, it was those 18 people operating behind the scenes. In the following 2 years, Hanako experienced being harmed, unemployment, her mother's death, her father's death, and ultimately chose to commit suicide alone at home. Do you really think all of this is just a coincidence? Or is it that all these accidents are being manipulated by the 18 people in the shadows? They stood in front of a long-abandoned old house, and Zhou Tianding voiced his conclusion. They were deliberately accumulating resentment in Hanako's heart, and then they forced her to death, like fattening a pig. saving it for slaughter during the new year. Gao Shen was the first to understand his meaning. Further refining the conclusion, you mean the House of Superhumans is deliberately creating a strange tale? Hanako was originally a superhuman, her mental power stronger than that of ordinary people. And after her death, she was more likely to become a strange tale, coupled with the resentment she accumulated during her life. The impulse to kill was far beyond that of ordinary people. The 18 people understood this from the very beginning. When they first met Hanako, they had already calculated every subsequent step, just to create the most terrifying monster in this island nation. A cold wind swept through the air, sending shivers down the spines of those present. If Gao Shen's conclusion is correct, then the 18 superhumans have indeed succeeded. They created an exceptionally terrifying strange tale, immortal and endlessly spreading. Similarly, why did the countermeasures department fail to control the strange face incident even after intervening a year ago? Because they did not realize that the true instigator was not Hanako at all. Even more puzzling is why the 18 superhumans suddenly committed collective suicide. Perhaps, after seeing Hanako succeed, they also planned to transform themselves into strange tales, a total of 18 strange tales. This is the worst, the absolute worst-case scenario. Gao Shen found it hard to imagine. Would anyone really do such a thing just to actively become a strange tale? It's not like they could ascend by shedding their bodies. Zhou Tianding raised his head and looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, where the lawn in front of the steps had only a bare, thick ancient tree, lifeless. The second-floor windows were covered in dust, some completely shattered, leaving sharp glass shards, clearly indicating that it had long been uninhabited. This was their second destination in Tottori Prefecture, Hanako's former residence. The stone walls covered in ivy were splattered with various words painted in bold, such as fraud, liar, get out of Tottori, and have some shame. Over time, these words had not faded. It is hard to imagine how Hanako felt when she was alone in this house, putting her head into the noose. Since the true culprit may not be Hanako, should we still go in? Or should we wait until dawn when there are more people on the street to come back? I always feel that there is a white-faced woman watching me from behind the window. Among the four, the timid Liang Shui was the first to show her true colors. Her legs trembling slightly, already starting to back down. Zhou Tianding ignored her. Although he was selfish, after following Professor Li for many years, he still had a basic sense of courage and common sense. Wait until dawn. Do you think it will be safe after dawn? What a joke. The safest way to handle this is to resolve it as soon as possible, tonight. He turned on the flashlight on his phone, creaked open the rickety wooden door, and instructed Tang Tianxiang behind him, you can take that thing out now. Although Hanako might not be the creator of the entire incident, she was still the one who committed the killings. Be prepared to exorcise her here. Hearing Zhou Tianding's command, Tang Tianxiang finally took off the backpack he had been carrying and carefully took out a grayish-white, three-dimensional disc from it. This thing turned out to be a circular vacuum cleaner. Gao Shen couldn't help but be taken aback. The four of them had always been mysterious and secretive, unwilling to reveal their secret weapon, yet it was just a vacuum cleaner? Seeing the change in Gao Shen's expression, Zhou Tianding turned around and patted his shoulder, explaining, don't worry, I would never joke with my life. This thing is the last masterpiece of Professor Li Yishan, called the Evil Spirit Vacuum Cleaner. In theory, as long as it is activated, it can use special spiritual particles to create pressure, sucking all the strange tales in a room into it, sealing them into a special bag, and then the vacuum cleaner will automatically explode, destroying both the bag and the evil spirits inside it. This thing can only be used once. Therefore, we must ensure we find the true body of Ida Hanako and resolve her once and for all, rather than using it domestically or in the car. Otherwise, we would only suck in a few of her avatars. Hearing Zhou Tianding's explanation, Gao Shen's expression improved slightly. He still felt a bit uneasy and asked, how effective is this vacuum cleaner? Can it really suck in a strange tale? Sucking in a strange tale? As a student who has witnessed how Li Yishan exorcised evil spirits, Zhou Tianding smiled and said, theoretically, as long as there is enough time, the evil spirit vacuum cleaner can handle even hundreds of strange tales all at once. Of course, this is just theoretical. After all, in practice, it's possible that the moment the vacuum cleaner is turned on, humans might be taken out by the strange tales before it can suck them all in. So, in a way, it's both a godsend and somewhat of a gimmick. Our task is to protect it and complete the cleansing work after finding the true body of that thing, and then this trip to the east will be considered complete. The four of them filed into the first floor of the house, facing the dimly lit furniture and the creaking wooden floor. Zhou Tianding commanded, You all look for any clues about the flower child here. First, turn on the power of the evil spirit vacuum cleaner. Activate the suction function as soon as anything happens. Okay. Tang Tianxiang, who had been silent behind him, obediently acted like a robot. Then, he raised the evil spirit vacuum cleaner high and forcefully smashed it to the ground. Chapter 26. The Home of Superpowered Individuals, Part 8. Tang Tianxiang. With Tang Tianxiang's forceful smash, the evil spirit vacuum cleaner was instantly shattered into pieces. Its shell broken and wires exposed, with various components scattered everywhere. It looked completely destroyed, definitely irreparable. Their only hope of dealing with the pale-faced woman was ruined. Liang Shui stared blankly at this scene, and the next moment, she couldn't help but scream. Why? Why? Tang Tianxiang merely stood there in a daze, saying nothing. Blood slowly oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and in an instant, his face transformed into a terrifying sight, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Clearly, this Tang Tianxiang was no longer a normal person. Liang Shui continued to scream in place, seemingly unable to stop anytime soon. On the side, Gao Shen shook his head helplessly, not understanding why every time he watched a horror movie, there was always a miraculous character who did nothing and could scream from start to finish, with impressive lung capacity. Looking at the evil spirit vacuum cleaner shattered all over the ground, his expression remained calm as ever, with his hands in his pockets. He even seemed a bit inclined to yawn. Zhou Tianding turned around, observing this scene, his expression not changing much. He simply raised the gun in his hand, changed the magazine, and aimed it at the blood-soaked Tang Tianxiang. Obviously, he knew that something was wrong with this person long ago, just like himself. When did you realize it? Zhou Tianding gently rubbed the trigger with his thumb, not in a hurry to shoot. He even had the energy to tilt his head and ask Gao Shen, who was watching the show on the side. Me? Probably when I got out of the car. A man who is addicted to smoking didn't even bother to go back to retrieve his cigarette pack left in the car, so I knew he had been swapped out. There was so much blood on the car that it had long surpassed the physiological limit of a normal person. He still stood up as if nothing happened. Even a fool could tell he was possessed. Meanwhile, the foolish Liang Shui, whom Gao Shen mentioned couldn't see the problem, was still screaming in place. She had been screaming for a full minute. Gao Shen curiously replied, "When did you figure it out?" Zhou Tianding focused all his attention on Tang Tianxiang in front of him, not relaxing for a moment. "I realized it a bit later, maybe at the sushi restaurant." "Do you remember?" This dead ghost inexplicably asked Matsumoto if Mr. Sato would still recognize him if he stood in front of him now. Gao Shen remembered that Tang Tianxiang had indeed asked this question. But how did Zhou Tianding discover the problem through this? He explained lightly, before Liang Shui could translate. Matsumoto directly answered his question. Did he speak in Japanese or Chinese? Neither. Among the 18 superpowered individuals, there was one who could use mind communication, directly conversing with a person's inner thoughts, bypassing any language barrier. That's why there was a situation where Matsumoto thought he was speaking Japanese, and we thought he was speaking Chinese, because the superpowered individual turned into a ghost tail after death, possessing him. It's just that the worst-case scenario I predicted has come true. The 18 superpowered individuals collectively committed suicide, turning into 18 ghost tails. Next, we still have to face 17 of these things. Gao Shen understood, so that's how it is. Zhou Tianding inquired. Should I just shoot and turn its head into a beehive? Gao Shen suggested, bullets probably won't work on this thing. Save a few bullets. Zhou Tianding actually put down his handgun. Okay, I'll listen to you. The conversation between the two was as casual as debating who would pay for the meal. At that moment, the thing disguised as Tang Tianxiang suddenly let out a strange, cackling laugh. As the blood continued to flow from its body, its entire human face collapsed, leaving only black holes where the features and eyeballs used to be. In a sense, this ghost's objective had already been achieved. It posed as the deceased Tang Tianxiang, infiltrated the 4-person group, figured out their ultimate trump card, and smashed the evil spirit vacuum cleaner. Now, it just needed to kill Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding one by one here, and this game would be its victory. 3 flesh and blood humans, even with guns, had no power to fight back against the ghost tail. Tang Tianxiang staggered towards Gao Shen, who was closest to it. For some reason, the ghost seemed most interested in Gao Shen, instinctively feeling he was the biggest threat. With each step, it left a blood footprint on the ground. Gao Shen remained standing in place, looking calmly at the ghost approaching him step by step. He couldn't even be bothered to pull his hands out of his pockets. He originally wanted to use a revealing talisman to expose its true form, but he thought better of it. A worthless thing like this didn't deserve to waste a talisman on it. Facing the ghost's approach, Gao Shen not only didn't run, but also kept provoking it. "Are you crazy? Hurry up and run." Liang Shui, screaming to the point of exhaustion, saw this scene and couldn't help but scream again. The ghost had already reached Gao Shen. It extended its blood-soaked arms towards him. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, in the next second, it vanished into thin air. It disappeared so abruptly, without a trace, like a popped balloon. This ghost tail had vanished, leaving Gao Shen standing still with his hands in his pockets. A crisis had inexplicably come to an end. If it weren't for the thick blood on the ground, Liang Shui would hardly believe her eyes. Feeling as if she had just had a nightmare. What on earth is going on? Where did Tang Tianxiang's body go? You knew from the beginning it was a disguise. Didn't you? Why didn't you say anything? Facing the continuous questioning of this foolish woman, Gao Shen couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. The source of the matter was quite simple. He was just standing behind the blood gate. That thing walked towards him and directly entered the blood gate. The blood gate can only be seen by those who are chosen. Among everyone present, only Gao Shen could see it. For the others, this door was transparent, including the ghost tail. As for the blood contract, with so much blood flowing from Tang Tianxiang, when it touched the blood gate, his blood filled the circuits on the door, effectively completing the blood contract and the transfer of the door automatically. Thus, from Gao Shen's perspective, the final outcome for that thing was simply pushing open the big door and unknowingly walking into a world of blood and filth. Although it still wanted to resist a bit, the black door quickly closed tightly, not giving it a chance to struggle. However, what was behind the door was still unclear to Gao Shen. After consuming a ghost tail, the color of the blood gate gradually faded, eventually disappearing without a trace. Through the blood contract, the door's opener had been transferred to the ghost tail. Once the ghost tail opened the door and entered, the blood gate and Gao Shen were no longer related, and naturally, it disappeared. This was the conclusion Gao Shen envisioned, simultaneously dealing with two ghost tails at once, causing them to perish together. Liang Shui's screams finally subsided with great difficulty. Once she calmed down a bit, Zhou Tianding took the opportunity to give her a brief explanation. After discovering that Tang Tianxiang had been swapped out, the reason I didn't make a fuss at first was simply to observe the purpose of this supernatural event following us. Moreover, if I had revealed its identity at that moment and angered the vengeful spirit, it might have killed us all outside. Now, in this relatively narrow space, letting it walk step by step into the blood gate is the best option. Faced with Zhou Tianding's arrangement, Liang Shui gasped for breath, clearly distressed and unhappy. Even so, you shouldn't have pretended not to know at the beginning. Although the result was that we successfully sent it to another space, Professor Li's spirit cleansing disc was also broken. What are we going to use to exorcise the other evil spirits? Zhou Tianding remained unhurried and took off his backpack, after discovering that Tang Tianxiang was possessed by the supernatural event. How could I possibly leave such an important thing in his care? As he spoke, he took out another disc from his backpack, its shell silver gray, significantly lighter in size and weight compared to the first one. The item had long been swapped out. What he smashed was just an ordinary cleansing device, while the real cleansing device had always been in my bag. Now that we had dealt with the possessed supernatural event, the next step was to go to the second floor to find the body of Ida Hanako. According to the information, both Ida Hanako's bedroom and the floor where she hanged herself were on the second floor. As long as we find its source and turn on the cleansing device, the white-faced women of the East Japan will no longer appear. What a pity. If Brother Tang hadn't died, with his extremely mean constitution, searching for the source of the supernatural event on the second floor would have been much easier. He and Gao Shen walked one after the other, entering the darkness of the higher level along the dim staircase. Liang Shui stood dazedly in place and did not immediately follow. Tang Tianxiang died here today. Zhou Tianding showed no signs of sadness. His only complaint was that his team had lost a useful tool. To him, was the bond of brotherhood equivalent to just a tool? Liang Shui didn't know. Just as Gao Shen arrived on the second floor, the first thing he saw at the corner was a dark human silhouette, standing awkwardly at just under 1.8 meters. It seemed like a figure waiting for them at the end of the corridor. Who was it? Who could appear on the second floor of Hanako's former residence at this moment? Chapter 27. The Home of Supernatural Beings. 9. She has come. Hanako's former residence had been abandoned for many years, and after a murder case occurred, no one could possibly live there. After the police finished their investigation, Even the nearby homeless people dared not stay overnight. At this time, standing at the end of the corridor was likely another supernatural event. Startled, Zhou Tianding drew his pistol, aiming it at the figure, ready to pull the trigger for physical exorcism. However, the sharp-eyed Gao Shen quickly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Don't shoot. That's not a person. Faced with the strange silhouette standing across the corridor, Zhou Tianding suppressed the urge to shoot, turned on his phone, and activated the flashlight function. In the pitch-black corridor, the light source illuminated, allowing the two on the second floor to finally see what that dark figure was. It was a desiccated corpse dressed in a black cloak, with skin exposed outside the clothing, which had severely decayed and dried out, revealing multiple segments of eerie white bones. The reason it could still stand in the corridor was that a long black nail had pierced through its original chest position, firmly pinning it to the wall behind it. This corpse was evidently not Ida Hanako's. Judging by its height and bone width, it should be a male. How did he die here? And who bore such a grudge to hang his body on the wall, even in death wanting to humiliate him? After confirming that the figure was not a supernatural event, but merely a corpse, Zhou Tianding held the light source and slowly approached it through several doorways. Upon seeing the Ouroboros emblem on the cloak, Zhou Tianding confirmed his suspicion. It was a staff member from the Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department. Although he didn't know what had happened, a team from the Countermeasures Department had come here years ago, and one person had died on the second floor, with the body still pinned there to this day. Seeing the long nail protruding from the corpse's chest, Gao Shen felt uncomfortable all over, and an impulse to pull it out arose within him. As he took a couple of steps closer, Zhou Tianding immediately pressed down on Gao Shen's back. Don't move. This nail is something left by the Countermeasures Department. I remember it's called a coffin nail. It is said that any supernatural event pinned by it, no matter how fierce, will lose all its power and can only be bound in place, unable to escape. Coffin nail? Gao Shen frowned. If it was indeed something from the Countermeasures Department, it should be used to deal with supernatural events. So how could it appear on a human body? But then he thought, considering what happened here years ago, it was not hard to understand. A year ago, after the Countermeasures Department people arrived here, this staff member was attacked by Hanako or the group of 18 superhumans. And after death, he was possessed by a supernatural event, becoming something neither human nor ghost, just like Tang Tianxiang downstairs. Other members of the Countermeasures Department, in order to seal a supernatural event, could only leave a coffin nail on the body of a fallen comrade. At the same time, they might have mistakenly thought that what they were sealing was indeed Hanako's supernatural event, while it was actually the supernatural event that transformed from the 18 superhumans after their deaths. The Eerie face incident was thus smoothly resolved. You see, on the floor beneath this corpse, there are Chinese characters carved, left by those people. Under Zhou Tianding's guidance, Gao Shen half knelt on the ground, also turned on his phone's flashlight, and scanned ahead. Beneath the bones, on the wooden floor, a crooked line of hurried Chinese characters was carved with a sharp object. Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department, Lu Qi, died here. Honor forever belongs to the heroes who died for humanity, left by comrades. It seems that this man named Lu Qi was a brave warrior in life. Next to this line of Chinese characters, there was a more hurried small script, marked in both Chinese and Japanese. This nail seals a vengeful spirit within the corpse. Please do not pull out the nail within a year. Otherwise, the vengeful spirit will awaken, and all consequences will be borne by you. A year? Upon seeing these words, Gao Shen quickly began calculating the time in his mind. Considering the time when the Countermeasures Department arrived and the degree of desiccation of this corpse, the supernatural event beneath the nail had already lost its soul. It could be pulled out now. A coffin nail that could seal a supernatural event was undoubtedly invaluable. If it could be obtained, it would be equivalent to having a secret weapon against supernatural events, providing an additional support in this chaotic world. Although they had left a safety period of 1 year, I warn you, it would be better to be honest and not have any bad thoughts. Who knows what will happen after you pull it out? If the possessed supernatural event is still alive, we could die here. As if seeing through Gao Shen's bad intentions, Zhou Tianding immediately warned him earnestly. It made sense. This was Hanako's home, and who knew what other dangers they might encounter. Better to avoid trouble when possible. Gao Shen shrugged. I don't mind. If you think it's safer not to take it, then I'll follow your lead. Zhou Tianding nodded. That's right. It's safer for a professional like me to pull it out. Gao Shen was taken aback. So, what you mean is that I'm not allowed to pull it out? Only you can, right? He wasn't an idiot. The coffin nail was a treasure that everyone wanted. So it was impossible for Zhou Tianding to give it up just because of a single sentence. Either neither of them would pull it out, or if one did, Zhou Tianding couldn't have it all to himself. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this loss. The two argued for a long time, and for a moment, they were at a standstill, unable to convince each other. In the end, it was Zhou Tianding who made the first concession. Fine, I can give it to you. But it won't be for free. In exchange, you need to give me at least 5 of those manifestation talismans your grandfather passed down to you. He had witnessed Gao Shen using a manifestation talisman to force the blood gate to manifest. This thing was extremely useful in many strange tale incidents. In Zhou Tianding's view, he was the one who was profiting from the deal. Although coffin nails were rare, the abnormal creature response department still had some stock. They were not one-of-a-kind products. However, the manifestation talismans of the talisman burners had long been lost to the vast river of history with the disappearance of the talisman burners lineage. Even the response department might not have a single one left. I only have a maximum of 4 left. If I use one, I'll have to give you 3. I need to keep one for myself. Gao Shen pretended to look troubled, as if he was at a great loss. In fact, the only materials for this thing were yellow paper and cinnabar, costing about 7 yuan each on Pinduoduo. He could make 18 in a night. He pulled out 3 crumpled talismans from his pocket, putting on a reluctant expression. Zhou Tianding took them as if they were treasures, carefully placing them in his pocket. This transaction was considered completed. Gao Shen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. After confirming the time once more, he grasped the tail of the coffin nail and began to pull with all his strength. The nail had been embedded in the wall for a year, and part of it had fused with the corpse, making it not a simple task to pull it out directly. Despite using all his strength, it only moved 2 or 3 centimeters. It was evident how deeply the members of the response department had inserted it back then. During the process of pulling the nail, he felt something was off. Gao Shen turned to glance at the stairs leading upstairs and finally noticed the problem. Wasn't he this building a bit too quiet? Why wasn't he Liang Shui screaming downstairs anymore? Who knows, maybe she got tired of shouting and stopped. Zhou Tianding didn't care at all. The only person he cared about was himself. So what was she doing now? Why hadn't she come up to join them? Gao Shen asked. Zhou Tianding finally realized the issue. What was Liang Shui doing downstairs at this moment? Even if she hadn't come upstairs, she could scream for 3 days over the slightest thing. Why was there not a single sound now? This was indeed strange. Just as they pondered, footsteps could be heard coming up from below. Creak, creak, creak. The footsteps grew closer, and with each step, the wooden boards groaned in agony. Was it Liang Shui coming upstairs? But the sound was not right. If it were Liang Shui, she should be coming up with both feet. However, the owner of this sound was clearly crawling up the stairs using 4 limbs, like some kind of animal. Finally, the figure's head appeared on the stairs. A familiar face. That pale-skinned face looked at him, with black hollow eyes and features, and a mouth that was equally dark, slightly curving, as if smiling at him. This was the first time Gao Shen had seen this woman smile. It seemed she had arrived at her domain, and her power had been unprecedentedly enhanced. The woman's movements appeared slow but were actually incredibly fast. Using both her hands and feet, like a giant spider, she quickly climbed to the 2nd floor, rushing towards the 2 at the end of the corridor. What should they do now? There was a wall behind them, and no way to retreat. The evil spirit cleaner could only absorb spirit-type strange tales, such as evil spirits possessing others. With such a large physical body, this woman would probably not be able to be sucked in. The blood gate had disappeared after opening. Zhou Tianding did not hesitate and shot at her. 2 bullets burst into sparks in the air, hitting the woman's forehead. However, this only momentarily halted her movements. It did not stop her from continuing to crawl over. Strange tales are essentially the dead, and human weapons cannot kill them again. In an urgent situation, Gao Shen reacted in an instant. He pulled out an invisibility talisman from his pocket and stuck it on himself. Upon encountering the air, the invisibility talisman automatically ignited, taking effect. This talisman could conceal the user's form, rendering them invisible from the perspective of strange tales. As expected, the woman quickly crawled past Gao Shen, completely ignoring him and lunging towards Zhou Tianding in the back. Gao Shen, you bastard. Realizing he had become the only target, Zhou Tianding cursed in despair. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this gap, Gao Shen unleashed all his strength and pulled out the long nail embedded in the corpse, thrusting it hard into the back of the crawling female corpse. Chapter 28. The Home of Supernatural Ability Users. 10. Shocking speculation taking advantage of the spider-like woman lunging at Zhou Tianding. Her back was completely exposed to him, utterly defenseless. How could Gao Shen let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? He drove the entire nail directly into the woman's body. The immense power he unleashed in desperation drove the long nail deep into the ground, pinning both the woman and the nail down. The female corpse's face twisted to an eerie 180-degree angle, staring blankly in Gao Shen's direction. She could not see Gao Shen. She only felt her body inexplicably unable to move. The firmly embedded nail seemed to possess a terrifying power, continuously absorbing everything within her body. She resembled a large spider pinned down, her long limbs still struggling. But no matter what, she could not break free. Zhou Tianding slowly retreated to a corner, gasping for breath. Only after confirming that the female corpse was completely nailed down did he slowly slide down to the ground. Beads of cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. It was close, so close, that the female corpse was about to have a close encounter with him. Don't you want to say thank you? Gao Shen walked up to him and pulled Zhou Tianding up. Don't get too cocky, kid. Next time, I'll save you again. And we'll call it even. Zhou Tianding's mouth was tougher than a tank's tread. Even though his legs were weak, he still stood up with Gao Shen's help, barely managing to take a few steps. But where had Liang Shui gone? Jiang Tianhua had just crawled up from the first floor. Gao Shen knew in his heart that Liang Shui, still downstairs, was in grave danger. The two went down the stairs and found the first floor empty. Liang Shui, who had been waiting there, had long since disappeared. Something had happened. Gao Shen pushed open several doors inside the first floor, peering in to take a look. Aside from a noseful of dust, he found nothing. There was no way a living person could hide in the corners that were hard to see. Did you find any clues? He bumped into Zhou Tianding, who was coming out from another room. The two had searched a large area, and they had found no signs of a person, not even any traces left by Liang Shui's struggle. Strange. Even if Liang Shui was killed by that female corpse. Where's the body? According to Jiang Tianhua's previous style, the victims she killed were always dismembered into pieces, making it impossible to put them back together. The killing style of Strange Tales is fixed. Is there another reason behind Liang Shui's disappearance? Gao Shen pondered for a moment. Since Liang Shui was neither on the first floor nor the second floor of the house, there was only one possibility. He immediately rushed out of the mansion through the only main door. Sure enough, on the lawn outside the house, beneath the huge ancient tree, he saw Liang Shui lying on the ground, motionless, as if dead. However, there were no obvious wounds on her body, and there were no bloodstains nearby. He quickly walked over, entered the shade of the giant tree, bent down, and placed his fingers on Liang Shui's nose. There was a faint breath. It seemed she was still alive, just temporarily unconscious. Zhou Tianding, who had come out of the house, saw Liang Shui lying on the ground and followed him. His expression grim. Is she dead? Not dead, just temporarily unconscious. Originally intending to pinch her to wake her up, Zhou Tianding directly grabbed Liang Shui by her collar and slapped her twice, waking her up forcefully. Liang Shui's right cheek visibly swelled, and the effect was immediate. She barely opened her eyes, groaning as she came to. It seemed Zhou Tianding had quite the experience with slapping people awake. What happened? Why did you faint at the door? Liang Shui's eyes turned to Zhou Tianding, then to Gao Shen. And the confusion in her gaze was quickly replaced by fear as she recalled the scene before she lost consciousness. When I was waiting for you downstairs, I heard a strange noise at the door, like some four-legged animal crawling quickly towards me. When I turned my head, I suddenly saw that white-faced woman hanging down from the ceiling, her pale face close to mine. I was so terrified that I opened my mouth but couldn't make a sound. I thought I was going to die. Everything went black, and I couldn't see anything. But after that white-faced woman lunged at me, it felt like she didn't dismember me. She just grabbed my ankles and pulled me hard towards the outside. Then, I passed out. When I woke up, you were the first ones I saw. The timeline matched up. While Gao Shen was arguing with Zhou Tianding on the second floor, the white-faced woman had thrown Liang Shui out of the mansion and then crawled to the second floor, where she was pinned down by Gao Shen's sneak attack. It turned out her intention was not to kill, but to throw the three of them out of the house. Why did she suddenly change her mind and not kill Liang Shui? What was her purpose in doing this? As he recalled the actions of the female corpse and all the peculiarities, Gao Shen felt that the faint thread connecting everything was becoming clearer. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Suddenly, he felt a spark in his mind. All the doubts and mysteries seemed to connect automatically at that moment. However, The truth was so bizarre that even he found it hard to believe. I know what Ikeda Hanako really wants to do, Gao Shen said. Liang Shui and Zhou Tianding turned to him simultaneously, their eyes filled with astonishment. Liang Shui had just calmed down, but her mouth began to speak sarcastically again. We've helped the teacher deal with so many supernatural incidents, and to this day, we still have no clues. You, an ordinary high school student, already know the truth? Gao Shen ignored her and continued. Think about it. From our country to the east, we've seen that white-faced woman so many times. When did we ever see her actually kill someone? I suspect that the people who saw the photos were not killed by Hanako at all. From the beginning, we were all wrong. Upon hearing him make such a statement, Liang Shui could no longer listen and interrupted him, using her weak body to loudly mock. Have you gone crazy, Gao Shen? Or have you also been possessed by a supernatural being? You say Ikeda Hanako won't kill? You say that supernatural being has never killed anyone? Do you even know what you're talking about? So many people who have seen the photos in the East have died at her hands. We've taken so many risks along the way, barely surviving. Isn't it all because of her? Gao Shen countered. So, please think carefully about who she has killed so far. Zhou Tianding made a gesture to stop Liang Shui from continuing to argue. He began to try hard to follow Gao Shen's line of thought. When we came here by car, Ikeda Hanako directly broke into the driver's brain and emerged. Doesn't that count as her killing? This was our first close encounter with Hanako in the East. She didn't kill the driver. She just created an illusion. The driver was still alive at that time. The one who shot him was you. Ikeda Hanako did this to stop us from going to Tottori Prefecture. As a result, 2 people died. But neither were killed by her, Gao Shen replied. Tang Tianxiang died because of this, and he was possessed by a supernatural being. Zhou Tianding questioned. The being that possessed him was Sato from the 18 superpowers, and had nothing to do with Hanako. I sensed Sato was nearby. This was also why Hanako tried to stop us from continuing. Zhou Tianding wanted to mention that Hanako had just ambushed them. But he swallowed his words because even when facing the unconscious Liang Shui, Hanako had only thrown her to the big tree outside the mansion. She indeed had not killed anyone. I have been thinking about why Matsumoto Kanzuya is still alive. Logically, the person Hanako hates the most. The first target of revenge after becoming a supernatural being should be Matsumoto, who harmed her at the sushi restaurant. Yet she became a supernatural being and wreaked havoc throughout the East. But Tottori Prefecture hasn't turned into a ghost town. The living here continue with their lives. Matsumoto doesn't even know about the photos. Ikeda Hanako had also appeared in Chi Jungrome's studio, lingering for a long time. Looking back now, she didn't come here to kill him, but to drive him away. Because Shirho Baba would visit here soon. However, Gao Shen's words still had many loopholes that couldn't be explained. Liang Shui retorted. Even if there was a tiny bit of reasoning in your previous argument, there is one point you absolutely cannot cover up. So many people who have seen Hanako's photo were brutally killed within a month, all tormented by her eerie face before they died. Can you still say that these victims have nothing to do with Hanako? After saying that, she got up from the ground, hands in her pockets, her swollen face looking both proud and contemptuous as she gazed at Gao Shen, completely forgetting how embarrassed she had just been. This photo has infected tens of thousands of victims in the East, resulting in deaths. She has all the records, photos, and various materials at her disposal. This point is as solid as iron. It cannot be brushed off by your clever arguments. Facing her aggressive questioning, Gao Shen remained calm and said, seeing the photo leads to death. This point does not need to be doubted. I have never denied that. My doubt is whether anyone has actually witnessed those who saw the photos being brutally dismembered. Were they killed by Hanako? Liang Shui was momentarily speechless. She knew Gao Shen was just trying to argue with her, but the angle of this argument was very tricky, making it difficult to directly refute. Victims who had seen the photo died in bizarre ways within a month in various locations. Some died on the street, some at home, some in the bathroom, and some in the office under everyone's gaze. The victim just turned a corner, and in the blink of an eye, they became a corpse. However, indeed, no one saw that it was Hanako that killed them. Liang Shui retorted, are you trying to say that it wasn't Hanako who killed these people? That's absurd. That's exactly what I mean. Chapter 29, House of Superpowers, Part 11, Under the Tree. Crows were long considered ominous creatures in ancient times, often shot on sight as ghost birds. The ancients discovered that whenever a crow landed on someone's roof, that family would soon face misfortune. Yet these disasters were not caused by crows. The causality was reversed. Crows appeared to warn of impending doom, hoping to alert humans, but were instead seen as the source of disaster. After Gao Shen finished this statement, Zhou Tianding seemed to ponder. So you're saying that these victims weren't killed by Hanako, but that they were about to be killed, and Hanako's terrifying face kept appearing to warn them to be careful? His analytical ability was clearly a notch above Liang Shui, who only argued back. Gao Shen nodded. That's exactly what I mean. If his deduction is indeed correct, then the truth they have been pursuing has turned 180 degrees. Surprising everyone. The ghostly woman they have been trying to hunt down, evade, seal, and end, Hanako, turns out to be a good person. However, Gao Shen's conclusion so far is all based on assumptions. There are still many doubts that need to be resolved. If Hanako is a good person, then who killed so many people in the East? Zhou Tianding posed the crucial question. He was not easily fooled. A few words would not convince him. Gao Shen replied, it was the 18 people from the House of Superpowers. They actively forced Hanako to her death. They chose to commit suicide and became urban legends. Compared to Hanako, who was played with by fate, they are more likely to be the true masterminds. The real culprits wreaking havoc on the island and continuing to kill are also from the House of Superpowers. When they were alive, they pushed Hanako into hell. And after death, they wouldn't spare her, using her photo as a medium to spread the curse. Hanako has been slandered. Her appearance was meant to remind the victims that they were entangled. Yet, through miscommunication, she was thought to be the source of everything. She didn't even kill Matsumoto Kanzuya. Of course, all of this is my speculation, and so far there is no evidence to prove it. After going in circles, they return to the starting point. It seems they still need to visit the House of Superpowers. Zhou Tianding glanced at the dark sky. In the distance, the dawn was subtly appearing. I hope you are right. At the House of Superpowers, we can find the truth behind everything. Gao Shen said calmly. To verify whether my words are correct, there is a more straightforward method. Please tell me. Directly return to the second floor and pull out the coffin nail from Hanako. Gao Shen declared. If my words are correct, and she was a good person in life, then she won't kill me. If my deduction is wrong, and she killed so many victims, then the three of us will also be killed by her tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianding and Liang Shui both gasped in shock. Gao Shen's method of verifying the hypothesis was actually to gamble with their lives. He really seemed like a madman. Observing their unease, Gao Shen's expression didn't change much. He merely reassured them, don't worry. It's just to verify a guess. There's no need to gamble with the lives of the three of us. I have a more practical method. He pointed to the thick, intertwining roots of the giant tree that were exposed to the soil. Liang Shui. Why did Hanako specifically throw you under the shadow of this tree? Don't you realize that this tree must have some special significance? She is trying to remind you to pay attention. Liang Shui was still filled with disbelief towards Gao Shen and coldly mocked. She threw me outside the house because she didn't want me rummaging through her home. Even if she became an urban legend, she still has a sense of territory regarding her old residence. As for why she threw me under the tree, it was just a casual toss with no special meaning. I think you've been reading too much. Gao Shen shook his head. No, that's not right. If she didn't welcome others into her home, she could have just killed them. Why go through the trouble of dragging someone here and exposing them? I have a feeling that something important is buried under this tree, something she couldn't forget even after death. He didn't want to argue with Liang Shui, so he directly knelt down in front of the tree and began to dig into the soil to confirm his guess. Zhou Tianding joined in to help. Walking alongside the sturdy tree, knocking on the bark to test if the inner part was hollow and could conceal something. Although he thought Gao Shen's idea was too far-fetched and unlikely, too many bizarre things had already happened that night for him to be surprised by anything else. Instead of using the first method of releasing the urban legend from the second floor, it was better to search for clues around this old tree. Even if they failed, there would be no significant consequences. Seeing that Zhou Tianding was also searching, Liang Shui stopped insisting on opposing Gao Shen, squatting down in front of the tree to feel around. Soon, she exclaimed, there's a big hole at the connection between the tree roots and the soil. It seems it could hide quite a few things. If I hadn't accidentally touched such a hidden spot, I might not have found it even after searching all night. She lay flat on the ground, pushing her arm deep into the dark hole, trying to see what was hidden inside. Let me see what's in the hole. The items from the dark hole under the tree were soon pulled out one by the careful Liang Shui. An old cloth doll, 2 beautiful ballpoint pens, a math test paper with a score of 0, a broken hairpin, and a small diary. These scattered items appeared to belong to a little girl who had quietly buried them here many years ago. Who this little girl was, the answer was self-evident. More than 20 years ago, the living Hanako discovered this tree hole and treated it as her secret treasure trove, burying many secrets inside. At that time, she certainly didn't imagine that over 20 years later she would become a ghost and lead a group of people from the Dragon Kingdom to excavate her treasure trove. After digging out these little items, Liang Shui turned to Gao Shen in disbelief. This guy, seemingly talking nonsense, actually got it right. Gao Shen ignored the foolish woman. Which of these little things did Hanako want us to see? The cloth doll, the ballpoint pens, the hairpin. These items carry very little information, and aside from being old, they don't have any special significance. They probably aren't the reason Hanako is fixated on them. The most likely item is this diary, filled with the thoughts of Hanako during her youth. Opening the diary, it was filled with lengthy passages written in crooked Japanese. Liang Shui, this is troublesome. You are the only one who can understand Japanese here. I need you to translate it. Liang Shui took the diary and quickly scanned the text. Thus, the events that took place in Tottori Prefecture that year finally see the light of day in this diary. May 21st, Friday, sunny today. Yukiko and her friends dragged me into the bathroom again, saying they were going to give me a good beating. Just because of my ugly appearance and the fact that I accidentally glanced at her during recess, disrupting her good mood. Being ugly is my sin, huh? Why must I be discriminated against for this? Hanako, hang in there. Everything will end once I grow up. May 29th, Tuesday, sunny in recent days. Yukiko has been hitting me more frequently. Even when I told the teacher, she merely replied lightly, asking why Yukiko chose to pick on me instead of someone else. The teacher is busy too and believes I can handle my relationships with classmates on my own. When I got home, I wanted to tell my parents. But my father was drunk and started going crazy, hitting my mother again. Sighing at the sight of my mother, bruised and quietly crying in her room, I changed my mind and buried this matter deep within my heart. I hope that when I grow up, I won't become a person like my parents. June 13th, Thursday. Overcast. Something terrifying happened during math class today, as I accidentally brushed against Yukiko's arm while passing by her desk. She picked up a compass from her table and stabbed it fiercely towards my neck. I thought I would be sent to the nurse's office, but just as the compass approached me, it shattered in the air, as if crushed by an invisible hand. I am certain this was not a coincidence or an illusion. My intense emotional fluctuations solidified into a physical form and directly affected an object. Yukiko stared at me in shock, clearly stunned. She then loudly screamed monster and went to report to the teacher. June 14th, Wednesday. Light rain because I broke Yukiko's compass. The teacher punished me to clean the swimming pool for the entire afternoon. By the time I got home, it was already 7 p.m. My father still hadn't returned. He was probably still drinking at the tavern. When he comes home and finds out I stayed at school for so long today, he will probably beat me up again. June 19th, Tuesday, sunny. Ever since that time I inexplicably broke Yukiko's compass. I am certain that strange changes are happening to me. I can increasingly feel that I am controlling an invisible psychic power, though I don't know what to call it. It's unseen and untouchable, yet it undeniably exists. Through this power, I can bend spoons from a distance, see the suits on the back of cards, and control ant colonies. I don't know what this power can be used for, but I am really scared. I must be very careful at school and hide this power, making sure not to break Yukiko's compass again. Otherwise, I will definitely be treated as a monster and isolated by the entire school. July 1st, Tuesday. Cloudy. This hidden monstrous power of mine was discovered by someone. That man, Mr. Sato, I believe, came from that strange black tower in the neighboring town. The club called something like House of Superhumans. What a bizarre name. I had heard rumors that children often went missing near that black tower, and it has a bad reputation. If my father finds out I spoke to Mr. Sato, he would probably kill me. He is a strange man I've never seen before. Yet he called my name and mentioned the secret I hold as soon as he spoke to me on the street. I was very surprised and asked him how he knew, and he told me it was a kind of telepathic ability to read the secrets in my heart. He, like me, is also a superhuman. He told me that having superpowers does not make one a freak, but rather superior, a higher being than ordinary people. I should be proud of my uniqueness instead of feeling inferior about my oddities. If I want, I can join their House of Superhumans to learn more about the secrets of the human soul. I was frightened and made an excuse to refuse his invitation and ran away. July 3rd, Wednesday. Sunny. Today something happened that forced me to seek help from Mr. Sato. I accidentally killed Yukiko. Chapter 30. House of Superhumans. 12. During PE class, I accidentally bumped into her tennis racket. Yukiko cornered me in the bathroom, punching and kicking me, pulling my hair, forcing me to kneel and apologize. It hurt too much, and I couldn't hold back anymore. Thinking about the physical pain I had endured over the years, Being beaten by my alcoholic father at home and bullied by classmates at school, I just thought at that moment, if only Yukiko would die. I swear. This thought was just a fleeting moment, and I didn't really have such malicious intentions. But then an accident happened. The faucet suddenly burst open inexplicably, and water pressure shot tiny metal pieces into her throat. She clutched her neck, staring blankly at me, and then fell down. I knew my superpower had gone out of control, entangled with my wish, and inexplicably fulfilled my desire. Looking back now, if I had told an adult, maybe Yukiko could have been saved. But I was too scared and ran out of the bathroom, climbing over the wall to escape the school. If my father finds out I accidentally killed the exemplary Yukiko at school, he would kill me, even if my father spares me. Yukiko's parents would definitely beat me to death if they knew. I didn't know where to go, just wandering aimlessly on the street until I ran into Mr. Sato. Seeing my expression, Mr. Sato knew something was wrong. He didn't ask anything, just told me to go home and assured me everything would be fine tomorrow. July 5th, Thursday. Cloudy because of the fear of this incident. I hid at home for 2 whole days without going to school. I didn't have many friends at school to begin with. And the teachers disliked me, so no one cared that I was skipping school. Meanwhile, I also discovered something strange. It seemed that no one noticed that Yukiko was dead. Such a big event, and when Yukiko's body was discovered, it should have made headlines all over Tottori Prefecture. Yet the adults were unusually silent and indifferent about this matter, which made me suspicious. July 6th, Friday, overcast to sunny today, I finally mustered the courage to return to school. It wasn't until I saw Yukiko in her school uniform among the crowd that I finally understood why no adult cared about her death. Because she was not dead at all, but was chatting with her friends as usual, passing notes in class without a care. I started to feel terrified. There was still a scar on her neck from where the shards had cut her. I am absolutely certain that what happened that day was no illusion, and that wound had taken her life. But why was she still standing here now, breathing the same air as us? This situation is definitely not normal. I remembered the day I met Mr. Sato on the street. He had only shown a strange smile and told me that everything would be fine by tomorrow morning. At the time, I took this as mere comfort. Perhaps this statement is not as simple as just comfort. July 10th, Tuesday. Sunny Yukiko has returned to life for some time now. Not only I, but those around her have noticed subtle changes in her. Her peculiar body odor, like a rotting dead fish in the hot summer, could no longer be concealed. Even her close friends found it hard to hold their noses while talking to her, especially since she hadn't contacted me for a full week. This was almost impossible for Yuko in the past. After school today, I was alone in the classroom cleaning when Yuko suddenly appeared at the door, blocking my escape route. I trembled, thinking she finally remembered what happened that day in the bathroom. Just when I thought I was about to get beaten up, she merely showed me a very strange smile, completely unaware that a large patch of dead skin had fallen from her face, revealing the red in her flesh. I've done about enough for this, right, Hanako? Although the voice came from Yuko, that tone and expression made me instantly recognize it was Mr. Sato. Fear nearly consumed my mind. I couldn't understand how Mr. Sato could inhabit Yuko's body. What was happening? Under his explanation, I learned that Yuko had actually died that day, but Mr. Sato used his supernatural ability to possess her body, allowing her to move around the school as if she were still alive for the past few days. It took me a long time to barely accept this fact. However, his ability was nearing its limit. The stench of decay emanating from Yuko's body couldn't be hidden for long. Today, Mr. Sato planned to control Yuko to return home, and then, after leaving her body, Yuko's delayed decomposition would burst forth overnight. This way, her body would be discovered by her parents in her bedroom, and no one would suspect that I had killed her. Mr. Sato reassured me to relax and live well. Before leaving, he said something strange again. He mentioned that his supernatural ability was too weak now, lasting only a few days, and he could only possess the dead. It was almost impossible to possess the living. If he died and became a ghost, his powers would be even stronger, and even controlling Yuko's corpse for a lifetime would go unnoticed. July 20th, Tuesday. Sunny, the fact that Yuko had died gradually faded from everyone's memory. No one in the entire school was discussing that bizarre case. Meanwhile, I also joined the home of supernatural beings and became more familiar with the other friends in the Black Tower. Under Sato's arrangement, I would participate in a reality show tomorrow, showcasing my supernatural abilities in front of tens of thousands of viewers. I was very nervous. I had never been noticed by anyone throughout my life, except when I was bullied. Additionally, there was one thing that piqued my curiosity. Mr. Sato was so enthusiastic about planning this program and had put in a lot of effort. I asked him why he didn't appear on the show himself. He said it was all to prepare for what would happen after my death. Supernatural beings, after death, would turn into vengeful spirits. The more resentment accumulated during their life, the more powerful their abilities would be after death. He also said that one day, I would sincerely thank him. I didn't understand these strange words. I thought Mr. Sato must be joking. August 11th, Sunday, Sunny the program was a great success. It gained a bit of popularity nationwide. I became a celebrity on campus. And everywhere I went, people greeted me. Other kids no longer feared my terrifying appearance. Because I could bring financial support to the family, my father's mood improved a lot. And he no longer beat my mother at every turn. At school, the leader of the bullying team that had tormented me, Yuko, was dead, so the team naturally disbanded. I had never felt such happiness in my short life as I do now. So happy that I could hardly believe it was real. I wished it could last a lifetime. October 5th, Wednesday, Sunny I participated in one supernatural program after another, all achieving decent success. Meanwhile, some troublesome things began to happen. The voices doubting that my performances were fake grew louder, with many experts confidently asserting that if I performed in front of them, they could easily expose me. Humph. What a bunch of antiquated old fools. I was quite willing to record a nationwide live broadcast and see how they planned to expose my genuine magic. October 6th, Saturday. Sunny today, Mr. Sato brought up that strange topic again. He said that because supernatural beings have such strong spiritual abilities, their physical forms cannot dissipate after death, and they are likely to become urban legends or vengeful spirits. I was scared. I asked if there was a way to avoid such a fate. He looked at me with a strange and disappointed expression and asked, "Isn't it good to become a legend? You can kill whoever you want, do whatever you want. No police can catch a vengeful spirit. While alive, you are limited by this frail human body and cannot fully develop your supernatural powers. You are also constrained by laws and morals, unable to act freely. Only after death is there true freedom. He can't wait for that day." Mr. Sato's gaze was so serious. It was at this moment that I realized he might not be joking. I recalled the rumors of children disappearing near the home of supernatural beings. For the first time, I felt a bit afraid of Mr. Sato. December 12th, Thursday. Heavy rain. I couldn't believe what had happened. During this nationwide live broadcast, in front of so many so-called experts, scholars, critics, and viewers, I suddenly lost all my supernatural abilities and could not perform any simple tricks I had done in the past. Watching me fail time and again, drenched in sweat. Those old scholars burst into laughter, and the host wore a sarcastic expression as if he had known this would happen. I completely failed and messed everything up. I knew I had become a laughingstock nationwide. Everyone would think I was a fraud, thoroughly exposed in front of real experts. I couldn't face it. What should I do? March 2nd, Tuesday. Light rain. After about half a year, perhaps the world had forgotten me, and I barely emerged from that live broadcast disaster. I lost everything and returned to a dark, rat-like existence. No programs would invite me. The fraud. I had become a pariah that everyone wanted to hunt down. I didn't return to school. At home, my father would still randomly beat me when he was drunk. The happy times of the past now felt even more painful in retrospect, like a dream that dissipated. I finally understood the saying in the Diamond Sutra. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. But there was not a trace of resentment in my heart. When the sun rises, life must go on. Graduation was approaching. With my grades and family background, I obviously couldn't continue to university. Because of my ugly appearance, very few stores were willing to hire me. Fortunately, a kind sushi shop owner gave me an opportunity. This was my first job, and I hoped I could seize this chance. March 5th, Friday. Overcast. I ran into Mr. Sato on the street. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since I last saw him after that incident. Approximately because of my cowardice, I dared not face Mr. Sato's face for a long time. To my surprise, he asked me a strange question. He said, "Have you thought about that proposal from back then?" Chapter 31. The House of Superpowered Individuals. 13. The choice. I was puzzled because I didn't remember Mr. Sato ever making me any proposal. Seeing my confused expression, he flew into a rage, revealing a terrifying expression like a demon, and blood even flowed from his eyes. I had never seen him like that before. To be honest, I was scared to death and nearly used all my strength to avoid fleeing in panic. Mr. Sato coldly said it was about the matter of becoming a ghost story after committing suicide. He also mentioned many benefits, stating that after becoming a ghost story, One would completely lose all worldly limitations and constraints, and if someone displeased you, you could cruelly kill them like a chick. This was a higher level of existence that ordinary, lowly people could not enjoy. He went on, saying many chilling things. On the next July 15th, which is Ghost Festival, everyone in the house of superpowered individuals would choose to commit suicide, and the resentment of those who became ghost stories on that day would be the strongest. Even if he became a ghost, he wanted to become the king of all ghosts. I couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. How could there be such crazy ramblings in this world? If Mr. Sato wasn't joking, I really couldn't believe it. March 12th, Tuesday, sunny Mr. Sato came to my house and knocked on the door many times. He continued to ramble outside, constantly proclaiming terrifying facts. He warmly invited me to join the collective suicide with the members of the House of Superpowered Individuals on Ghost Festival. Everyone would become ghost stories after death, and he wanted me to join this warm ghost story family. He also said that to help me become a powerful ghost story after death, he had done many things to increase my hatred for this world. The reason I suddenly lost my superpowers during the nationwide live broadcast and became the laughingstock of the audience was that those 18 people from the House of Superpowered Individuals forcibly stole my powers. He mentioned that once I became the target of everyone's scorn, I would lose all attachment to this world. The ghost story I would become would definitely be the strongest in the entire archipelago. I was very scared and couldn't understand what he was trying to express. In fact, I didn't resent this world because of it. Hanako had been trying hard to live well. March 13th, Wednesday, sunny Mr. Sato came to my house early in the morning like a madman, knocking on the door again. He invited me to participate in the collective suicide once more. After being rejected repeatedly, he started to become hysterical, saying that he had done those things for me, yet I showed no gratitude. He threatened that they had found out about my job at Matsumoto Kanzuya's sushi shop. If I remained obstinate, he would slowly punish me. First, he would go after Matsumoto Kanzuya, then my mother, my father, piece by piece, bringing the most terrifying things in the world upon me until I completely lost all attachment to this world. I was extremely scared and didn't dare to open the door. I preferred to believe that Mr. Sato was drunk. Just then, my drunken father came home and saw a madman going crazy at our door, and he chased him away. The diary ends here, and it is obvious that several pages have been torn out. During this time, Hanako Ikeda must have been silenced by Matsumoto Kanzuya, and I finally understood what the punishment Sato was talking about was. June 8th, Wednesday, cloudy. My mother died in front of me. My father also died. I knew very well what had killed them. The police outside had already closed the case. Not one of them believed what I said. I couldn't blame them, after all. Who would believe that there really were superpowered individuals causing trouble in this world? This is the punishment Mr. Sato spoke of, as he slowly took everything from me. Killing my only relatives, all just to punish me for refusing his invitation and not wanting to commit collective suicide on Ghost Festival to become one of their ghost stories. I felt an unparalleled despair, like a helpless herbivore cornered by a beast. The moment I met Mr. Sato on the street and accepted his help, my fate was probably already sealed. How I regretted accepting Mr. Sato's help. This was probably the divine punishment for a bad child like me. What should I do? Who can I turn to for help? Is there really no one in this world who can deal with Mr. Sato? God, if you can see this diary, please have mercy and save me. June 13th, Friday, overcast. Mr. Sato openly admitted that the children who went missing near the Black Tower were all taken by the 18 of them to the basement for various cruel experiments. They were all talentless children, with some weak superpowers, but not enough to support them in becoming qualified ghost stories after death. So, they were disposed of like that. Mr. Sato spoke casually, as if discussing a spoiled chicken wing found in the fridge last night. He never considered how much pain those children's parents must have felt. Mr. Sato also said that I was the most special one. After my death, with everyone's help, I would definitely become the strongest ghost story in the archipelago. He extended the invitation to me again to commit collective suicide on Ghost Festival. My beliefs began to waver. June 18th, Monday, overcast today. I said something that completely enraged Mr. Sato. I told him that the reason he killed the children was because, at his core, he was a cowardly person who, despite possessing powerful superpowers, still dared not act against adults. He feared the police, feared the law, feared the strong arms and waists of adults, feared everything that could lead to his failure. Only those powerless children could satisfy his pathological needs. Mr. Sato roared like a bull with bloodshot eyes, smashing many pieces of furniture in my house. I just watched coldly, knowing that my words had hit his sore spot. I didn't feel scared. My parents were already dead, killed by him, and there was nothing left in my life to lose. Seeing my fearlessness, Mr. Sato calmed down. He began to think about what else he could do to make me completely submit. Finally, his crimson lips revealed the most cruel smile I had ever seen. He told me that after Ghost Festival, when the 18 of them became ghost stories, they would wreak havoc throughout the East, spreading to the whole world, killing many people. At that time, no one would be able to stop them, not even the military. He wanted to be the most terrifying ghost story, the ghost among ghosts. And all of this was caused by me. June 18th, Tuesday, Rainy Ghost Festival was getting closer. Having witnessed his terrifying abilities, I knew that what Mr. Sato said was true, not just mere threats. He had the ability to do this. I made one last attempt. I dialed the police station's number and told them everything, hoping they could stop the plans of the house of superpowered individuals. Unsurprisingly, I was met with laughter on the other end of the line. The operator told me that making a false report could lead to criminal charges. If I had been drinking, I should find a quiet place to sober up. I know that this bizarre story I am about to tell will hardly be believed by anyone. On June 25th, Friday, clear skies. I lay at home for an entire week, contemplating this matter. I thought I had finally found the answer, the solution to everything. The answer was so simple. It had been in my mind all along, yet I pretended not to see it time and again. Yuko's face, covered with corpse spots, seemed to float before me. And I knew it was time for me to atone. What can stop a vengeful spirit from killing? Of course, it is another vengeful spirit. Sato had said more than once that my supernatural ability was powerful, and that I would certainly become a formidable urban legend after my death. Since he so eagerly wants me to commit suicide and turn into a vengeful spirit, then I shall do as he wishes. However, the urban legend I become after death will not be like them, killing indiscriminately to escape legal punishment and venting their hatred for ordinary people. My sole purpose in becoming a vengeful spirit is to stop the 18 members of the family of supernatural beings. The day of my suicide is set for tomorrow, a month before the Ghost Festival. I truly miss this beautiful world. I miss the days of being alive. This diary of Hanako Ida ends here. What happened afterward has long been known to the trio of Gao Shen, Zhou Tianding, and others. That photo spread, and anyone who saw it would be relentlessly haunted by a pale-faced woman, dying an unnatural death within a month. The real culprits are Mr. Sato and those 18 perverted supernatural beings who actively committed suicide and became urban legends. Hanako Ida's appearance was merely to warn the victims that they were being targeted by Sato. However, in the end, due to a twist of fate, she was mistaken as the true culprit of this urban legend. Ultimately, she failed. Everything she did was in vain. Unable to stop Sato from trampling upon the law and humanity at will after death. A year ago, the Abnormal Creature Countermeasure Department came to Tottori Prefecture for investigation. Staff member Lucci was possessed by one of the 18 and was subsequently sealed in an old house with a coffin nail. The Countermeasure Department believed that the urban legend incident had ended and withdrew from the East. This also led to the resurgence of the Eerie face incident a year later. If it were not for the diary under the tree, the stigma attached to Hanako Ida might have remained forever unknown. This long-cherished wish and Hanako Ida's tragic fate must come to an end this night. Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding exchanged glances. Everything was unspoken. It takes about half an hour to walk from here to the Black Tower, the home of the supernatural beings. Now that the true culprit from that year has been found, the remaining tasks are simple. As long as they bring the evil spirit dust remover there and turn it up to the maximum setting, no matter what kind of evil spirit it is, the final result will only be that it gets bagged. Zhou Tianding was doing the final rally before the battle. His tone relaxed. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The teacher handled many scarier urban legends when he was alive. We'll work overtime tonight. We can catch a flight home tomorrow noon. No matter how long the dark night is, it will eventually dawn. Chapter 32, The House of Supernatural Beings, 14, Black Tower. Gao Shen knew in his heart that Zhou Tianding's feigned ease was just to boost morale. This trip to the Black Tower was not so simple. Just the presence of a non-murderous Hanako Ida had made their journey perilous. One must remember that the House of Supernatural Beings had a total of 16 vicious urban legends. One was consumed by the Bloodgate, and another was nailed to death a year ago. But even if the road ahead is long, they must move forward to conclude this trip to the east. The three walked along a desolate path, the lights from distant houses dim and far away, and at the end of the road, there was not a glimmer of light. After a long while, A black chimney-like building finally appeared on the horizon. This building was indeed very peculiar, about 3 stories high, with no windows from top to bottom, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. It was unclear what the internal structure was like. The closer they got, the more Gao Shen's temples throbbed, and every muscle in his body resisted moving forward. Even without Tang Tianxiang's sensitive constitution, he could sense that the Black Tower was surely filled with urban legends. Fortunately, their purpose for this trip was only to place the evil spirit dust remover inside. Completing this task would suffice. If they were to face off against the 16 urban legends directly, even 10 lives would not be enough. Gao Shen took out the last 3 invisibility talismans from his pocket, keeping one for himself and handing 2 to Zhou Tianding and Liang Shui. This talisman can protect you for up to 5 minutes. As soon as you enter the Black Tower, stick the paper on yourselves and make it quick. Zhou Tianding nodded after receiving the talisman. When he was on the 2nd floor of the house, he saw Gao Shen apply the talisman, and the urban legend that Hanako had turned into directly ignored him, bypassing him to pounce on himself. This talisman was undoubtedly a good thing. The talisman burner truly lived up to its name. This time, Zhou Tianding was genuinely praising him. Not like when he was in Xiaoling's house, where his tone was filled with sarcasm. The 3 entered the 1st floor of the Black Tower. Due to the lack of ventilation, the air here was extremely murky, and a normal person would quickly feel dizzy. Those who could establish a society in such a building must have had psychological issues that had already shown signs back in those years. The invisibility talismans silently burned on their bodies, and Liang Shui turned on her flashlight, discovering countless childish drawings carved into the walls, seemingly from the hands of children. The crude lines barely depicted a giant blood-colored figure whipping a small black entity. Countless cats and dogs hung over a large pot, and a crying face of an angel with its wings cut off. These drawings must have come from the missing children nearby. They were captured by Sato and disposed of carelessly as failed products that did not pass the test. The silent lines were the cries of the imprisoned children, accusing the evil buried beneath this Black Tower. Meanwhile, Sato and others, through repeated tortures, became increasingly perverted psychologically, no longer satisfied with killing infants. Ultimately, they actively committed suicide to become urban legends, using Hanako Ida's reputation as a medium for spreading, which eventually led to this rampant incident in the East. After searching the 1st floor, they found no traces of any urban legends. Looking up at the dark corridor leading to the 2nd floor, Gao Shen's temples throbbed again. His instincts told him that the upper floor was very dangerous. Liang Shui, standing at the doorway, held onto the doorframe tightly, already terrified to the extreme. She suggested in a panicked voice, "Enough, let's just leave the evil spirit dust remover here on the 1st floor. Our task can be considered complete." No, they were too far from the location of their deaths back then. Zhou Tianding could distinguish what was important, firmly rejecting her. The 18 were hanged and committed suicide on the 3rd floor. We must place the dust remover on the 3rd floor. If we leave it on the 1st floor, we won't be able to clean up the evil spirits on the 3rd floor. If even one of those 16 gets out, all our efforts will be in vain. Tonight, either they die or we die. There is no third possibility. After all, he had dealt with many urban legend cases with Professor Li Yishan and could maintain basic calmness in life and death situations. Gao Shen said nothing, silently being the first to ascend to the 2nd floor, signaling the 2 behind him to hurry and follow. The layout of the 2nd floor is not much different from the 1st, except that the space is a bit wider. The air is more polluted and foul, with a subtle hint of human stench. Most of the furniture here has been dismantled, leaving only a few scattered chairs leaning helplessly against the walls. Gao Shen scanned the area with a deep gaze and seemed to find no danger. The hallway leading to the 3rd floor was right in front of him. Just as he took 2 steps forward, he suddenly felt as though he had bumped into a stiff, irregular object in the air, as if a human body was blocking his path. However, there was clearly nothing but air in front of him. The entire 2nd floor was flat. Where could a body be blocking him? Oh no! Zhou Tianding and Liang Shui, who had followed him, were also momentarily stunned, as if they had hit an invisible wall of air. Once they stopped, they looked around in confusion, trying to see what was blocking their way. Not good. Gao Shen quickly realized the problem. He took out a visibility talisman from his mouth and ignited it. As the smoke from the talisman slowly spread, 6 or 7 figures that had not existed before began to materialize in the previously empty 2nd floor space. Rather than being human figures, they resembled corpses hanging from the ceiling. Their bodies heavily decomposed, swaying slightly in the air like a swing, as if they would fall apart at any moment. Among the 18 superpowered individuals who were hanged in the darkness, 6 had chosen to hang themselves on the second floor to block any visitors daring to investigate upstairs. The body that Gao Shen had just bumped into was one of those hanging corpses. Ugh! Seeing the scene before her, Liang Shui felt nauseous and slowly retreated to the base of the wall. The 3 corpses that had been disturbed by the outsiders slowly opened their bloodshot eyes, as if awakening. However, they only had the whites of their eyes left, endlessly turning but unable to locate the intruders who had disturbed them. The hidden talisman protecting Gao Shen and the others continued to confuse the gaze of these horror tales. Although they could not find the intruders, the sound of the collision just now was very real. One of the corpses let out a strange chuckle, and this seemed to be a signal. All the hanging corpses on the second floor began to sway violently, as if awakened. They hung in the air, their swaying becoming more pronounced, and their decayed hands flailed about in the air, trying to feel their way around the entire second-floor hall. "Hurry through here before these corpses fully awaken," Gao Shen shouted, alerting Zhou Tianding behind him, and the 2 rushed toward the 3rd floor, guarding the ghost dust removal disc. Once these corpses were fully awake, even with the hidden talisman's protection, the many grasping hands would eventually expose them, barely avoiding countless corpse hands and swaying bodies. They had no time to care for Liang Shui behind them. The 2 of them gasped for breath and finally passed through the 2nd floor, reaching the top floor. The hall here was less than half the size of the 2nd floor, but the hanging corpses were twice as many, densely packed, and nearly filling every corner. As Gao Shen stepped in, 10 corpses simultaneously opened their eyes, looking towards the 2 at the entrance. The corpses that died here had a more sensitive perception. Even if they could not see Gao Shen, they sensed the presence of intruders. "You bastards, this is your lair, isn't it? Taste this." Zhou Tianding no longer hesitated, directly placing the ghost dust removal device down, turning it on, and setting the power to maximum. The green strip on top began to flash, emitting a deafening and sharp whistle. Gao Shen took a step back, clearly feeling a tremendous suction force emanating from the disc, distorting the surrounding air, causing countless dust and small objects to uncontrollably drift toward its opening. Whether it was an illusion or not, white shadows began to drift out from the 12 corpses, quickly entering the disc's opening. As the number of absorbed white shadows increased, the green strip on the disc gradually turned red. However, the speed was simply too slow. "It's working," someone shouted. The 10 corpses began to writhe in the air, appearing to be in great pain. Bang! The rope snapped, and the first corpse fell to the ground, reaching out with blood-soaked hands towards Gao Shen and the others. It still wanted to struggle to the death, seeking to kill these intruders before its soul was sucked into the garbage bag. Bang! 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 One by one, the corpses broke free from their hanging ropes, falling to the ground. "This place is left to the dust removal disc. We need to hurry. This thing requires some time to clean up. And these horror tales can still fight like cornered beasts. If we stay here, we'll probably be killed by the enraged corpses." Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding turned around, intending to leave through the path they came, only to be shocked to find that the only staircase leading down had been completely blocked by the corpses from the 2nd floor. They too were clawing at the walls and the floor, surging towards the 3rd floor. Behind them was a horde of corpses, and in front was also a horde. They were now in a dire predicament. Gao Shen had not anticipated that although the awakening of these corpses appeared somewhat clumsy, their actions were incredibly swift, instantly blocking all their escape routes. Although he still had the hidden talisman protecting him, the entrance to the 3rd floor was so narrow that with so many corpses surrounding them, even random groping would quickly lead them to be found. How much longer for the dust removal device? At this moment, even someone as mentally strong as Gao Shen couldn't help but feel anxious, turning to shout at Zhou Tianding. If the dust removal device doesn't seal these horror tales in time, he would be torn to pieces by the tide of corpses. "I don't know either. In the past, horror tale events were sealed one by one. Sealing 18 at once, of course, it's slow." Zhou Tianding shouted back impatiently. He pressed tightly against the wall, trying to minimize his size to evade the countless probing hands of the corpses. But the space here was so limited that no matter how he curled up, he still occupied a space the size of a palm. Slap! A cold hand landed on Gao Shen's shoulder. "Found you." The corpse closest to him let out a silent scream, gripping Gao Shen's shoulder tightly to prevent his escape. The other corpses still groping in the darkness realized that the intruder was hiding in this corner and immediately surged forward. Countless rotting faces rushed towards him. Chapter 33, the home of superpowered individuals, 15, Fate. Although these horror tales could not see him directly under the protection of the hidden talisman, they were not fools. In such a small space with nowhere to hide, Gao Shen, standing in the corner, was soon captured by the groping corpses. His arms, shoulders, head, chest, and legs were tightly grasped by many hands covered in corpse spots. The strength of these arms was terrifying. Once they grabbed hold, they would not let go, pulling in different directions, trying to tear Gao Shen apart. The strange power exceeded any imaginable language, making resistance impossible. Waves of intense pain surged through his entire body. And in a moment, he would truly be torn to shreds. Am I going to die? Just before death, Gao Shen's mind remained calm. But no matter how he calculated and thought, he could not find a way to escape from this deadlock. In the distance, Zhou Tianding was no better off. Standing in a dead corner, knowing that after he died, he would be next, and he couldn't expect any help from anyone. The evil spirit dust removal plate was still working, but so far it had only sucked in one evil spirit. With a loud bang, a corpse fell heavily to the ground, as if it had lost its soul. However, there were still 15 corpses left. By the time it finished cleaning up all the weird tales in this black tower, he would already be torn to pieces. The blood gate? Even less to rely on. After the door opened in the Hanako's old residence, it vanished without a trace. No matter how one looked at it, the current situation was a dead end. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou Tianding couldn't help but pull out his gun and fire at the corpse in front of him. The bullet hit a corpse's body. Although it had no effect, the loud gunfire alerted the dead that another intruder was hiding there. Damn it, I'm going all out. Knowing it was dead, Zhou Tianding fired all his bullets, sweating profusely, and fumbled to reload with trembling hands. Two corpses, although their heads had been blasted apart, still staggered over, grabbing him and pinning him against the wall like picking up a chick. Zhou Tianding's proud boxing skills and physique could bully ordinary people. But against corpses that couldn't be killed by bullets, he had no power to fight back, only seeing his feet suspended in midair, struggling desperately. This chaos he created attracted two corpses, and one of his temporarily freed hands broke free. In that instant, he suddenly thought of the only way to survive. Although he had no confidence, he had reached the point where he had to take a gamble. If he hesitated any longer, he would die. He had to try this method. Gao Shen pulled out a photo of the forbidden object, Hanako Ida, from his pocket. That day, after returning from Qi Jingrong's studio to the review institution, he had collected a large number of photos of Hanako Ida, considered the #1 fan of the pale-faced woman. Although most had been destroyed by Gao Shen, he had kept one or two as backups after taking Qi Jingrong's advice. Seeing Hanako Ida would lead to being entangled by her. This was an unchanging rule, even for weird tales. The purpose of Hanako Ida's appearance was merely to inform victims that their death was imminent. Generally, this female ghost would not kill. However, there was one exception, the 18 members of the superpower family. It could be said that Hanako Ida's suicide was directly caused by them. Her only wish before dying was to stop the 18 who were also weird tales. What would happen if they saw the photo of the eerie face here? Gao Shen didn't know. He had no time to think more, directly pulling out the photo from his bosom and reaching out towards the decaying faces, ensuring that each one could see the pale face clearly. The dead superhumans, with cloudy whites of their eyes. Gao Shen couldn't be sure if they still had vision and whether they saw Hanako Ida's face. However, they were still struggling to pull their bodies, seemingly not reacting much. Sure enough, did it fail? Gao Shen felt his body fall back into a pit of intense pain. It made sense. If Hanako Ida really had the ability to stop the superpower family, how could this incident run rampant in the East? Everything was over. Gao Shen felt little fear or sadness in his heart, just waiting quietly for his fate. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something white flash by in the corner of his eye. A strange figure, like a spider, descended from the heights. Its long hands and feet grabbing the head of a corpse and twisting it hard. Blood surged from the corpse's brain, splattering around like ketchup. The headless corpse no longer cared about Gao Shen, reaching out in midair as if trying to grab its severed head. That woman, that pale face with long black eye slits, was undoubtedly the ghost tale of Hanako Ida. The corpses saw the photo, and Hanako Ida was truly summoned. Upon seeing that the targets of infection were the 18 superhumans, the pale-faced woman revealed her ferocious nature, immediately twisting off a corpse's head. Her mission before dying was to end the havoc caused by the 18 superhumans. The more than a dozen corpses, upon seeing Hanako Ida, showed no fear. immediately abandoning Gao Shen and turning to grab her. It was a case of enemies meeting, and they were especially red-eyed. All being weird tales, there was no fear. It was a showdown. As forms of life that were immortal, an unimaginable battle began. Blood and flesh flew, intestines and organs were flung out like they were worthless. Many corpses were killed until only a head remained, with one lip still biting down hard on Hanako Ida, filled with extreme resentment. Hanako Ida also had an arm broken and her abdomen split open, exposing her internal organs. Yet she remained completely unresponsive, continuing the fight. Zhou Tianding, barely managing to stand against the wall, witnessed this scene and vomited. The only good news was that no more weird tales paid attention to Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding. They were left isolated. Run. Gao Shen didn't know how long Hanako Ida could hold on, but being torn apart by the 15 corpses was just a matter of time. He pushed Zhou Tianding, and the two of them ran wildly down the corridor, quickly reaching the bottom floor of the Black Tower. The moonlight outside spilled in like pearls, and the door was still wide open. However, countless broken body parts were scattered inside and outside the tower door. Liang Shue's head had been ripped off. Before dying, her eyes were filled with fear, pleading, pain, and despair, while they were engaged in a fierce battle with the weird tale upstairs. The isolated Liang Shue had been casually killed by a corpse on the second floor, her broken body discarded on the first floor. This arrogant woman must have died in great pain. Her sharp mouth could no longer utter sarcastic words to Gao Shen. Thus, in their group of 4 on the journey to the east, only Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding survived. Behind them was the dark entrance. The corpses on the 3rd floor did not pursue them, as they were completely entangled with Hanako Ida. The result of staying on the 3rd floor was, of course, being sucked into garbage bags by the evil spirit dust removal plate, completely losing their souls. Gao Shen knew that on this night, humanity had won. This disaster that spanned many years, the weird tale incident that the Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department had not solved a year ago, and the curse that caused the deaths of over 5 million people in Shanghai City due to another parallel space, had come to a complete end tonight. Although Li Yishan had died, the things he left behind still saved his life across time and space. The only regret was that the evil spirit dust removal plate could only be used once. After dealing with this weird tale incident, it would be completely scrapped. There was no one left in this world who could recreate an evil spirit dust remover. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of golden light appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn had arrived. 2 days later, before leaving Tottori Prefecture, Gao Shen cautiously stepped onto the 3rd floor of the Black Tower again to check the situation inside. It was empty, not a single figure in sight. Everything encountered here last night had vanished, the 18 corpses, as well as the summoned Hanako. This time, even if he ignited the manifestation talisman, he couldn't see any weird tales. Only a dust removal device still buzzing remained, with the garbage bag portion bulging, as if stuffed full of garbage. The dust collector automatically digests the urban legends stuffed into garbage bags. And the method of digestion is quite simple and brutal. After erasing the grudges of the urban legends, it blows them up along with itself. This is also the reason why the evil spirit dust collector can only be used once. The data panel on the disk displays the operational status. A total of 16 urban legends absorbed, grudge value erased to 100, and the urban legends have no recovery ability. Half an hour later, the dust collector will enter self-destruct mode. After confirming there were no issues, Gao Shen turned and left the Black Tower. There was still one more thing to do. He returned to Hanako's former residence. The skeleton on the 2nd floor still existed, but Hanako, nailed into the coffin, had disappeared, leaving only a solitary nail. Gao Shen pulled it out and put it in his pocket. It might come in handy. After all, he might encounter urban legend events in the future, and having it as a trump card wouldn't hurt. At 11:25 a.m., Gao Shen and Zhou Tianding boarded the plane back to their country. In the luxury cabin of the plane, Zhou Tianding sipped whiskey and asked Gao Shen, "What are your plans after returning home? Continuing your high school life? Your strength displayed during this trip to the east is undeniable. If it weren't for your talisman trio, you would have been dead in the Black Tower long ago." Zhou Tianding's words clearly had an intention to recruit. Perhaps they would encounter urban legend events in the future that required Gao Shen's assistance. Gao Shen pretended not to catch the underlying meaning in his words and replied lightly, "Going back to school, studying, and preparing for the college entrance examination." He didn't want to get involved with someone like Zhou Tianding. "You saved my life before. I owe you a favor." Zhou Tianding wasn't angry. He simply tossed him a business card. If anything comes up in the future, call this number. I'll do my best to help you with whatever I can. Gao Shen didn't even look at it and casually stuffed the card into his pocket. After getting off the plane, Gao Shen hailed a taxi by the roadside, planning to head directly back to the study institution. This trip to the east only took 2 days and 1 night, far shorter than the leave he and Lao Fong had requested. Since the strange face incident was over, it was time to return to the monotonous and urgent study life in preparation for exams. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. The Urban Legend Forum sent a message in the background. It was Old Wong from the Exorcism team, sending several private messages. Chapter 34. The Secret of the Urban Legend Forum. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Kid, have you opened the Bloodgate yet? Exorcism Team Old Wong. The one who opens the Bloodgate 1T live long. Since you're about to die, do a good deed and tell me what's behind the door. This unsolved mystery has troubled me for many years. Just do me a favor, please. Gao Shen. Good news, I opened it. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Very good. Gao Shen. Better news is that the Urban Legend opened. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Gao Shen certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to mention seeing the future 50 years later. However, he could mention another matter. He briefly recounted how Tang Tianxiang was possessed by Sato Hideaki, how the dust collector was smashed, and how he walked into the Bloodgate himself, omitting some details that Old Wong shouldn't know. Finally, he shared Hanako's journal and the outcome of the supernatural family. Old Wong's avatar remained silent for a long time before typing 2 words. Awesome. Gao Shen, what does that mean? Exorcism Team Old Wong. Just the literal meaning. By the way, aren't you afraid of death? You managed to pull off such a high-difficulty operation. Even many senior employees of the Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department would lose their composure when facing urban legends. If I were still in the Countermeasures Department, I would definitely want someone like you in our team. Kid, you will definitely grow into a capable person. Gao Shen, forget it. If I joined your team, I'd probably still be on the Urban Legend Forum now. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Mother, it was clear that this remark hit a sore spot, causing him to break down on the spot. Old Wong sent several long texts, densely packed. One could imagine how red-faced he was sitting in front of the keyboard, eager to defend himself. Exorcism Team Old Wong. That was a level Urban Legend event. Ask the current senior officials of the Countermeasures Department how many dare to say they can come out unscathed. Besides, I could handle that thing alone at the time. The reason I died in that incident was that a traitor appeared in our team, and I had to cover my teammates' retreat. Come on, let us have a good talk. The new recruits nowadays really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Handling a level Urban Legend event has really gone to their heads. When I was 14, I handled an Urban Legend event alone for the first time. You don't actually think you have a high talent, do you? Gao Shen, haha. He was just deliberately provoking Old Wong, who had previously seemed pleased that he would die, wearing a look of schadenfreude. However, this Old Wong was quite different from psychologist Li Wide. He didn't shy away from the fact that he was already dead. Perhaps he could chat with him about this topic. Gao Shen, Old Wong, you're dead, you know? Exorcism Team Old Wong. Nonsense, of course I know. Otherwise, how would I be in this Urban Legend Forum? If I still had a physical body in reality, I would have rushed out to slap you. Gao Shen, are the other users on this forum all dead? Old Wong, probably. Occasionally, some living people come in. Like you, you're still alive in the real world, right? Gao Shen's heart began to race. He typed out the questions in his mind. Why did you enter this forum after you died? Who is the creator of this forum, and what is its purpose? To trap so many dead souls in a mysterious forum, maintaining their appearances from when they were alive, is not something an ordinary person can do. Is it an urban legend? One could even say that this power of resurrection far surpasses ordinary urban legends. On the other side, Old Wong's avatar displayed that he was typing, then deleted it. Clearly, Old Wong was also considering his wording. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Do you really want to know? Gao Shen, the truth. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Well, actually, I don't know either. Gao Shen. Exorcism Team Old Wong. I only remember that the last urban legend event I handled while alive was the Red Wardrobe, after being cut in half by the evil spirit that crawled out of it. I opened my eyes and regained consciousness, only to find myself in this ghostly place. In fact, for a long time, I didn't realize I was dead. Every day, I browsed the forum, checked out new urban legend events popping up all over the world, and argued with various users in the replies, without feeling that there was anything wrong. Exorcism Team Old Wong. Some of the users I argued with came from the Republic of China, some from the Qing dynasty, and some from the Ming dynasty. The earliest one came from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Each of them was the top exorcist of their time. Oh, they don't refer to themselves that way, but in short, there are all kinds of fancy titles. One day, I suddenly realized that I was already dead. Just a wandering soul, drifting in this virtual cyberspace, never to return to reality. That feeling was strange, somewhat sad, but more so liberating. Wong from the Exorcism team. When I was alive, facing ghost stories every day, the kind of immense pressure I had to bear as soon as I opened my eyes. Living in nightmares even while sleeping, you wouldn't understand. Being dead is actually a good thing. The ghost stories can't kill me again, right? Gao Shen fell into silence. Although Wong readily admitted the fact that he was dead, it was clear that he also didn't know the purpose of this forum, let alone having met its creator. Through his words, Gao Shen found some useful clues. Gao Shen, the earliest founding time of this forum should be during the Northern Song dynasty. Wong from the Exorcism team. Although I, Wong, have read little, I at least completed my compulsory education, so don't try to fool me. This forum also has ancient exorcists from the later Liang and later Jin. And the Northern Song hadn't even been established back then. How did you come to this conclusion? Gao Shen, Wong, you really are a leftover from compulsory education. The period from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms to the establishment of the Northern Song was just 70 years. An exorcist who lived a bit longer back then could completely have lived to the day the forum was established, existing in it as a wandering soul after death. Of course, at that time, the Ghost Story Forum might not have been called a forum, but something like Longmen Inn. I speculate that as time has progressed, the forum's owner has also started to keep up with the times. Wong from the Exorcism team. That makes some sense. You're right, you've read a bit. Gao Shen had one more thing he didn't tell Wong. The subsection of the Ghost Story Forum, the Midnight Library, had rewarded him with the talisman formula for the talisman burners. According to Zhou Tianding, the lineage of the talisman burners was also established in the early Northern Song dynasty and nearly lost after the Southern Song. This further indicated that the forum's owner was a person from the Northern Song. Gao Shen, Wong, do you have any forum administrators or something like that, responsible for mediating disputes among you users? Wong from the Exorcism team. Kid, don't overthink it. After staying here for so many years, if there were any clues, I would have investigated them long ago. After discovering that I was just a wandering soul, I also thought of many ways to investigate the truth of the Ghost Story Forum, even fantasizing about one day escaping the forum and coming back to life. As for the forum administrator, yes, there are. A few times I was too harsh in my responses, causing public outrage. All my replies were deleted, and I was locked in a little black room for several days, unable to manipulate anything, just like I was really dead. Wong from the Exorcism team. But he, or they, never shows up. Even the most senior users on this forum have never seen the shadow of an administrator. They act like robots, automatically punishing violating users. Gao Shen still wouldn't give up and continued to ask, what about other users? Those users from the 5 dynasties. They must have been on this forum for nearly 1,000 years. They should know something, right? Wong from the Exorcism team. Unfortunately, you think of things that I can't. I've asked everyone. First of all, the longer you stay on this forum, the shorter the time you are awake. In such distant times, those from the later Liang and later Zhou logged in only once every few months, although some of them were renowned figures of that era. After being pulled into the Ghost Story Forum, they also knew nothing. They just muddled through to modern times. The clues end here. Gao Shen, Wong, what are you planning to do next? Wong from the Exorcism team. What to do? Gao Shen, is there no other way to leave this forum? Wong from the Exorcism team. Are you referring to coming back to life? Gao Shen, that's about the gist of it. Wong from the Exorcism team. You haven't seen how my corpse was cut up by that thing crawling out of the cabinet. Come back to life? What container would hold my soul? Wong from the Exorcism team. A person cannot come back to life, just as time cannot be reversed. That's the way of the world. Forcing a soul that should remain in this world will turn it into a monster that is neither human nor ghost, ultimately ending up in a ghost story. I'm already quite satisfied being able to post and curse others in the forum. How many of my comrades died in one after another ghost story event, never to return? Gao Shen stopped trying to persuade him. It was clear that after staying in the forum for so many years, the once brave and spirited Wong had disappeared. Occasionally, one could still see his temper from his battles with other users, but his heart had been worn down by time. Wong suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly typed out a line. By the way, You said something just now that I didn't pay attention to. But the more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. Gao Shen, what? Is there a clue about the ghost story forum? Wong from the Exorcism team. Of course not. I'm saying, you mentioned that before you went to the east to handle this ghost face incident, a team from the countermeasure department had arrived in Tori Prefecture a year ago to deal with this matter, right? Gao Shen, that's right. This information came from the sushi restaurant owner Matsumoto Kanzuya. The countermeasure department was dressed uniformly in black cloaks. One girl was stunningly beautiful, and another girl had a bizarre centipede hanging around her neck. In Hanako's house, he also saw the corpse of a staff member named Lu Qi, along with coffin nails used to seal ghost stories. However, they ultimately only sealed one ghost story and did not completely resolve the ghost face incident before returning to their country. Wong from the Exorcism team. No, this is where the problem lies. Chapter 35 Upgrade. Wong from the Exorcism team. You're saying that the group of little punks from the countermeasure department arrived in Tori Prefecture a year ago and started dealing with this matter. But the ghost face incident still hasn't been resolved, right? Gao Shen, yes. The ghost story possessed a staff member, and the others used coffin nails to pin his corpse in place. But they didn't know that the real killer in the ghost face incident was the superpower 18 people. That ghost story was just one of the 18. Wong from the Exorcism team. The problem lies here. What you're describing absolutely cannot happen. Gao Shen, Wong from the Exorcism team. I do not rule out that these fools might have sealed the wrong ghost story. You probably don't understand the workflow of the countermeasure department. After resolving a ghost story incident, there will be an evaluation of the incident for at least 6 months to determine whether it has truly ended. Because the existence of ghost stories cannot be understood, there are often events that seem resolved but recur. Gao Shen thought for a moment. Indeed, the ghost face incident had escalated in the east, and it had even worsened further. The abnormal biological countermeasure department, however, showed no reaction, completely unaware that this incident had not been resolved. This reaction was oddly slow. Gao Shen, where do you think the problem lies? Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. I suspect there are traitors in the countermeasures department. Gao Shen was momentarily taken aback. Traitors? Could there really be traitors in the countermeasures department? Their main enemies are the urban legends. Who are the traitors planning to ally with? The urban legends? Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. I have to admit, working in our line of work, dealing with those filthy things every day, puts our minds in a highly tense state. And it's natural for us to have some psychological issues. However, no matter what, we must at least ensure one thing. Our killings, our wars, and our use of forbidden items ultimately serve humanity. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. But some of those dogs may have already crossed that red line. Gao Shen felt a weight on his fingers as he typed 3 words. Why? In fact, while typing, he already knew the answer. Just like this trip to the East Japan, the 18 members of the superpower family collectively chose to commit suicide and turn into urban legends. There is no reason. Once they become urban legends, they can do whatever they want. Mundane morals and laws no longer bind them. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. No reason. Just like a bear cub using a magnifying glass to focus sunlight on ants, watching them slowly burn and struggle in agony. The only purpose is for fun. Some well-disguised lunatics deliberately avoid resolving urban legend incidents, even faking data to make the upper management believe the incidents have been resolved. They watch as the situation deteriorates, affecting more victims, and observe ordinary people suffering in a post-apocalyptic world. For these dogs, it is a form of enjoyment. Gao Shen, you died like this back then, right? Old Wong fell silent for a moment. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. That's right. The Red Wardrobe incident back then was already nearing its end, and I could have resolved it. At the last moment, a traitor appeared in our group. Let us not talk about it anymore. It's meaningless. That East Japan guy mentioned that in the team that handled the strange face incident, there was a girl who kept a giant centipede, right? Gao Shen, that's right. It was said by Matsumoto Kanzuya. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. Exactly. Some gifted exorcists can even tame urban legends during incidents, keeping them as pets. However, those who treat urban legends as pets, aside from being powerful, have a high incidence of psychological disorders. That girl is not simple, given her age and uniqueness. She is likely to rise to a high position in the countermeasures department in the future. Gao Shen, is there such a saying? Exorcist, Old Wong. Do you think normal people would keep urban legends as pets? Keeping an abnormality that could kill you at any moment by your side, while psychologically not caring at all. A psychological resilience strong enough to reach that level means they have lost the most basic human emotions. If someone doesn't care about their own life, do you think they would care about the lives of others? Gao Shen, are you saying that the spread of the strange face incident was actually a disaster caused under human protection? Someone wanted to see the strange face kill more people. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. If you hadn't accidentally handled this incident, the strange face incident might have escalated to a higher level in the future. Although I want to say you were just lucky. But compared to those useless idiots in the abnormal creature countermeasures department, the higher-ups, the dimwits, perverts, and lunatics, you are more like a warrior. It's rare for this old man to praise you. Gao Shen felt uncomfortable all over. It felt as if the other party was being sarcastic. Exorcism Squad, Old Wong. My time is almost up. I have to log off. I'll try to log back on in the next 3 days to discuss this matter with you. He didn't realize it. But the other party's avatar had already turned gray, despite having many questions in his mind about how to identify this traitor, what kind of organization the countermeasures department really is, and Old Wong's past stories. All those doubts could only wait until Old Wong logged back on for answers. Shortly after Old Wong logged off, a new message came through the back end, this time from the Midnight Library. Congratulations, based on user Exorcism Squad Old Wong certification. You have completely resolved the strange face incident. Your user level has been upgraded to 2. You have gained 2 knowledge points. You now have 3 choices. 1. Upgrade your Burning Talisman's profession. Consume 2 knowledge points to obtain a higher level talisman recipe. 2. Choose to unlock the remaining 2 professions, Soul Keeper or Death Summoner. However, the number of knowledge points required for a second unlock increases from 1 to 2. 3. Save knowledge points. As your user level increases, new sequences will unlock. Gao Shen pondered for a moment. The first 2 choices were quickly eliminated. When he first entered the Midnight Library, unlocking the Soul Keeper sequence only required 1 knowledge point. However, after choosing the Burning Talismans, going back to unlock the Soul Keeper would require 2 knowledge points. He wasn't a fool. Every knowledge point was precious, and there was no need to spend an extra knowledge point to unlock a profession that was only level 1. The third option didn't need much consideration either. Accumulating knowledge points was unnecessary. What if he hoarded a bunch of knowledge points and ended up getting killed by an urban legend? It would be better to save the remaining knowledge points for later. Gao Shen no longer hesitated and chose to consume 2 knowledge points to upgrade his Burning Talisman's profession. During his trip to East Japan, the effects of the manifesting and concealing talismans were very significant. If it weren't for them, he would have been dead long ago. He wondered what effect the new talisman recipe would have. The Midnight Library then refreshed with new text. Current level, Burning Talismans Level 2. Acquired skill, Money Talisman. Money Talisman. Give the talisman to an urban legend, and it will enter a state of being greedy for money. No longer entangling with you for 1 day. Some urban legends with strong grudges can resist the desire for the Money Talisman. The creation of the Money Talisman requires the consumption of a certain amount of paper currency. The more paper currency consumed, the greater the temptation for the urban legend. Cooldown none. Gao Shen looked at this talisman. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that its raw materials required burning a certain amount of real currency. To activate the Money Talisman, at least 1,000 must be invested. For some high-level urban legends, even 1,000 might not be enough to make them greedy for money. Only by investing more money during the production process would the temptation increase. This thing has a good effect. It's a 1-for-1 trade with urban legends and can truly save one's life at critical moments. But it also burns money. Ordinary people probably can't produce many of them. Gao Shen glanced at his bank account. While ensuring his daily expenses, he could at most make 1. It would be a huge joke if he forced himself to make 5 or 6. Only to survive the encounter with the urban legend, but end up starving to death because he couldn't afford to eat. Gao Shen, have you forgotten what you promised me? On the first day back at the Repeat Study Institution, faced with the tearful and angry accusations of Xiaoling, Gao Shen looked utterly bewildered. What did I promise you? Xiaoling turned her head away, no longer paying attention to him, on the verge of tears. The 2 female classmates beside them turned to look at him with disdain. Gao Shen put down the simulation paper in his hands and suddenly recalled that he had indeed promised her something. Before heading to Japan, he thought he might not return this time. So after Xiaoling confessed her feelings to him in public, he casually agreed. Unexpectedly, he came back alive. It was time to fulfill his promise. Was he inexplicably stuck with a girlfriend now? Looking at Xiaoling, who was angrily lying on the table, He felt that this long-haired girl was even more troublesome than a delicate woman. After thinking for a long time, he reluctantly agreed. All right, after school, I'll take you to the amusement park, like a normal couple on a date. That should be fine. The two girls beside them, seeing Gao Shen admit his mistake and correct it, nodded silently and showed a knowing smile. This is more like it. Xiaoling, pretending to cry, lifted her head, her tears turning into a smile. You have to buy me ice cream. Take me for a photo booth picture, and let me ride the carousel. You need to fulfill the responsibilities of a boyfriend. I don't have that much money. Gao Shen directly refused her. The money he had left was all meant for making talismans. He couldn't waste it on Xiaoling. It's okay. I'll ask Aunt Wu to give you 10,000 when I get home, and then you can treat me. Xiaoling smiled sweetly. Fine, Gao Shen agreed. Chapter 36. After school. Amidst the bustling crowd heading towards the school gate, Xiaoling boldly and tightly clung to Gao Shen's arm, happily leaning against him as they walked. Gao Shen felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He could only blame himself for hastily agreeing in the first place. And now he was stuck repaying the debt. Her body felt warm and soft, not heavy at all, like carrying a cat. Hey, isn't that Gao Shen from class 3? The top student in the school? He's with Xiaoling, the bottom of the class? They're openly holding hands now. Is the top student really compatible with the bottom student? What do you know? Do you even know where Xiaoling lives? Being with her is like cutting 50 years off your struggle. I can't even beat someone who's dating. I feel so bitter. Xiaoling usually didn't care about other people's opinions or evaluations. As long as she was by Gao Shen's side, she felt very happy. Gao Shen, I'm really hungry. As they walked out of the institution, Xiaoling's stomach betrayed her and growled. She stuck out her tongue and smiled shyly. Gao Shen glanced at the balance on his phone. There was only 275 yuan left. Last night, he had withdrawn almost all his remaining cash to make talismans. Let's go to the Lanzhou ramen place across the street. It's on me. After saying this, Gao Shen regretted it a bit. After all, he had been to Xiaoling's home before, and a casual dinner could easily involve a French chef. Would such a girl really want to eat a bowl of beef noodles with him by the roadside? But Xiaoling didn't mind at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled. It's my first time eating ramen. I'm really looking forward to it. They entered the noisy ramen shop, and since it was after school, there were quite a few students from the repeat study institution. When they saw the prominent Gao Shen and Xiaoling sitting together, many whispered to each other. Gao Shen ordered 2 bowls of the cheapest ramen, adding an egg to each, perfectly using up the 275 yuan. The unparalleled heartache made him wish he had beaten Zhou Tianding hard on the plane. The noodles were quickly served. Xiaoling was distracted, leaning back in her seat, her long, beautifully manicured fingers tapping on her phone screen. Suddenly, she put down her phone, looked at Gao Shen with a mysterious smile. Thank you for treating me to this meal. I just bought you a gift. What gift? Gao Shen absent-mindedly asked as he moved an egg from his bowl to Xiaoling's. You'll know when the time comes. Just as they were eating their noodles, several figures suddenly pushed through the crowd towards them. Gao Shen instinctively sensed hostility. He looked up to see several young men with multicolored hair and wearing mismatched brands approaching. Xiaoling, you rejected my pursuit and ended up with this country bumpkin as your boyfriend? Don't make me laugh to death. The date location was a Lanzhou ramen shop. Treating her to a bowl of beef noodles? Knowing this, he might as well have taken her on his motorcycle for a ride. The leading young man was about 1.8 meters tall, looking somewhat handsome. Surrounded by his gang, he looked down at Gao Shen, his fists cracking ominously. Yangzheng, what are you doing here? I thought I made it clear that day. Don't bother me anymore. We're not suitable at all. Seeing the young man from the gang, Xiaoling felt both shy and angry. She took out her phone from her bag, seemingly wanting to call someone. Yangzheng bent down, grabbing her arm to stop her from dialing. No need for such a big reaction. Even if we're not together, aren't we just ordinary people? Can't we chat like friends? A few of his lackeys surrounded Gao Shen, indicating for him to get lost. This seat is taken. You need to get out of here. Let Brother Zheng sit here. Don't ever appear next to Xiaoling again, got it? Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Xiaoling knew how dangerous Yang Zheng and his friends were. They were known to fight recklessly. Her face turned pale. Gao Shen, you go wait outside for me. I'll deal with them and come find you. Just listen to me. Don't get into a conflict with them. I'll handle it. It'll be quick. Gao Shen had one hand in his pocket, sitting still with a somewhat helpless expression. Just because he hastily agreed to be with Xiaoling, a series of chain reactions had ensued. After facing real terror in Japan, he truly didn't take a few ordinary punks seriously. However, Having too many flies around was still annoying. He hated trouble most in his life, yet trouble kept finding him. Having one girlfriend was already troublesome enough, and now her pursuers were causing a scene. It seemed there was no way to go back on time unless he dealt with this matter tonight. Yang Zheng turned his head and noticed that this clueless high school student was still clinging to Xiaoling, showing no intention of leaving his seat. His smile instantly turned into a cold sneer. Oh, quite the spirit, huh? Want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? If I don't beat you into the hospital for 2 months today, I, Yang Zheng, won't be able to live in this area anymore. He took out a sharp knuckle duster, skillfully putting it on his fingers and cracking his knuckles. The gang members around him had wicked smiles, expertly grabbing Gao Shen's arms to pin him down. It seemed they were about to use him as a punching bag. Gao Shen, run. Xiaoling was completely panicked. She never expected such a thing would happen on their first date. Other students in the beef noodle shop, although many recognized Gao Shen and even had a decent relationship with him, none dared to step forward to help. They had heard of Yang Zheng's reputation. Once a girl caught his eye, few could escape his clutches. Even if a flower protector dared to step up, the consequences would be quite dire. Everyone present. The only one with a calm expression was Gao Shen. Yang Zheng walked step by step towards him, showing no signs of pleading or evasion. He calmly took a photo out of his pocket and aimed it at Gao Shen. Upon seeing the pale woman in the photo, Yang Zheng and a few of his underlings were startled and instinctively shrank back a bit. However, Gao Shen merely shook the photo lightly and put it back in his pocket. He had positioned it just right so that no one else in the room, except for Yang Zheng and his few companions, saw the photo. The social youth quickly reacted and was not frightened by Gao Shen's strange behavior. Huh? What is that? Your picture? Your ex-girlfriend? You two look good together. Why not get back together? Xiaoling can be left to my boss. They laughed and completely dismissed the photo in Gao Shen's hand. Suddenly, one of the underlings changed color, as if he saw something terrifying through the mirror in front of him. He abruptly turned around, retreating 5 or 6 steps as if trying to dodge something, then turned back to look at the mirror for confirmation. His strange behavior caused a few onlooking students to chuckle softly. Yang Zheng, feeling impatient, patted the back of his head. Monkey, what are you doing? Yang Gu, there's a strange woman standing behind you. You should take a look. The social youth called Monkey turned pale, waving his hands in a flustered attempt to explain. But the direction he pointed to was just a wall. There was nothing there. The world inside the mirror was just as empty as outside. Are you out of your mind from last night? First, let's handle the business. Then I'll take you for a massage tonight. Another fat guy with a lot of muscle was cracking his knuckles as he walked towards Gao Shen, ready to drag him out of the shop. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, for he too saw something eerie in the mirror. A pale-faced woman was leaning over his back, her pitch-black eyes staring at him through the mirror. There's a ghost. The fat guy was nearly scared to the point of losing control. Although he wasn't a coward, having spent his childhood in and out of the police station, facing supernatural events for the first time made him almost want to collapse to the ground. Yang Zheng also sensed something was off. He opened his phone screen and found that his ex-girlfriend's lock screen had turned into a pale face, with only dark slits for eyes and lips, clearly not normal. Although he forced himself to appear calm, he felt cold sweat pouring down his body. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have been as terrified as the fat guy, nearly cramping up from fear. Damn it, this is a bit creepy. It seems we are entangled with something dirty. Let's get out of here. His few underlings felt as if they had received a pardon and rushed out of the ramen shop, no longer interested in pursuing girls after seeing such a terrifying face. Laughter erupted from the crowd that didn't understand the truth. Watching them leave, Gao Shen just sat in his seat, having no impulse to chase after them. During their trip to Japan, Jingtian Hanzi had not been exorcised. Those who saw this photo would still be haunted by her for about a month. Of course, her pale face was only for scaring people and wouldn't kill anyone. Seeing Yang Zheng and the others leave, Xiaoling, still shaken, put down her phone and apologized to Gao Shen. I'm sorry, I really didn't know I would run into those people here. I wouldn't do it on purpose. Before Gao Shen could offer any comforting words, a lazy yet familiar voice came from outside. Didn't I tell you not to bother a Ling anymore? It seemed some people had poor memories. If I don't break a few of your bones today, you won't learn your lesson. Yang Zheng and his group retreated back into the ramen shop, looking terrified, as if the figure outside was even scarier than Jingtian Hanzi's pale face. Chapter 37. Asylum 1. Xiaoling had just quietly sent a text message. The reinforcements she called for were nearby and rushed over upon receiving her message. Zhou Gu, let me explain. I just saw Xiaoling seemed to be in a relationship and wanted to advise her to focus on her studies, Yang Zhen said, retreating while feebly justifying himself. Zhou Tianding lowered his head and walked into the ramen shop, and the next second, a fist the size of a pot solidly struck his face. At 8 meters tall, Yang Zhen didn't even have the strength to withstand a punch, and he directly half-kneeled on the ground, covering his nose that was bleeding. Behind him, a few previously arrogant underlings saw their boss getting beaten and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhou Tianding had been practicing taekwondo since he was 12 and later became obsessed with boxing. His parents hired a professional fighter from abroad as his coach. While vacationing in America, he even tried shooting firearms. During this trip to Japan, when confronted by a reckless driver, he directly pulled out his legally licensed gun and shot, showing his proficiency was not from a first-time experience. Previously, when Yang Zhen led a group of underlings to pursue Xiaoling and even attempted to forcefully enter the school, Zhou Tianding brought a few friends and beat several social youths until they avoided him when they saw him. You kneel down. Each of you will receive 300 slaps before leaving. Use some strength. Don't act like you haven't eaten. If anyone doesn't know how to slap, I'll teach him hand in hand. Zhou Tianding instructed flatly. It was really hard to patiently communicate with these stubborn, idle people. The previously arrogant Yang Zhen and his group, in front of him, looked like neutered tomcats, not daring to resist, and actually started kneeling down, slapping their own mouths left and right. No way, Yang Zhen and his group are suffering so badly this time. They usually bragged about hitting this and doing that. But today they met their match. They probably couldn't hang around here anymore. Among the crowd watching the commotion, someone even mustered the courage to take out their phone and start recording. After a dozen slaps, Yang Zhen's somewhat handsome face had swollen into a bun, but he didn't dare to hold back. If Zhou Tianding had hit him with that kind of strength, half of his head might have been slapped off. Even more terrifying for him was that he could clearly see the pale-faced woman in the crowd peeking out, watching him like everyone else. But it seemed that apart from him, no one else noticed that strangely dressed woman. The dual torment of mental and physical pain nearly drove him to collapse. While Yang Zhen and his group still had hundreds of slaps to repay, Zhou Tianding slowly turned his head, his gaze shifting from Xiaoling to Gao Shen, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. I heard you two are dating? The invisible pressure felt even more terrifying than when he had encountered Yang Zhen. Xiaoling stuck out her tongue, trying to act cute to smooth things over. Uncle, let me explain, we just happened to pass by. At this moment, she also regretted sending that text message a bit. She had chased away Yang Zhen but attracted Zhou Tianding, who was clearly the more frightening one. You're Gao Shen, right? I'm talking to Gao Shen. Why are you interrupting? Zhou Tianding's eyes were firmly locked on Gao Shen, not even bothering to glance at Xiaoling. Xiaoling immediately obediently closed her mouth, not daring to say more. Gao Shen felt that there was nothing to hide in such matters. Since Xiaoling is too scared to speak, I'll take the blame for her. Yes, we are together. It was when you were waiting for me outside before we went to Japan. The onlooking students gasped in surprise. Zhou Tianding's expression turned very ugly. No wonder that day. This bastard made me wait outside for so long. I remember joking with him at that time. You bastard, you were actually upstairs. Seeing Zhou Tianding's unfriendly expression, Xiaoling felt a bit scared and slowly moved in front of Gao Shen, trying to shield herself with her body. Uncle, this has nothing to do with Gao Shen. Don't hit him. Gao Shen knew in his heart that after the trip to Japan, Zhou Tianding would definitely not fight with him. Watching her nervously trying to protect him, he found it oddly amusing. Zhou Tianding was silent for a moment, suppressing his inner anger. He simply said, "Come home with me. I don't need to care about your early romance, but I must tell my sister." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, looking back at Gao Shen behind her. She knew that if she didn't follow him now, Zhou Tianding might really get angry. Reluctantly, she mouthed 2 words to Gao Shen and immediately turned to follow him. As Zhou Tianding passed by the kneeling Yang Zhen was still vigorously slapping himself. The former kicked him hard in the stomach. Yang Zhen grunted and collapsed to the ground, vomiting everywhere. It was like he had lost control of his bowels, and the entire ramen shop was filled with a sour stench. In a sense, this kick was also for Gao Shen. Zhou Tianding was filled with anger and couldn't hit Xiaoling. He was afraid of hurting her feelings if he beat up Gao Shen, so in the end, this kick could only be directed at the side Yang Zhen. Gao Shen and Xiaoling's first date ended without incident. On May 13th, today is the weekend, and there is no need to go to the restudy institution. The trip to Japan was already a week ago. Gao Shen left early, taking the bus to the Fenghua Road Psychiatric Hospital. He hadn't been here for a whole year, but he had visited countless times in his dreams. His mother went mad and killed everyone in the family except him, claiming that those people had been replaced and were not real. According to normal thinking, his mother was indeed insane. However, after returning from the trip to Japan, Gao Shen realized that this world was fundamentally abnormal. Upon entering the psychiatric hospital and seeing the familiar lobby and front desk on the first floor, every cell in his body resisted desperately. Was it his mother who was mentally ill, or was she telling the truth from the beginning? Gao Shen didn't know which outcome would be easier for him to accept. Are you here to see patient 2031? Please show your ID, the patient's admission materials, and your relationship with the patient. The nurse at the registration desk spoke sweetly, her eyes behind the mask revealing a professional fake smile. After taking out a few materials and proving his mother Jiang Yu's maternal relationship, Gao Shen received his number tag and went to the waiting room. He had visited his mother more than once, and each time, he would wait about 10 minutes in the waiting room before being taken to a special room, separated by iron bars. His mother would come out from a door on the other side, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. This treatment was to prevent severely manic patients from suddenly harming others. Some patients in the psychiatric hospital were very dangerous, and any carelessness could provoke them, causing serious harm to medical staff and visitors. His mother had killed 2 relatives with a kitchen knife, and her methods were brutal. She naturally received the highest level of treatment. Recently, he heard that his mother's condition had slightly improved and that she was considering transferring to a regular ward. However, in the past 2 months, her delusions had worsened again. Why is it taking so long today? Gao Shen sat in the waiting room, and after half an hour, no nurse from the front desk had come to contact him. A caregiver should have gone to the ward to find her, but why wasn't his mother ready yet? The electronic screen played an incomprehensible circus performance. A magician dressed as a clown produced a silver coin in a magic trick, spinning it rapidly, stopping, and then asking himself on the screen whether he saw the front or the back. The guessing game of the coin was played by the magic clown 4 or 5 dozen times, with endless enthusiasm. Gao Shen, the only audience member in front of the screen, had never answered even once. His mind was completely elsewhere, focused on the fact that he was about to see his mother, having no energy to think of anything else. Are you a family member of patient 2031? A nurse holding a registration card walked over to ask. Her mask was tightly worn, revealing only her eyes. Yes, I am Jiang Yu's family member. Following the nurse's lead, Gao Shen silently followed. He had been here many times and was very familiar with the way. How has my mom's condition been lately? As they passed through the public area, Gao Shen casually asked. The nurse glanced at the medical records in her hand, her voice a bit hesitant. It's a bit strange. It's hard to say whether it's improved or if the delusions have worsened. You'd better see for yourself. Chapter 38, The Psychiatric Hospital, Part 2, Mother's Warning. What happened? A bad premonition emerged in Gao Shen's heart. Although she had shown a significant decrease in aggression towards others recently, she had been exhibiting extreme anxiety, pacing in her room all night and unable to sleep. She often mumbled strange phrases that neither we nor the doctors could understand. This symptom couldn't even be alleviated with sedatives, the nurse said. She brought Gao Shen to the visitation room, and when she opened the door, Gao Shen heard his own heartbeat. He didn't know how to face his mother, who was also the murderer who killed the entire family. Standing at the door, Gao Shen hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Behind the door, behind the iron bars, a haggard middle-aged woman sat in an interrogation chair, her hands and feet all restrained to prevent any self-harm. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged woman slowly raised her head, her gaze turning towards him. Upon seeing Gao Shen, she moved her pale lips, as if wanting to say something. Gao Shen hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Mom, I'm here." Jiang Yu's gaze drifted up and down on him, filled with suspicion and a hint of fear. Are you really Gao Shen? Or have you already been replaced by those things? Gao Shen had become accustomed to such conversations. It seemed that her delusions had not improved, and she had begun to doubt even herself. Gao Shen leaned closer to the iron bars, allowing his mother to examine him up close. "Mom, it's really me, Gao Shen." Jiang Yu strained to stretch her neck, her eyes wide open, scrutinizing every capillary and patch of skin on Gao Shen's face, afraid of missing any detail. She even attempted to reach out her hand, trying to touch Gao Shen's face over the iron bars. However, the room's monitor suddenly emitted a harsh alarm, indicating that this behavior had crossed the line. In the end, Jiang Yu confirmed that the boy in front of her was indeed her son and had not been replaced. I've been here these days, constantly worried and scared. Those things outside have set their sights on you. Jiang Yu shed tears of relief. Gao Shen fell silent. He was unsure whether his mother had truly gone mad or had seen something she shouldn't have, driving her to madness. He spoke up, Mom. Can you tell me what those things really are? How do they disguise themselves as humans, and how did you see through it? Jiang Yu wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and when she looked at Gao Shen again, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You don't think I'm crazy? Just like when I killed your dad and your sister, many people thought I was insane. The prosecutor, the court, including the psychiatrist at the mental hospital. But how could I kill my beloved daughter? I could only do that because those two things were not my family at all. I did it to protect you. Gao Shen thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. A few days ago, I traveled to the east, where I encountered a supernatural phenomenon that completely changed my worldview. A cursed photograph. Anyone who sees it will be haunted by a pale-faced woman and will die a month later. The process was a bit tumultuous, but it was eventually dealt with. After this incident, I reflected a lot and gained a new understanding of this world. There are many things in this world that science cannot explain, and those who have not encountered them see the victims as insane. At first, I suspected you were truly mad that day, but after going through these experiences, I don't rule out the possibility of what you said. So I need to know more details about that day. Please. Even if his mother was indeed insane, he didn't plan to find an excuse to brush her off. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly. Okay, good. She didn't ask too much about the cursed photograph since the visiting time for patients was limited. She could only be brief and focus on the key points. Where do those things come from? And what do they want? Mom still has no clue. If I knew, maybe Qian wouldn't have died that day. Initially, she thought that after killing them, all the truths would come to light. But she didn't expect those things to be so cunning, even disguising the bodies so vividly that they fooled the police and forensic experts. Gao Shen's heart stirred. Here was a breakthrough. So much time had passed, and of course, his father and sister had already been cremated. However, when the murder case occurred, their bodies had been identified by forensic experts, and detailed autopsy reports must have been stored in the archives. If those two bodies were not human, something abnormal would certainly be found in the reports. It was just that it hadn't attracted attention back then. His mother's voice grew anxious as she swallowed hard and continued. It's very difficult to explain how I saw through them. Their disguises are so sophisticated that they look, sound, and perfectly inherit your sister's memories and habits. Even the closest people find it hard to distinguish. But no matter how perfect the disguise, they are ultimately not real humans. There must be some differences somewhere. Gao Shen asked, what is that difference? His mother glanced at him. You must remember, Gao Shen, no matter the circumstances, humans can only have two eyes. No matter what. Gao Shen further tried to confirm. You mean, that day, Dad and Gao Qian had an extra eye? Or did they only have one eye left? When the name Gao Qian was mentioned, Jiang Yu's tone noticeably grew agitated. She desperately shook the handcuffed chair, trying to break free from its restraints. It's not that simple. I've told you, those things look exactly like your sister. Whatever your sister looks like, they look like that. I said humans only have two eyes. I didn't say how many eyes they have. You must understand my words well. Otherwise, you can't identify them. Are you even listening to me? Her actions caused the entire chair to rattle loudly. After realizing she couldn't escape, she even began to bang her head against the sharp edge of the armrest. Blood streamed down her head, but the pain only made her more agitated. The room's monitor emitted a sharp scream again, and the door behind the wall opened. Several masked caregivers rushed in, quickly restraining the agitated mother to stop her from further self-harm. A doctor took out a syringe and expertly injected it into the back of her neck. With a single jab, Jiang Yu quickly lost consciousness and slumped her head down weakly. The person behind the iron bars looked up, signaling Gao Shen to leave. Visiting time is over. You can go now. Don't discuss sensitive topics with patients. Otherwise, their condition may relapse. Gao Shen said nothing and silently walked out of the room. He knew his mother's mania had flared up again. She had shown such behavior before. As long as they talked about the details of the murder case, any detail could trigger her nerves and cause her to explode. Normally, Gao Shen wouldn't discuss these things with her. But today, there was no choice. He just wanted to know the truth. Lost in thought, he walked down the corridor leading outside. Suddenly, a notification from WeChat rang in his pocket. Taking out his phone, he saw a pink rabbit head bouncing. It was a message from Xia Ling Pink Rabbit Head. Hey handsome, are you coming to the amusement park with me today? I'll treat you. Hee. Gao Shen, sorry. I have something to do this weekend. Let's reschedule. He certainly didn't have the mood to accompany Xia Ling. Although his mother was insane, she still left many clues. The most likely place to record relevant information was the Ghost Story Forum. If the impersonation incident had occurred in other countries, it would definitely be included there. Pink Rabbit Head. Okay. Disappointed. By the way, did you receive the gift I bought you? Gao Shen didn't remember any packages left at his door that morning. He replied, not yet. What did you buy me? Pink Rabbit Head. It's a secret. I won't tell you. Gao Shen, you ordered it at the ramen shop yesterday, right? How could it arrive so quickly? Pink Rabbit Head. I'll go urge them. You'll definitely like it. Hee hee. Their first date at the ramen shop yesterday was thoroughly messed up by Yang Zhan and Zhou Tianding. He asked, that day when you went home with your uncle. Your mom didn't say anything to you, right? From Zhou Tianding's expression that day, he must have dragged Xia Ling in front of Zhou Yaji to complain. Pink Rabbit Head. Hee hee, it's fine. My mom scolded me a bit, but just ignore her. Besides, when she found out that it was you who took me to dinner, she didn't react much. After all, that strange illness that day was also solved with your help. She said she hasn't properly thanked you yet. Pink Rabbit Head. She has a pretty good impression of you. He only said that you are welcome to come to my house to play often in the future and teach me more problems. You didn't see how smug Zhou Tianding was that day, reporting me to my mom, waiting to see my small, pitiful appearance when I got scolded. Then my mom said, oh, it turns out it's profound, and that it was just kids playing together, nothing serious. His expression changed so quickly at that moment, as if he had eaten something profound. You hit someone else. It's a Pink Rabbit Head, sticking out his tongue. Hello. May I ask if this is the family of Jiang Yu, Mr. Gao Shen? After returning from the visiting room to the front hall, the previous nurse reached out at the front desk, smiling and stopping him. Gao Shen saw that the nurse still had a coin pinched between her fingers, casually fiddling with both sides. It's me. What's the matter? Gao Shen stopped and no longer paid attention to the messages Xia Ling continued to send him. The nurse stopped him, so there must be something she wanted to discuss with him. Mr. Gao, your mother has a new attending physician now, Dr. Jiang will be in charge from here on. The coin in her hand stopped on the front side, pointed at him. It seems that she has discovered some issues regarding the patient's condition and needs to communicate more with the family. Could you find time to visit Director Jiang's office? The previous doctor in charge of treating his mother was Director Tang. He had never heard of this Dr. Jiang. A flicker of doubt arose in Gao Shen's heart. But he politely said, okay, please lead the way. Under the nurse's guidance, the two took the elevator to the 7th floor of the psychiatric hospital. After bringing him to an office at the end of the corridor, the nurse nodded at him. Director Jiang is waiting for you inside. You can go in. The coin in her hand accidentally fell to the ground. The backside. The nurse picked up the coin, smiled apologetically at him, and turned to leave. The entire floor was silent, leaving only him and Director Jiang behind the door. Chapter 39. The Psychiatric Hospital, 3. Director Jiang pushed the door open and entered the pure white office. Behind a long table, a graceful woman in a white coat was already waiting. Director Jiang was much younger than he expected, only in her 20s, with wavy hair, delicate features, and skin as white as if it could glow. She looked up from the mountain of medical records on the table, smiled at Gao Shen, and motioned for him to sit down. You are Jiang Yu's son, Gao Shen, right? Please sit. The previous psychiatrist had resigned for some reason. I took over Mrs. Jiang less than a week ago, and after reviewing her previous medical records and having in-depth communication with her, I found some interesting aspects. I have also been looking forward to chatting with you, classmate Gao Shen. Gao Shen was very reluctant to talk about that past, whether in front of the police or the doctor. Every time it came up, it forced him to recall the day he opened the door to his home, the strong smell of blood, and his mother holding a kitchen knife. He answered calmly, you should have seen my mother's medical records and understood what she did. If you want me to recall the day my mother went mad, I really have nothing to add. That day, the police interrogated me for a full 8 hours, repeatedly verifying surveillance and witness evidence. No detail could have been missed. No, you may have misunderstood my intention. Director Jiang shook her head with a smile. What I need to know is not the specific situation of the day of the incident. I want to know what the thing that replaced the family, as mentioned by your mother, actually refers to. Gao Shen slowly opened his eyes, re-examining the woman in front of him. Are you saying? The words from Director Jiang were not very clear to him. Or rather, it was because he understood that his heart began to race. Everyone involved in this case, including the police, forensic experts, witnesses, and doctors, had asked him many questions, but one thing they all took for granted was that Mrs. Jiang went mad that day. Everyone assumed that everything she said was crazy talk. No one would delve deeper into why his mother killed the whole family that day. Madmen do not need logic. Just one statement that she was crazy, and everything that followed did not need to investigate the motive. This woman was the first to seriously consider what the thing mentioned by his mother actually referred to. Please note, my raising this point does not mean I believe she is not insane. Director Jiang still wore a calm smile on her face. She keenly noticed the changes in Gao Shen's expression and explained slowly and unhurriedly, but I have a significant disagreement with her previous attending physicians. I do not think she is completely insane. I can only say that what Mrs. Jiang saw and described is part of a real world. Just like some survivors of maritime disasters, who, in order to survive, eat the bodies of their companions. After being rescued, they experience tremendous psychological stress, embellishing their experience of cannibalism into angels descending from heaven to cut meat. This is a psychological protection mechanism that arises because they do not want to face the horrific experience. Gao Shen immediately understood the meaning of her words. You believe that the pseudo-human matter is fake. But my mother indeed saw something terrifying that day, triggering her to kill the whole family, leading to a cognitive disorder. So she fabricated an absurd pseudo-human story to cover up the truth of what happened that day? Director Jiang nodded. Exactly. Her statement sounded the most credible so far. Gao Shen replied, but this case has already been thoroughly investigated by the police. And every tiny detail of that day has been repeatedly compared. If even the police are powerless, and time has passed for more than a year, I don't think we can restore the truth of the matter. A flicker of strange light appeared in Director Jiang's calm eyes. This is the main topic I want to discuss with you today. I want to conduct a simple hypnosis here. Gao Shen roughly knew what hypnosis meant. Human consciousness is a very clever thing. Sometimes, the unconscious retains some very important information that even the brain does not know has been stored. At this time, hypnosis is needed to awaken the hidden rivers of the subconscious. Director Jiang obviously believed that there were some more important things left in Gao Shen's subconscious that the police had not uncovered. If a hypnosis session is needed, I think my mother would be the more suitable subject. She is the direct witness to the whole incident. Facing Gao Shen's doubt, Director Jiang had clearly thought of this long ago and comforted him kindly. Mrs. Jiang's current mental state is very fragile. She has developed a psychological protection mechanism to prevent her from recalling memories that exceed her capacity to bear. If we forcibly awaken the events of that day, it may instead completely drive her insane. The most suitable person for hypnosis right now is you. Your psychological state is relatively normal, and you have a strong willingness to understand the situation of that day. After you undergo hypnosis, based on the assessment, we will decide whether to let Mrs. Jiang undergo hypnosis as well. Gao Shen remained silent. Dr. Jiang's suggestions seemed flawless, with no issues to be found from any angle. However, he felt an indescribable sense of incongruity. Opening his heart unguardedly to a stranger, a hypnotist, made him instinctively want to refuse. If there were any problems with Dr. Jiang's identity, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house. Moreover, he still held the biggest secret of the Strange Talk forum in his mind. Although the time frame for hypnosis did not include 2 years later, Gao Shen was unwilling to take even the slightest risk of letting a stranger know this trump card. Gao Shen, thank you. However, I need to go home and think this over. I might get back to you in a few days. Jiang Xinyue slowly shook her head. Seemingly unwilling to let him go, her expression tinged with regret. You've made the wrong decision, Gao Shen. Fortunately, I already knew you wouldn't cooperate so easily. Today, you must undergo my hypnosis treatment. It will benefit both you and me. I'm very curious about what you discovered about your mother. I'm a very curious person, and I believe this mystery must be hidden in your mind, and it needs to be unearthed today. Is it really a dead end? Gao Shen was too lazy to argue with her and turned to leave. What can you do if I refuse to undergo hypnosis? Jiang Xinyue raised her delicate arm, and a silver coin appeared in her hand like a magician's trick, just like the coin in the nurse's hand at the reception desk. The coin spun rapidly in her hand, then came to a halt, facing Gao Shen. Which side? A coin guessing game, yet again. Gao Shen suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Is this coin some sort of catalyst for hypnosis? Does answering your question mean I will be gradually pulled into a hypnotic state? Jiang Xinyue smiled. That's right. Gao Shen, do you think I will answer your question? Jiang Xinyue continued to smile. Do you think it's still too late now? Suddenly, Gao Shen's mind resonated with an alarming sound, realizing something was off. The real hypnosis might have already begun. In the waiting room, with the front desk nurse. Before entering the office, this coin was a special signal. The layout had been set from the beginning, and everyone had been targeting him from the start. Gao Shen fell silent, trying to expel the image of the coin from his mind. Jiang Xinyue's face still bore a faint smile. Have you finally realized the problem? Unfortunately, it's a bit late. Gao Shen, since when did this start? Jiang Xinyue, from the very beginning, from the moment you stepped into this office, this floor, this hospital. Gao Shen, so, am I in the real world or in a dream? Jiang Xinyue, your awareness of this indicates that your rationality is recovering. Our treatment is effective. You can wake up now, Gao Shen. Gao Shen opened his eyes. The sky outside the window had taken on a faint golden hue, as if he had been sleeping in this recliner for a long time. He had unknowingly fallen into a hypnotic state. What kind of person was this psychiatrist? He turned his head. Director Jiang Xinyue was sitting behind a long table, quickly writing something on a medical record. You're awake? Without looking up, she tore off a medical record and asked. Killing intent arose in Gao Shen's heart. He placed one hand on the coffin nail behind him and slowly sat up. Next, if the other party showed any sign of being off, Gao Shen would choose to kill her without hesitation. Jiang Xinyue didn't lift her head, her expression still calm. Are you thinking of killing me? Gao Shen coldly replied. Pulling someone into a hypnotic state without their consent is not a good habit. I suggest you give me an explanation. Jiang Xinyue raised her head, her bright eyes looking at him. I mean no harm, Gao Shen. Like you. I am very curious about what your mother saw back then. I am a very curious person. I just want to find out the truth. Gao Shen remained silent. Looking at Jiang Xinyue's skin, which was glowing white, a strange thought suddenly seeped into his mind. He might know who Jiang Xinyue's true identity was. No wonder she was doing this. Chapter 40. Asylum 4. Strange tales attacked the moment I stepped into this office and saw you for the first time. I thought you looked very much like an old acquaintance who worked in the abnormal creature countermeasure department. Although I had never truly met this person. A year ago, a team from the Abnormal Creature Countermeasure Department entered Tottori Prefecture for an investigation, among which were 2 female members. Matsumoto had encountered them and made this description of one of the women, a beautiful woman with skin as white as if it were glowing. The other woman had a terrifying centipede hanging around her neck. And in the mental hospital, my mother's attending physician suddenly disappeared for no reason, replaced by a young, fair-skinned new psychiatrist, whose appearance seemed to match Matsumoto's description. Although the possibility of a connection between the two was slim, Gao Shen still captured this subtle coincidence immediately. After hearing such an evaluation, Jiang Xinyue still wore an elegant smile. Looking at him, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but the corners of her mouth seemed to curl up in a somewhat mocking manner. I don't know what you're talking about, she said. Gao Shen turned his head, looking at her with a mocking expression. The strange tale from the east that you failed to handle a year ago. I helped you clean it up afterward. If Lu Qi knew this underground, he would surely be very sad. He sealed that monster with his life. Yet still couldn't he stop the rampage of the strange face. He was testing her. He didn't know if the other party was psychiatrist Jiang Xinyue or a staff member from the Abnormal Creature Countermeasure Department. But even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, Gao Shen needed to confirm her identity. I really don't know what you're talking about. Your delusions are getting stronger, and you've started to fabricate many fictional terms. The Abnormal Creature Countermeasure Department. Is that an organization in your fantasy world that deals with strange tales? Jiang Xinyue casually reached out and ran her fingers through her hair. Speaking of strange tales, I recently encountered a strange incident. I've been hearing clapping sounds inside my head, as if a pair of hands were residing in my skull. Of course, as a psychiatrist, I know that all this is due to recent work stress causing me to have delusions. But this delusion feels so real at this moment. I can feel those hands inside my head, growing bigger, clapping, as if they want to tear my scalp and crawl out. She turned her head, showing the back of her head to Gao Shen. Hiss. Gao Shen slowly took a step back, leaning against the door behind him, because he really saw that doctor. Jiang had 2 small hands, like tree branches, growing out of her hair, struggling to drill out from the gaps in her head, shaking their heads and clapping. What on earth was going on? This scene was simply too absurd. For a moment, Gao Shen truly doubted Jiang Xinyue's words, thinking that his own delusions were getting worse. And he was starting to hallucinate. However, his strong willpower restrained him, and he calmed down. After a few seconds of observation, Gao Shen confirmed that there were indeed small hands growing out from the back of Dr. Zhang's head. This was a real existence, not a result of his cognitive impairment. A strange tale had silently arrived. Gao Shen pulled out a manifestation talisman from his pocket and ignited it without hesitation. The dispersing smoke quickly spread out. He first needed to determine the entity's origin that the small hands growing from the back of the head belonged to. There was still a coffin nail left in his pocket, which had been left behind by the countermeasure team to seal evil spirits. Once he found the entity of the strange tale, he could drive the coffin nail in, and everything would end. Under the swirling mist, the small hands on the back of the head continued to clap and did not disappear. This was enough to show that it was not an illusion. Immediately after, a more horrifying scene occurred. The two hands grabbed the scalp and pulled hard to the sides, tearing Jiang Xinyue's entire head apart from the middle, with the arms connected to the hands emerging from the severed neck. Beneath her shattered skull, there was nothing, only a void. From the neck stump, two pale arms reached out, connected to the previously small hands that had just shown themselves, now curiously reaching out like a newborn baby. Meanwhile, the headless female corpse remained sitting quietly in place, motionless. It seemed that the strange hands had been parasitizing Jiang Xinyue all along, and for some unknown reason, they had directly torn through her scalp and crawled out. Gao Shen calmly confronted it, firmly gripping the coffin nail in his hand, not rushing to act. There was only one coffin nail, so he had to use it carefully. Jiang Xinyue's headless corpse still sat in the office, her severed neck's outstretched arms continuously waving, clearly delighted to have regained freedom. When exactly had this woman been parasitized by the strange tale? One person and one corpse faced off in the office for about a few minutes. The arms on the neck continued to entertain themselves by clapping. This was unreasonable. Could it be that she encountered a strange tale elsewhere, and at this moment, the curse erupted and parasitized her? If she were a member of the countermeasure team, she shouldn't have been so easily killed by the strange tale. After all, she had some life-saving items similar to coffin nails. Moreover, the arms crawling out from her neck weren't very aggressive. With the strange tale not attacking, Gao Shen naturally wouldn't take the initiative to approach. To avoid triggering the unknown killing patterns of the other party, he reached into his pocket and confirmed that he was currently carrying the following resources: 1 money talisman, 1 invisibility talisman, and 2 manifestation talismans. While keeping an eye on the 2 arms on the headless female corpse, Gao Shen slowly backed away, cautiously moving step by step towards the office exit. The hands, aside from remaining on the headless female corpse and clapping, showed no reaction to Gao Shen's departure. Gao Shen retreated to the corridor, carefully closed the office door, and confirmed that the other party had no intention of pursuing him before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth was going on? It felt like a surreal dream. He looked around the 7th floor corridor, hoping to see if anyone could come to help or understand the situation. Just then, a figure was slowly pacing up the stairs. Someone was coming. Jiang Xinyue, Director Jiang. Is that you, the doctor here? Gao Shen confirmed with the other party. First, he needed to ascertain Jiang Xinyue's identity before dealing with the strange tale that had occurred here. Jiang Xinyue? I've worked here for over 10 years, and I've never heard of this director. The voice of the newcomer was somewhat puzzling. When the person crossed the corner and fully appeared before Gao Shen, he could see that the person was tall and thin, with an ordinary face, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. Gao Shen had seen this gown. It was worn by those who were locked away in the severe psychiatric ward. At first, Gao Shen was still trying to converse with the other party, but upon seeing his clothing, he realized the severity of the issue. Why was a severely mentally ill person confined to the lowest level able to freely walk up to the 7th floor? What on earth had happened in this psychiatric hospital building? Where were the other doctors? How did you get past all the security checks to reach the top floor? Gao Shen intentionally kept his distance from this seemingly normal madman, his hand already pressing on the coffin nail behind his back, just in case of an accident. Doctor? I am a doctor. You must be talking about those in white coats. They are the patients locked away in the lower levels. The madman's face revealed a strange smile as he continued walking towards Gao Shen. What exactly are you? Everything was spiraling out of control. Gao Shen no longer hesitated and took out the 2nd manifestation talisman from his pocket. As the flames burned, the smoke emitted from the manifestation talisman quickly caused this so-called mental patient to undergo a bizarre transformation. Chapter 41. The Psychiatric Hospital. 5. Nightmare on the 7th floor. After the manifestation talisman burned, all strange tales would shed their invisibility and reveal their true forms. This madman, dressed in a severe patient gown and claiming to be a doctor, finally revealed his hideous appearance. His scalp was directly torn apart in the middle, and 2 long arms of the same type emerged from the void of his neck. No, not just 2. A 3rd arm pushed its way past the first 2 and clumsily emerged. Then came a 4th arm, squeezing out of the neck. 5th, 6th, 7th. There were so many arms that they were impossible to count. The man's head resembled a sea anemone, densely packed with arms and fingers, trembling and jostling against each other, trying to occupy more space in his neck. These strange hands seemed to have infected more than just Jiang Xinyue. This man had also suffered the worst fate. The entire psychiatric hospital might have been parasitized. Gao Shen made a judgment in his heart. This proved that his earlier assessment of exiting the office was correct. Jiang Xinyue was not the source. If he had driven the coffin nail into her, it would have been equivalent to wasting the only remaining nail. The good news was that although the man with the arms growing all over him looked bizarre, his steps were also extremely slow. He was slowly approaching Gao Shen. And at this speed, a normal person could easily escape. Gao Shen was not sure if the other party was the source, so he certainly wouldn't confront him head-on. While maintaining his distance, he also discovered something even more terrifying. As the smoke from the manifestation talisman spread, the entire floor began to gradually reveal its true appearance. The brand new ceramic wall surfaces slowly peeled away, exposing dark green wallpaper from a bygone era. The floor-to-ceiling windows at both ends of the corridor had turned into dilapidated ruins, with vacant parts covered in spider webs. Even the floor had transformed from marble to filthy patterned tiles, with dirt filling the gaps. What was clearly a newly constructed multifunctional building had, in an instant, shed its disguise and become an old-fashioned building from a previous era. It wasn't the people that were haunted, but the entire building? The moment I stepped into the mental hospital, I should have known I was in trouble. What made me even more uneasy was that on the stained walls, many human arms had started to grow and sway, reminiscent of the arms emerging from the neck of Jiang Xinyue and the insane man. I couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but the corridor on the 7th floor seemed to be narrowing invisibly. As the number of arms sprouting from the walls increased, it became increasingly difficult for me to move forward. If I wasn't careful, a long arm hanging from the ceiling and a short, thick arm reaching out from around the corner would simultaneously grab my ankle and shoulder. The strength of those two human arms was immense, almost crushing my bones. I tried to break free, but the more I resisted, the greater their grip became. As my movement slowed, more and more arms reached out from both sides of the corridor, all surging towards me. Behind me, the man with arms growing from his neck quickened his pace, soon close enough to catch me. It felt like a wave of white sea foam, with nowhere to escape, suffocating. There was only one coffin nail, which clearly couldn't seal so many tales of horror at once. Was I going to die here? I pulled out my second talisman, the invisibility talisman, from my pocket and stuck it on myself. As the talisman ignited automatically, it quickly took effect. The man with arms seemed to lose his target all of a sudden, gradually stopping and looking around in confusion. He had no head to begin with, and couldn't understand why I had suddenly disappeared from the corridor. The arms still writhing on the walls and ceiling moved aimlessly. The two arms that had been holding me slowly loosened, as they perceived that they were merely grasping at air. These arms clearly had low intelligence. They stopped attacking when they couldn't see a human. I cautiously navigated through the corridor, and as long as I didn't touch those writhing arms, I quickly reached the staircase leading to the 6th floor. I turned back to take a look. The man with arms was still pacing back and forth on the 7th floor, countless arms dancing wildly on his shoulders. Their activity was confined to the 7th floor, and they showed no inclination to pursue me. I felt a slight sense of relief. As long as I escaped to the 6th floor, I should be safer. But I soon realized I was wrong, terribly wrong. The layout of the rooms on the 6th floor was not much different from the 7th, quiet and devoid of any living person, of course. It wasn't as lively as the 7th floor, and there were no strange arms growing on the walls. However, there was something far more terrifying here. As I stepped onto the corridor of the 6th floor, I saw a slender female figure standing across the way, draped in a red coat, with long black hair down to her waist. She stood still like a rock, her gaze fixed intently on the window in front of her, as if observing the world outside. Was she a survivor? Having learned from my earlier experience, I didn't rush to greet her, but stood at a distance. The entire 7th floor was infected by those monstrous hands. It didn't seem reasonable that the 6th floor, just one level below, would be unaffected. Sure enough, after hearing footsteps behind me, the woman at the window slightly moved her shoulders and asked in a sweet, gentle voice, "You saw the situation on the 7th floor too, didn't you? Are you a survivor who escaped from up there?" I didn't answer. I was under the protection of the invisibility talisman, holding the coffin nail in one hand while reaching into my pocket to grip another talisman, the money talisman. Regardless of whether she was human or a ghost, I had a way to deal with her. Seeing that I didn't respond, The woman's shoulders trembled slightly, seeming a bit impatient. When she spoke again, her voice had transformed into a deep, resentful male voice. I asked, "Why aren't you answering? You don't think I can't see you just because you're invisible, do you?" As she spoke, the woman's entire body turned around. It was a pretty youthful face, around 17 or 18 years old, with clean features and clear eyes. However, it was not just one face. Beneath the youthful visage was a middle-aged man with a beard, one eye blind, and the other oozing with blood and pus, his expression a mix of pain and resentment. Beneath the uncle's face was that of an elderly lady, kind and gentle, but her eyes were nearly shut. Underneath the old woman's face was that of a hip-hop youth, adorned with a golden nose ring and lip ring, his face covered in tattoos. A row of upright faces, young and old, male and female, stacked upon each other down to the ground, formed what that thing called a body. It was like a mishmash, robbing others of their faces to serve as stuffing for its own body. This elongated creature, judging by the number of faces beneath it, had already claimed at least 10 victims, and I would undoubtedly become the next one. After the face of the resentful uncle finished speaking, countless faces began to move. In the previous second, it was still at the end of the corridor, several dozen meters away from me. In the next second, it was in front of me. A dozen faces looking down at me, each exhaling a brown breath. Join us. Undoubtedly, it had seen through my disguise. The invisibility talisman was useless against it. I was well prepared. The moment the horror appeared before me, I raised the coffin nail high, just as I was about to stab it. The creature unleashed a dark shadow that interrupted me with lightning speed. I felt a monstrous force hit me hard, like a leaf in a storm. Utterly powerless to resist as I crashed against the wall behind me and then fell to the ground. My head spun, and my limbs felt like they were about to split apart. The coffin nail slipped from my grasp, rolling slowly towards the staircase of the 5th floor. In the face of a stronger horror, humans were like infants, without any means to fight back. Join us, the faces chanted in unison, and the towering creature began to step towards me. Black tendrils extended from beneath its clothing, reaching towards my chin and forehead, as if looking for an angle, preparing to tear my face off in the next moment. I knew my face would soon appear on this monstrous being, and I would become the next victim. There was no way out. I had to use that. Deep down, I was 1,000 times unwilling to use it. But if I held on to my possessions too tightly, I would lose my life here, and then nothing would matter. I endured the excruciating pain, reached out my hand, and pulled out the last remaining money talisman from my pocket. Then, I offered it towards the horror. Creating a money talisman costs at least 1,000. For a poor student like me, handing it over felt like my heart was bleeding. Upon seeing the money talisman, the black tendrils draped over my face clearly stopped. After a moment, the tendrils stuck to the money talisman and took it away. The towering figure standing before me turned and left. Indeed, money could make even ghosts do work. Lying on the ground, I waited for the intense pain to subside a bit, regaining some control over my body. I struggled to stand up, found the coffin nail rolling in the corner, and continued downwards. The 6th floor doesn't need further exploration. The doctors and nurses here have probably long been killed by this multi-faced polymer. What exactly happened in the entire building while I was being hypnotized in Jiang Xinyue's treatment room? I fear that the next few floors will not be normal. On the 5th floor, countless young people wearing identical red coats and black jeans are gathered around a bonfire, reveling. Hearing footsteps from above, everyone on this floor slowly turned their heads to look at the high and deep position. Identical faces, identical figures, identical clothing. It's like my own clones. There are at least hundreds of clones of me on this floor. Even the charred corpse in the bonfire vaguely appears to be remains of me. They all turn back. Countless faces identical to mine looking at me, their expressions skilled yet entirely different from mine, appearing particularly excited. Fortunately, I have an invisibility talisman. These clones cannot see me. Otherwise, judging by their extremely distorted expressions, something terrible might happen. On the 4th floor, it has turned into a writhing corridor of flesh and blood, with a thick yellow sticky liquid continuously oozing from the corners, resembling an enlarged human colon. Stepping through it, the flesh holes spray bubbles filled with blood, seemingly very sensitive to external stimuli. The viscous substance dripping from the ceiling also seems to be highly corrosive. I carefully avoided it. The 3rd floor looks the most normal, with countless doctors and striped patients bustling in the corridor. However, these people have no faces, no eyes, no noses, no ears. Only a series of flesh-colored, simple faces. I didn't stop on the 3rd floor. these faceless humans also ignored me. On the second floor, the strange sound like bowling balls grew louder as I approached. When I stepped down, I finally understood what these bowling balls were. One by one, human heads, with uneven necks, rolled back and forth, leaving long blood trails in the corridor. These heads looked very aggressive and volatile. When I entered this floor, they sensed something and clearly became active. Unfortunately, due to the invisibility talisman, even though they can sense the smell of living people, they cannot see my exact location. They can only gnash at the air. Finally, I arrived on the first floor. I was about to leave this crazy psychiatric building. Chapter 42, Asylum, 6, Am I the Crazy One? Although I still don't know what happened, the entire building has been parasitized by all sorts of strange tales. And I fear I am the only survivor in the whole hospital. This is the first time I have seen such a dense number of strange tales. Even the exorcism team, Old Wong, would probably run away upon arriving here. With only the little I have, I certainly cannot handle these strange events alone. The only way is to survive and leave. As I stepped down the stairs, I had a faint premonition of something. The first floor should have featured a grand marble-floored lobby, yet it still looked like an endless corridor, with identical office doors lining both sides. The layout here is identical to the 7th floor. With an ominous feeling, I slowly walked along the first floor corridor, trying to find a way out. At the end of the corridor, there were still new stairs. Countless pale arms slowly hung down from the walls and ceiling, densely packed, filling the entire floor. Not overly surprised, I understood. I was back on the 7th floor. The entire building had fallen into an endless loop. Whenever I reached the first floor, I would be automatically sent back to the 7th floor. I could never reach the exit on the first floor. I was eternally trapped in this building. To make matters worse, the invisibility talisman on me had just burned out. In this building where strange phenomena frequently occur, my last protective talisman was used up. To confirm whether this looping floor was another illusion created by the strange tales, I reignited the visibility talisman. But the result disappointed me. The endless stairs beneath me did not disappear and remained quietly standing before me. This was indeed a space that defied the laws of physics, not an illusion. Currently, I have 0 invisibility talismans, 0 money talismans, and 1 visibility talisman in my pocket. Footsteps gradually approached from the stairs at the other end of the corridor. It should be a psychiatric patient wandering on this floor, returning. I didn't want to encounter him, so I hurried to the intersection of the 7th and 6th floors. Each floor's strange tales seemed to have their own territorial ownership. I had yet to see any strange tale invade another floor. Therefore, the stairs between floors were relatively safe. However, under the circumstances where strange tales proliferated throughout the building, my living space would only become smaller. Staying here for too long, death was just a matter of time. I looked down at my feet. One more layer down is the 6th floor. The strange tales on this floor are the most dangerous. The invisibility talisman is ineffective against them. If I didn't have a money talisman at that time, I would have really died there. I didn't dare to go over again. Now I don't have any defensive talismans. Going to the 6th floor would be a joke with my life. After confirming that the psychiatric patient on the 7th floor had left, I turned back and climbed up towards the upper floor, moving up one more layer on the 7th floor, equivalent to returning to the 2nd floor in the looping layers. On the 2nd floor, those human heads were still rolling back and forth in the corridor, staining the entire floor with blood. Sensing the smell of living people, those heads became active, quickly rolling toward my direction. This time, without the protection of the invisibility talisman, staying here for even a moment could truly result in bloodshed. I didn't linger and continued to climb up. The 3rd floor was relatively the safest. The faceless people were each playing their roles, coming and going in the floor, not caring about my passing through. The 4th floor was also relatively safe. The corridor had been activated into a gigantic intestine. Although I didn't encounter an attack from the strange tales, the strange liquid that continuously dripped could corrode irregular wounds, even on steel. Moreover, I had a vague premonition that if I stayed here too long, I would be digested by this flesh and blood. On the 5th floor, I took a few steps up but quickly retreated. A group of mentally unstable clones of myself lived up there, and neither their expressions nor their demeanor resembled normal people. If I fell into their hands, the outcome could be even worse than the multi-faced polymer on the 6th floor. In the end, I only took a distant glance, seeing a few heads moving on the 6th floor, and then retreated back to the stairs of the 4th floor. After circling from top to bottom, I confirmed the general danger of the strange tales on each floor and that this building was indeed trapped in a loop, whether going up or down. I could never reach the lobby on the first floor. Is there any other way? I even gestured at the thickness of the walls beside me. The walls made of concrete and bricks could certainly not be broken by human strength. If I could find a window and try to climb out, that would also be a solution. Unfortunately, there are no windows connecting the upper and lower parts of the staircase to the outside world. At the end of the corridor, there are windows on each floor, but each floor is guarded by a strange tail, making it impossible to pass through. Even the window on the safest Faceless Man floor is surrounded by iron bars, clearly preventing anyone from attempting to jump down. As for the floors with multiple polymers and the mad depths, it's even more hopeless. Gao Shen took out his phone from his pocket. It had 78 battery left, enough to last a while longer. In many supernatural novels, once the main characters are trapped in a closed space, all their communication devices lose contact with the outside world, making it impossible to reach out for help. Gao Shen dialed Zhou Tianding's number and called. He didn't have much hope in his heart. In supernatural events, calling the police is generally useless. The operator would likely dismiss it as a prank. The only ones who had encountered strange tales and might come to his rescue were Qi Zhengrong or Zhou Tianding. He only had the latter's number. Calling Zhou Tianding was a last resort, an attempt to try anything. To his surprise, after a brief vibration, the call was actually connected. The connection with the outside world was unexpectedly not severed by the alternate space. On the other end, there was only a heavy breathing sound. No one spoke. Gao Shen initially wanted to explain the situation, but then he realized something was off. If the person on the other end was indeed Zhou Tianding, given his personality, if Gao Shen hesitated to speak for even a few seconds, he would have already started cursing. Since the other party didn't speak, Gao Shen decided to remain silent as well. They both fell into a strange silence. About a minute later, the other party voluntarily hung up the phone. Gao Shen thought for a moment. He dialed Zhou Tianding's number again. The call rang for 2 seconds before being connected again. On the other end, it was still that heavy breathing sound. No one spoke. Gao Shen chose to remain silent again, waiting for the other party to speak first. At this point, he was sure that the person on the other end was definitely not Zhou Tianding. The phone was hung up a second time. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Shen dialed again for the third time. This time, the ringing lasted a full 15 seconds before being connected. The person on the other end was surprisingly patient, remaining silent after the connection as if waiting for Gao Shen to say the first word. Gao Shen was equally patient. Even though the call was connected, as long as the other party didn't speak first, he would never open his mouth. This time, the eerie standoff lasted a full 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Finally, a voice came from the other end of the phone. It was not Zhou Tianding. Instead, it was a familiar female voice. Gao Shen, can you hear me? Hearing this female voice, Gao Shen's pupils stirred. The voice coming from the phone was Jiang Xinyue. Although Gao Shen had long known that this call could not be normal, the voice from the other side was still completely unexpected. What on earth was going on? He pondered for a moment and replied, Jiang Xinyue, who exactly are you? In the office, he had witnessed Jiang Xinyue's head being torn in half by an arm extending from her scalp. So, the voice of Jiang Xinyue on the phone could only mean 2 possibilities. Either it was a disguise by the strange tale, or this was a conspiracy against him. From the moment he entered the psychiatric hospital, she had been targeting him. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xinyue's voice still carried a hint of detachment. I am the chief psychiatrist of Fenghuo Road, your mother's new attending doctor, Jiang Xinyue. Gao Shen did not expect the other party to honestly reveal her identity. He remained silent for a moment and asked the second question, what is the problem with this building? Jiang Xinyue replied, this building has no problems. The one with the problem is you. Gao Shen remained silent, listening to her explanation. With the help of hypnosis therapy, you began to recall the events of that day. The day your mother went mad and killed your family, replaying that bloody scene over and over in front of you. But the impact of these events on you was too great. You couldn't accept it. You refused to admit it, and there was severe resistance to our hypnosis treatment. You even wanted to kill me, who was treating you. Our treatment was forced to terminate because your consciousness was sinking deeper into a more dangerous realm. Gao Shen calmly said, so you think I'm a madman, and everything I see now is a figment of my imagination, right? Jiang Xinyue replied, yes. You begin to imagine that there are monsters, evil spirits, and man-eating ghosts in this building. You scream in the corridor, taking a fighting stance against the air, begging passers-by to help you, yet you hide in the deserted stairs. That's because your heart is filled with disgust and fear towards this building. It lays bare your past, which you least want to face, right in front of you. You want to leave this building, but no matter how hard you run, you can't escape, because what you really want to avoid is not the building, but yourself. This is the world you see now. It completely matched the building where Gao Shen was located. If all the bizarre sights he saw were merely hallucinations of his own making, it would all make sense. Gao Shen remained silent for a moment and asked, "What should I do now?" Jiang Xinyue said, "Go to the 7th floor, return to my treatment room, and continue our treatment. Ignore the wandering monsters on the floors. They are just illusions. The only thing you need to do is bravely face yourself." Chapter 43, The Psychiatric Hospital, 7, Flaws. When Gao Shen first entered the Fenghua Road Psychiatric Hospital, his purpose was to visit his mother, who had gone mad. Unexpectedly, under the doctor's treatment, he discovered that the one who might truly be mad was him. What Gao Shen saw was Jiang Xinyue's split mind in the treatment room. The strange tales wandering on each floor, and the endlessly looping 7th floor, all concrete manifestations of his inner self-avoidance. No matter what number he dialed, the only one who answered was Jiang Xinyue, because only Jiang Xinyue could help him bravely face his inner self. Jiang Xinyue's suggestion was to return to the treatment room, to the real world. For a moment, Gao Shen seriously considered the possibility that he had indeed gone mad. Facing Jiang Xinyue on the other end of the phone, he responded, "I almost believed it." Then, he hung up the phone. Jiang Xinyue's words seemed quite persuasive, but after going up and down the floors twice, Gao Shen had already discovered the flaws in this building. Blood was continuously dripping from his left arm. This was from when he went through the 7th floor and was attacked by the multiple strange tails, using his arm to block a black tentacle that had cut him. The wound had not bled much, so it had not been treated. As time passed, half of his arm had already faintly turned red. The problem lay here. Gao Shen noticed that the blood flowing from his wound had no smell. Not only that, but regardless of whether he passed through the corridor of the large intestine or the corridor of heads, no matter how much blood and filth he encountered, Gao Shen's keen nose never detected any smell, as if his sense of smell had completely malfunctioned. Most people would overlook this small detail, but Gao Shen did not. He pondered carefully. When did he lose his sense of smell? Was it when he left Jiang Xinyue's treatment room? No, it was earlier than that. The moment he woke up from hypnosis, he had not smelled anything at all. Therefore, the truth became as clear as a beetle placed in a flower bed. Under what circumstances does a person lose their sense of smell? Only when dreaming. Only in a dream does the sense of smell completely disappear. Realizing this, Gao Shen took out his phone again. He randomly dialed a few numbers. After all, no matter whom he called, it would always be Jiang Xinyue who answered. On the other end, there were a few busy signals before someone picked up the phone again. Silence. This time, it was Gao Shen who spoke first. "I am still in hypnosis, right? From beginning to end, I have never really woken up. The reality of me is still lying on that bed, eyes closed. Everything I have experienced so far is just a dream that is strikingly close to reality." Jiang Xinyue replied lightly, "You figured it out?" Her tone, besides being calm, carried a hint of unnoticeable appreciation. Since the disguise had been seen through, there was no need to argue. Gao Shen said, "To be honest, with what you just said, I almost believed it. Luckily, I tend to think a bit more when faced with problems." Jiang Xinyue praised, 99% of people would believe it, and in the end, under my guidance, they would be driven mad bit by bit. But you handled it beautifully. Gao Shen responded, "What is your purpose in pulling me into this dream? Is it really that interesting for you to drive others mad?" Jiang Xinyue casually replied, "It's a game. I want to see what kind of amazing potential you smart people will unleash in the face of an extreme situation. Realizing it's a dream is just the first step. Our game has only just begun." Gao Shen questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Xinyue briefly replied, "Good luck." The other party hung up. Gao Shen vaguely guessed that this woman was a member of the countermeasure team from Tottori Prefecture back in the day. After he dealt with the bizarre face incident, he inexplicably caught her attention and was forced to participate in this game under her step-by-step guidance. But what was her purpose? To select the smart people she mentioned? Gao Shen pushed these thoughts out of his mind. Now was not the time to think about these things. If this dream was a game, then what should he do to pass it? Jiang Xinyue didn't explicitly say, but the answer was already quite clear. Of course, it was to wake up from the dream. Gao Shen looked around. Although he already knew that what he saw before him was fake, the hard walls, the heavy ground, and the pain caused by the bizarre stories felt so real, indistinguishable from the real world. The dream had no flaws. How could he escape from here? The first method was to leave the building from the first floor. However, he had already tried this countless times, and it had long been proven impossible. Or perhaps, if he let the bizarre stories in the building kill him, it might wake up his real self? This thought just emerged and was immediately dismissed by Gao Shen. Jiang Xinyue's call had previously lured him back to the treatment room. If he had believed her, he would probably have been killed by the bizarre stories halfway there. What she hoped he would do was unlikely to be anything good and should not be attempted lightly. Gao Shen sat down, suppressing the various tumultuous thoughts within him, and calmly reviewed the situation. Why had he always been unable to leave the building? Ultimately, it was because of the bizarre stories lurking on different floors. Without these bizarre stories obstructing him, even if he could never reach the first floor, he could still jump out from a window on the second floor. Where did these bizarre stories come from? They did not actually exist in reality, but were imagined entities lingering at the bottom of his dream. Ultimately, they were products created by his brain and subconscious under hypnosis. Was there a way to exorcise these bizarre stories? Clearly, directly exorcising them was not very meaningful. Not to mention that there were countless bizarre stories, many of which had combat power far exceeding his own. Even if he exorcised all the bizarre stories layer by layer, his brain, under Jiang Xinyue's suggestion, could create hundreds more at any time. Gao Shen did not panic. He just continued to think calmly. He vaguely felt that he had already seen the clue to getting out. Since the bizarre stories of the entire building were imagined by the brain, then what really needed to be sealed was not these bizarre stories, but his own brain. He suddenly stood up from the floor. This bizarre reverse thinking might be the key to leaving the dream world. Since the bizarre stories in this building were created by a chaotic subconscious, rather than confronting them layer by layer, it was better to directly eliminate the source of all illusions. How to seal his own brain? This question was even simpler. The logic of the dream world and the real world is entirely different. Here, the consciousness of the brain is the source of all bizarre stories, and he had to treat his brain as a bizarre story. Just as he had previously sealed bizarre stories, he would now seal his brain. He took out a coffin nail from his pocket and placed it on his forehead to test the position. As long as he drove the coffin nail into his brain would crash like a bizarre story, and everything bizarre created by his brain would disappear. The nail touched his forehead, and the cold, sharp sensation did not feel like a dream. At this critical moment, Gao Shen fell into hesitation. After all, if he really had to kill himself, even knowing he was in a dream, every muscle in his body instinctively resisted. He closed his eyes. In the next moment, he forcefully drove the coffin nail beneath his skin. Intense pain surged over him like a tsunami, enveloping his entire body. But this terrifying pain lasted only a second before dissipating without a trace. Although the coffin nail had completely penetrated his head, he felt nothing at all. As expected, this was just a dream. If this were reality, having such a long nail embedded in his head would have killed him long ago. With this long nail in his brain, Gao Shen walked down the stairs. 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor. Originally, these floors had been submerged by bizarre stories. But now they were quiet and lifeless, with no signs of any living thing. They all disappeared in an instant. Gao Shen knew he had won the gamble. After sealing the brain as the source of the bizarre stories, all the chaotic entities and strange phenomena created by his frantic subconscious vanished completely. Jiang Xinyue's suggestion planted during hypnosis had also failed. Gao Shen took a step, then another, and walked to the 1st floor. He saw the familiar hall and marble floor. The circular building had returned to normal. He had finally reached the 1st floor that he could never attain. Outside, the world was bright, the sunlight dazzling like gold. Gao Shen did not hesitate and walked toward the entrance. He had won. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself still lying on the recliner. He had never left the treatment room. Outside the window, the midday sun shone brightly, and less than half an hour had passed. What had just happened felt like a dream. In front of him, behind the desk, Jiang Xinyue heard a sound, raised her head from a pile of scrolls, and smiled at him. Welcome back. Chapter 44, Asylum. 8. The real madman. The first thing Gao Shen did was reach for the coffin nail behind him. He had to kill this woman. Not a second could be wasted. The reality of this dream had become indistinguishable from the real world. Coupled with Jiang Xinyue's seductive words, he felt a slight wavering in his mind. He might really become a madman now. This game was just a game for Jiang Xinyue. For him, it was a dance on the edge of life and death. Gao Shen spent a few seconds confirming the status of himself and Jiang Xinyue in the office. In his pocket, there were 3 manifestation talismans, 1 invisibility talisman, and 1 money talisman. No talismans were missing. The talismans he had used in the dream did not affect the real world. In this office, there was only Jiang Xinyue. and personnel traffic on the 7th floor was minimal. As long as he acted quickly enough, this seemingly fragile woman would not even have the chance to call for help. Jiang Xinyue smiled, having caught Gao Shen's little movement at a glance. However, she did not take it seriously, hastily picking up her pen and writing a few lines of notes on a medical record. Your calmness in the dream matches perfectly with what is recorded in the data. You did not disappoint me. You are an excellent student, Gao Shen. At this point, Gao Shen had already guessed the other party's identity. You are not the psychiatric department head. You are a member of the abnormal response department, Jiang Xinyue. A year ago, you went to Tottori Prefecture to investigate the Eerie face incident. But at the cost of a team member, you did not exorcise the supernatural event. Where did you take the real psychologist? Jiang Xinyue slowly stood up and pushed open the back seat. That bald uncle? I don't know. I just hypnotized him a bit and told him he was unemployed. The uncle took off his white coat, left the hospital, and left the whole office to me. He is probably already home, having dinner now. Saying that I am not a psychiatrist is a bit unjust. On the contrary, I am the best psychiatrist in this world. But my clients most of the time are supernatural events. She stepped gracefully to Gao Shen's side. Coincidentally, I also serve the elite among humans, like you. Gao Shen clenched the coffin nail behind him. He was calculating the distance for a fatal strike. Old Wang had mentioned that many members of the abnormal biological response department had psychological issues to varying degrees due to their long-term dealings with the dark side of this world. This woman was very dangerous. By the way, are you sure you want to kill me? After I die, no one will explain to you what happened a year ago. Gao Shen's movements were very discreet, yet they were still caught by Jiang Xinyue. However, she did not care at all. There was a hint of contempt in her confidence. In her eyes, Gao Shen was as weak as a baby, posing no threat to her whatsoever. Since the little movement had been seen through, Gao Shen temporarily loosened his grip on the coffin nail and said lightly, "Let us start with the Eerie face incident in Tottori Prefecture. You sealed the wrong person back then. Ida Hanako was innocent. The murderer was the supernatural house. The mess you left at Hanako's former residence was dealt with by me and my friends. If it weren't for our life-threatening trip to the east, the Eerie face incident would have erupted in Shanghai City, affecting millions." Jiang Xinyue extended her long finger to her lips, smiling as she looked at Gao Shen and corrected him. "You are mistaken. I knew from the very beginning that the murderer was the supernatural house. I've been to the Black Tower, seen 18 corpses, and also read Hanako's diary. It's buried under the tree at her doorstep, right?" Gao Shen was taken aback. Jiang Xinyue knew all of this from the start. Then why did the response department team fail to exorcise it a year ago? No, if she knew from the beginning. Why did the exorcism mission fail completely? Even with the sacrifice of team member Lu Qi, she clearly didn't know. She must have investigated her own journey in the East to grasp this information. This woman tells 11 lies in 10 sentences. Her words are not to be trusted even as punctuation. You don't believe what I say? Jiang Xinyue asked. If you knew from the beginning, why couldn't you exorcise the Black Tower? Gao Shen countered. And who told you that I appeared in Tottori Prefecture a year ago to deal with the Eerie face incident? Jiang Xinyue asked with a smile. The abnormal biological response department team gathered in the poorest county in the East, sacrificing a teammate and using up a coffin nail, not to exorcise the Eerie face incident. Were you there for a trip to the East? Faced with Jiang Xinyue's sophistry, Gao Shen pressed on, continuing to question her. Jiang Xinyue smiled again. An elegant smile, with a hint of mischievous success. Gao Shen once again felt the contempt in her demeanor. She did not regard him as a threat at all, treating him like a child toying with a toy, just for fun, because it's amusing. Gao Shen, you don't understand at all. Human society is a very boring organization. Everyone repeats meaningless work day after day. Only supernatural events, with their unique ways of killing, bring a bit of change and fun to this mechanical world. Jiang Xinyue resembled a young female teacher, patiently correcting her unruly student. The higher-ups in the response department don't like me. Their evaluation of me is that I am powerful, but my mental state is extremely unstable. During missions, I need at least 3 teammates to supervise me. For supernatural events at the level of the Eerie face, I can handle it alone. The only purpose of the other members in the team coming to the East was to prevent me from going berserk. The words coming from her mouth were so plain, yet sent chills down the spine of the listener. 2 years ago, I was assigned to take over the Ida Hanako incident. My captain didn't know that from that moment. She made a huge mistake. The moment I saw the photo, I understood that with the speed of this supernatural event's spread and evolution, as long as it was given enough time and offered enough victims. It would certainly grow into an event that would terrify the entire world. Just thinking about it was exciting. But the other team members would supervise me to complete the task. Even if my exorcism failed, the response department would send new members to take over my mission. What else could be done to protect its healthy growth? I thought of an excellent idea. Gao Shen couldn't help but interrupt. But you are a human. What benefits do you gain from allowing strange tales to run rampant? When these tales spread in the business world, they will eventually affect you too. Even if you don't care about the lives of others, don't you care about your own life? Jiang Xinyue still wore an indifferent expression, because it's interesting. Those 18 strange tales have entangled me for over 500 days, trying many ways to kill me, but all have failed. I enjoy the novelty of waking up every day to the strange tales thinking of ways to kill me. Just like how pets at home cling to their owners to play games. Until last week, the 18 strange tales disappeared, and there were no more ghosts to play this game with me. I knew someone must have gone to the east to exorcise this strange tale incident, which is equivalent to killing my beloved pets that I had carefully raised. How boring. I started to investigate who handled this incident. Gao Shen was silent. Lao Wang's words resurfaced in my mind. Many members of the countermeasure team have mental issues. However, most of us have maintained that red line. We always remember that we are human. There will always be someone who crosses that red line, right? Jiang Xinyue smiled and reached out her hand, gently stroking Gao Shen's forehead. Her hand was soft and cold, and the expression while stroking him was full of holiness, like a noble doctor comforting her patient. A year ago, I hypnotized 17 corpses in the Black Tower. You heard it right. I can also hypnotize strange tales. I modified their memories in life. They were all kind humans who used their superpowers to uphold justice and dealt with many strange tale incidents. Even after death, their wish was to protect humanity. Under my hypnosis, the strange face incident gradually calmed down. I reported seamlessly in front of other team members, and with the modified reports submitted upwards. The higher-ups of the countermeasure team truly believed this incident was over. Only I knew this was just the beginning. Their inherent desire for slaughter, their twisted and bloodthirsty nature, wouldn't stay suppressed under hypnosis for long. Originally, I planned to spread them all over the world. Given enough time to brew, they would surely grow into world-shocking incidents. By then, even the abnormal creature countermeasure team might not be able to handle them. I must thank you for smothering the strange tales I carefully nurtured in the cradle. The next moment, the lazy Gao Shen suddenly erupted, stabbing the coffin nail in his hand into Jiang Xinyue's snow-white swan neck. This woman is a traitor of the countermeasure team, a traitor of humanity, a complete madwoman. The reason she allows strange tales to wreak havoc in the business world is simply for fun. Such a madwoman must not be allowed to leave alive. Blood splattered from Gao Shen's hand. Chapter 45, Asylum 9, Dreams Sink. In this world, there exists a kind of evil that is the purest form of evil. Their purpose in doing evil is not to gain any benefit, but rather the act of doing evil itself is a reward for them. Just like the 18 people in the House of Superhumans, who voluntarily committed suicide to become strange tales, just to transcend the judgment of law and morality and enjoy a morbid slaughter. For example, Jiang Xinyue, who clearly had the ability to handle the strange face incident. The reason she neglected it was just to see how far they could grow. Such a madwoman, lurking in the abnormal creature countermeasure team, will eventually grow into a true monster. Gao Shen believed that if Lao Wang were here, he would also do the same, personally cleaning up the mess. Watching Jiang Xinyue's graceful figure collapse softly to the ground without any resistance, until the blood from her neck flowed to his feet. He couldn't believe he succeeded so easily. Although Jiang Xinyue is a madwoman, her strength is terrifying and beyond doubt. Otherwise, the countermeasure team wouldn't let her carry out tasks even though they knew she had psychological problems. The solution given was merely to have a small team supervise her. Jiang Xinyue's pupils were scattered, her lips turned pale from blood loss, with the coffin nail still embedded in her neck. Dead beyond recovery. Gao Shen stared at her for a few seconds, bent down, and slowly pulled out the bloody nail. He reached out to push open the door, preparing to leave this office. Just at that moment, his phone rang. The screen displayed an unknown call. Who would be calling him at this time? A strange premonition rose in Gao Shen's heart, and he stopped in his tracks, taking out his phone from his pocket. He pressed to answer. There was silence on the other end. Gao Shen didn't speak. He knew who was calling. It felt like falling into a snake pit, surrounded tightly by hundreds of venomous snakes. Finally, the person on the other end spoke. It was Jiang Xinyue's voice, Are you done causing a ruckus? Gao Shen lowered his head, confirming the corpse at his feet. Jiang Xinyue's body remained motionless. So, this Jiang Xinyue who called was. Gao Shen had already reacted. He replied, another dream? On the other end of the phone, there was a whispering, malicious laughter. A dream within a dream. In the previous dream, Gao Shen pierced his own head with the coffin nail and walked out of the building. He thought he had awakened and returned to the treatment room of the real world. However, even that part of waking up from the dream was a dream that Jiang Xinyue made him experience. He had only escaped the first layer of the dream, only to enter the second layer. In this layer of the dream, Gao Shen easily killed Jiang Xinyue, but she was still able to call his phone. She was like an adult patiently watching Gao Shen, this child, being toyed with. The most despairing part was that this was only the second layer of the dream. Perhaps Gao Shen could choose to commit suicide to escape this layer of the dream. But when he woke up again, he would definitely enter the third layer of the dream. There would be a fourth, fifth, sixth, and hundreds or thousands of layers. As long as he was under Jiang Xinyue's control, he would never wake up. Despair spread like a tide. This almost unsolvable scenario could cause someone with a slightly weaker will to collapse mentally. Gao Shen still maintained the most basic calmness. He asked the phone, how many layers of dreams are there? Jiang Xinyue replied lightly, countless layers. Gao Shen's expression didn't change much. And he asked again, what is your purpose? To kill me? No, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done it directly after hypnotizing me. Or are you like a cat, enjoying the pleasure of playing with a mouse? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xinyue's voice remained calm as a lake. I said from the beginning, this is a game. After discovering that you dealt with the strange face incident, I have been watching you. Your will, your judgment, your calm thinking under desperate circumstances, all make me very interested in you. I just want to see where your limits truly lie. This madwoman is indeed very difficult to converse with. Gao Shen frowned, thinking of a bad idea. You might have misunderstood about the handling of the strange face incident. The East journey was mainly commanded by Zhou Tianding. I was only responsible for assisting him. You should really be looking for that genius. It's actually him. He tried to divert attention elsewhere. Regardless, let's first escape from this dream and then see. Once awake in the real world, Jiang Xinyue may not be so invincible. Unfortunately, such a clumsy trick did not deceive her. I know Li Yishan and have met his student Zhou Tianding. With the abilities of these few useless individuals, it's impossible to uncover the truth behind the strange face incident. The only variable in the trip to the east is you. Jiang Xinyue on the other end of the phone let out a soft sigh. As if worried about a profound fate. Use your brain well and find a way to wake up. If you stay in the dream world too long, you may never return. Good luck, Gao Shen. The call ended, leaving only the busy tone. Gao Shen kicked Jiang Xinyue's corpse heavily and turned off his phone. But how exactly can he truly wake up? Gao Shen tentatively pushed open the door and stepped out of the treatment room. In the corridor on the 7th floor, just as he imagined, there were swaying strange hands everywhere, along with that patient whose neck was covered in arms. He found himself back in the building full of strange tales. The second layer of the dream and the first layer of the dream were nearly indistinguishable. Gao Shen thought for a moment, ignoring the dense palms in the corridor, and rushed directly towards the window at the end of the corridor. Since it was confirmed to be a dream, dying a few times was naturally inconsequential. Not far into his run, he was caught by arms dropping from the floor, walls, and ceiling, lifted into the air. The man with the sea anemone approached him, extending countless arms and tearing him into pieces. Amidst intense pain, Gao Shen woke up from the treatment room's recliner. Welcome back. Jiang Xinyue behind the desk raised her head from the case file, grinning at him. She had 3 faces, each one bearing Jiang Xinyue's exquisite beauty. Gao Shen knew he had entered the third layer of the dream. He ignored Jiang Xinyue, and this time, after igniting the invisible talisman on him, pushed the door and left the hall. In the corridor, countless human arms still swayed. Cautiously, he navigated through them, trying to avoid being touched by any of the arms. After some close calls, he finally reached the window at the end of the corridor. Since the looping building could never reach the first floor, he decided to try jumping out the window. Gao Shen kicked the glass, shattering it, then closed his eyes and flipped himself over the safety railing. The world outside the building was a sea of boiling lava. The entire Strange Tales building floated above this boundless sea of magma. It turned out that outside the Strange Tales building, the normal world had long ceased to exist. The result of Gao Shen's fall was predictable. He could still feel the intense pain of being evaporated by the high temperature as he slowly opened his eyes. returning once again to the treatment room. The fourth layer of the dream. Still no way to find an exit? Jiang Xinyue behind the desk lifted her head, a smug expression on her face. This time, she was left with just a head, floating in midair. The headless, graceful body stood beside her, handing him an ice towel, signaling him to wipe off his sweat and cool down. The level of mockery was off the charts. Gao Shen ignored her and calmly analyzed his 2 previous failed escape attempts. The building in the dream was flawless. Whether leaving the building or being killed by strange tales, he would fall into the next layer of dreams. Any strategy aimed at the building itself had proven to be a failure. Therefore, the one who created this dream was his own brain, ultimately. It was Jiang Xinyue's hypnosis on him. The first time, Gao Shen tried to seal his brain with coffin nails but still fell into the second layer of the dream. This time, should he try sealing Jiang Xinyue herself directly? He picked up the coffin nail and walked toward Jiang Xinyue's floating head behind the desk. Seeing his action, Jiang Xinyue immediately understood what he intended to do. However, she did nothing, still wearing a faint smile. Have you finally thought of trying to find a breakthrough from me? Good idea. Gao Shen ignored her and directly pressed the coffin nail into her head. Blood slowly flowed down her smooth, white skin. The entire scene in the treatment room began to collapse. Gao Shen slowly woke up again. His arms were numb, nearly losing sensation, having slept too long on the desk. His back was stiff and uncomfortable. He slowly sat up and found himself back in his alma mater, the classroom of Mind High School. It was no longer that eerie treatment room. So, had he finally escaped from the endless cycles of dreams? This question was a real exam question from the 2019 college entrance examination. Please, Gao Shen, come up and answer it. The teacher writing vigorously on the blackboard had a graceful silhouette, slowly turned around, and pointed at Gao Shen. When he saw that face, Gao Shen knew he had failed again. The teacher standing at the podium was still Jiang Xinyue. She had just changed the arrangement of the dream to toy with him. Gao Shen, even if you can't solve the problem, don't lose heart, Jiang Xinyue smiled, cheering him on. As long as you analyze calmly and boldly verify, you will definitely find the suitable answer to even the hardest questions. Looking at Jiang Xinyue's beautiful face, Gao Shen only thought about smashing that smiling face with a punch. However, he merely leaned back in his seat, let out a long sigh, as if he had completely given up. I think I found the only solution to this difficult problem. Dr. Jiang, or should I say, Teacher Jiang? Chapter 46, The Psychiatric Hospital, 10, The Final Card. Jiang Xinyue clearly looked at Gao Shen with interest. Oh, no one has ever solved this difficult problem before. Share your thought process, Gao Shen. Gao Shen did not answer her question, but instead posed a new one. I'm very curious. How many people have you drawn into hypnosis before me for this so-called test? Jiang Xinyue tilted her head, recalling, many, I suppose. Colleagues from the countermeasures department, as well as ordinary people I encountered who exhibited extraordinary wisdom and calmness during the strange tale incidents, piqued my interest. Strange tales are inherently phenomena that violate objective laws. Those who can fight against them must possess extraordinary intelligence. I have enjoyed an extraordinary pleasure in this game of offense and defense with you. Indeed, she was a pervert. Gao Shen had no time to ponder and threw out his second question. Has anyone been able to pass the trial before? Jiang Xinyue tilted her head, thinking seriously, no. Everyone got lost in the hundreds of layers of dreams and could never wake up again. The real world became a vegetative state for them. Once, I invited the minister to join my game, but he almost killed me. But the minister shouldn't be considered human, right? Gao Shen didn't know what kind of being the minister she referred to was, and so far, no human survivors had found a way to escape. Gao Shen pressed further. Is your behavior really permitted in the countermeasures department? Did you randomly target ordinary people, even your colleagues? Regarding this, Jiang Xinyue smiled slightly. If it were someone else doing what I did, they would have been executed by the countermeasures department hundreds of times. But I'm different. My abilities are too useful, one of the sharpest blades in the countermeasures department. They won't easily break this weapon against strange tales. After all, humanity comes first. Compared to the strange events I've dealt with, casually killing a few people is trivial. As she spoke, the round clock on the wall began to spin rapidly. This meant that time in the dream was starting to accelerate. Gao Shen, don't think that chatting with me can delay time. Every moment we speak, the layers of the dream are descending. You are now on the 23rd layer of the dream. The deeper you go into the dream, the less likely you are to return to the real world. The problem on the blackboard will serve as an after-class thought exercise. Good luck. Jiang Xinyue put down the chalk in her hand and prepared to leave the classroom. However, Gao Shen, sitting in his seat, called out to her from behind. Who told you that I was chatting with you to delay time? Is there a possibility that I already found a way to leave here from the start? Jiang Xinyue paused. She slowly turned around, looking at Gao Shen with a serious gaze. I hope you truly found a way to leave, and are not just bluffing and wasting my enthusiasm. Although she was smiling, her eyes held no amusement. There wasn't much time left for Gao Shen to think. The next words would determine his life or death. He wasn't sure if this method could help him escape the dream, but at this moment, there was no room for choice. I once doubted that so many people have been dragged into this dream by you, yet no one is left. Is it possible that this dream has no way out at all? But your words inspired me. If there is only one last way to leave this dream, then I have found that method, and I am very sure that I will be able to leave. The answer is you. He pointed to Jiang Xinyue with the finger that was in his pocket. You planted the suggestion in my heart. You brought me into the depths of the dream. To leave here, I naturally ask you to take me back to the real world. After his words fell, Jiang Xinyue was stunned in place. Then, she burst into a crisp laughter. Forgetting her previously demure image, Jiang Xinyue laughed until tears streamed down her face, bending over and stumbling to hold onto the wall to prevent herself from falling. Because this joke was simply too funny. She never expected this to be Gao Shen's solemnly declared way to leave. Seeing the unguarded Jiang Xinyue, Gao Shen knew that if he acted now, he could surely pin her down, but it would be meaningless. This is still the dream world. Even if I killed Jiang Xinyue 1,000 times, she could still resurrect in the 1,001st time. After finally managing to laugh enough, Jiang Xinyue raised her head, almost not daring to meet Gao Shen's gaze, fearing that she might break down again. Is this your serious way to leave? Begging me to take you away from here? How did you resolve the strange face incident back then? I'm genuinely curious. Did you kneel before the Black Tower, begging those 18 corpses not to kill anymore? In the face of Jiang Xinyue's ridicule, Gao Shen's expression remained calm as water. He simply said, word by word, very seriously, no, you will. You will actively lift the hypnosis and let me return to the real world. Jiang Xinyue wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her gaze turning cold. Do you really think that with these boring words, you can live to go out? Gao Shen stared directly into her bright eyes. I have this confidence because all your actions are for 2 words, fun. Whether it's actively engaging with the strange face photos to see what methods those strange tales use to kill you daily, or during the trip to Tottori Prefecture, estimating not to deal with the home of superhumans, wanting to see how far they can grow, or pulling those determined, ordinary people into your hypnosis to test what methods they would use to escape. Normal people wouldn't do any of these things. But you are not a normal person. Your worldview and values are beyond what ordinary people can understand. For you, as long as it's something interesting enough, no matter how many people are sacrificed or what price is paid, you will do it. Just like a child in the summer, using a magnifying glass under the sun to burn groups of ants. To the ant kingdom, these giants are the most cruel and unbelievable beings in the world. Just passing by, they kill their queen, home, and offspring. But for the child, watching them struggle in flames is indeed very interesting. The death of tens of thousands of ants means nothing to the child. Jiang Xinyue nodded. I didn't expect you to summarize my personality quite well. I am indeed such a sunny, cheerful girl who enjoys harming others. But knowing this, what does it change? Just because you understand me doesn't mean I'll let you leave. Gao Shen said again, you will. Because I found something even more interesting for you. This matter is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more thrilling than killing me. A powerless ordinary person. Until that moment, Gao Shen finally revealed his trump card. It is the event when my mother went mad and killed all our family members. I believe you have read her file. Aren't you curious about what exactly happened that year? Did my mother really go insane, or was it all an act? Where did the things she killed come from? Confronting an unknown strange tale and uncovering the truth is far more interesting than tormenting an ordinary person. Jiang Xinyue, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, reluctantly admitted, what your mother experienced back then does seem quite interesting. If I have time, I might take a moment to investigate this matter and see what your mother really saw back then. But what does it have to do with you? After I kill you, I can slowly investigate the pseudo-human incident. These 2 matters do not conflict at all. Gao Shen shook his head, correcting her mistake. Wrong. If you want to know the truth of the pseudo-human incident, you must let me wake up in reality. If I get lost in the dream, you in reality will never find the truth of the pseudo-human incident. Jiang Xinyue's face once again showed a mocking expression. You really like to underestimate my abilities. How many more times do you need to try to understand that strange tales and you are just toys to me, with your weakness being played with by me. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me, thinking you can help me deal with the pseudo-human incident? Without you, I can still uncover the truth from back then. This is just a simple task for me. Gao Shen interrupted her. Don't you remember? My mother said those pseudo-humans have already started looking for me. As long as I am alive, the pseudo-humans will eventually come to find me. All you have to do is wait. If I die, the pseudo-humans will lose their motivation to entangle with our family. In the vast sea of people, in a city with a population of tens of millions. Are you sure you can find the imposter all by yourself? On the contrary, as long as I ensure my survival, those things will eventually come knocking on my door. Jiang Xinyue smiled and shook her head. Gao Shen, you truly disappoint me. If this is the method of departure you speak of, then you might as well stay here forever until your physical body in the real world turns into a skeleton and is completely forgotten by others. The class time was over, and unfortunately, you still hadn't solved this problem. She no longer lingered, striding out of the classroom like a shooting star. Gao Shen sat quietly in place, watching her departing figure. In that moment, he knew he had won. All his arguments and rhetoric were merely smoke screens to confuse Jiang Xinyue. The real trump card was just beginning to take shape at that moment. This was the depth of his subconscious, and his understanding of the world far surpassed that of the outsider, Jiang Xinyue. When he saw the blood flowing out from beneath the classroom door, Gao Shen understood what this door had become. Chapter 47, Asylum, 11, Kneel down from beginning to end. Gao Shen was waiting for this moment. When he saw the black blood continuously seeping from beneath the door, and the surface of the door gradually transforming into an unfathomable darkness, Gao Shen knew in his heart that this door had been replaced by the blood door. He had seen the blood door in reality. Naturally, there was a similar blood door in his subconscious, quietly waiting. The reason for constantly talking and communicating with Jiang Xinyue was to attract her attention as much as possible. Otherwise, with Jiang Xinyue's keen perception, she would easily notice the strange changes occurring with this door in the dream. It now seemed that his plan had succeeded. Jiang Xinyue, completely unguarded, pushed open the blood-seeping black door as she turned to leave. At the moment she opened the door, Jiang Xinyue clearly sensed something was off. However, even if she had released her grip in time, the door would still have been opened. Thus, she saw the world beyond the door. Behind the door was a similarly dilapidated classroom, with an old man wrapped in a shroud sitting in the back row. That was the god-level Gao Shen, quietly lingering in the depths of his memory, a remnant clinging to life 50 years later. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Xinyue quickly understood everything in front of her and, instead of panicking, sneered. You've seen the blood door in the real world, haven't you? Unfortunately, this is just the blood door from your memory. Aside from looking similar, there's nothing special about it. Who is that old man behind the blood door? Strange. I don't remember this door having a record of that old man. Just as she was about to step in and closely examine the old man's true appearance, the old man sitting quietly in the back row of the classroom also heard the sound and slowly raised his head. Upon seeing that the person who entered was not Gao Shen, he felt a bit disappointed. Both sides clearly saw each other's appearances. Jiang Xinyue, I still remember you, the old man said, extending a skeletal finger to support his forehead, as if trying hard to recall something. It's quite interesting. I remember back then I was very weak, with only a few bits of knowledge. I couldn't learn anything in the library, hiding everywhere in dreams, and had no way to deal with you, that crazy little girl. There was even a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. All the past, 50 years later, was just a smile. Jiang Xinyue showed a harmless smile. I completely don't understand what you're saying. Forget it, old man. How do you want to die? A coin had already silently appeared at her fingertips. She didn't take care at all about these things in the dream. No matter how terrifying this old man was in reality, this was Gao Shen's subconscious. Everything in front of her was merely a projection of his memories, clumsily mimicking the corresponding characters in reality. People in dreams certainly couldn't suddenly come to life. However, she had overlooked one thing. Outside the door, Gao Shen was quietly waiting. There was one thing Jiang Xinyue absolutely could not imagine. The Gao Shen from 50 years in the future had achieved a level of existence that could transcend time and causality, coming infinitely close to being a god. Even though this was a dream, just a fragment of his memories, separated by vast time and space, the future Gao Shen could still sense the past Gao Shen calling out to him. The old man behind the door showed a wry smile. His gaze passed through Jiang Xinyue and landed on the Gao Shen outside the door. Are you really this dependent on your elders? I said I would help you this last time. After this, I will truly be gone. No matter which time and space, which parallel world. You will never see me again. The coin in Jiang Xinyue's hand began to spin rapidly. She also revealed her sweetest, most innocent smile. Answer me. Is the coin you see heads or tails? Although it was merely a trivial matter in the dream, for some reason, Jiang Xinyue still felt an instinctive sense of incongruity. How strange this old man is. The first time she saw him, he seemed unremarkable. But upon the second glance, Jiang Xinyue felt a shiver coursing through her entire body. No matter how she tried to conceal it, it was like a rabbit encountering a giant tiger or a chick meeting a hawk. It was the instinctive oppression of a higher ecological life over a lower ecological life, an extraordinary fear that seeped into her bones, impossible to shake off. This feeling was something Jiang Xinyue had only experienced with her superior. But after all, he was just a character in a dream. Jiang Xinyue subconsciously regarded him as an equal opponent, attempting to interfere with him using her mental control. The god-level Gao Shen behind the door did not pay attention to the coin in her hand. It was just a child's play, hardly worth mentioning. He merely frowned and said lightly, "Kneel down." Boom. Jiang Xinyue's mind went blank, as if all her memories had been drained away. Everything around her disappeared, leaving only this seemingly frail old man and that simple command to kneel down. Blood flowed uncontrollably from Jiang Xinyue's facial features. She did not kneel, but that was all. This was already her limit. Jiang Xinyue used all her strength, the last bit of energy, to slowly retreat from the world within the door, closing the door behind her. Then, she could no longer hold on for even a second, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath like a dying fish. Kneel down. Those two simple words continued to echo in her mind, impossible to shake off. Jiang Xinyue was half lying on the ground, her mind completely occupied by the old man's simple yet sharp command. Fortunately, the strange old man behind the door did not pursue her. Otherwise, just uttering two words would have severely damaged her mental world, and his desire to kill her would be as easy as crushing an ant by the roadside. No one knew how long it had been, but only after a while did Jiang Xinyue's chaotic mind manage to glimpse a bit of clarity. She turned her head, uncertainly asking Gao Shen outside the door, "Who exactly is that thing inside the door?" Gao Shen did not answer her question, only asking in return, "Now, can you consider my proposal?" Jiang Xinyue remained silent, merely kneeling in front of Gao Shen, her chest rising and falling. She has come to her senses, lost in thought about the monster she saw behind the door. Gao Shen's calm exterior belies the intense twitching of his hands. The blood gate has already been closed, and Gao Shen knows very well that the person behind the door has helped him for the last time. That person is ultimately just a faint echo from his memory. It is impossible to make him take action and truly kill Jiang Xinyue. At most, he could only rely on the last remnants of the dream's lingering power to intimidate Jiang Xinyue. Just as he said, he has helped himself one last time. In that moment, the look in the old man's eyes even made Gao Shen believe that he had really returned. So, would Jiang Xinyue seriously consider his proposal? Gao Shen did not know. The goddess of fate has already raised her hammer of judgment. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the classroom in the dream world began to collapse. Large chunks of the ceiling and walls fell away, exposing white tiles underneath. The scene in front of him was changing rapidly, and the place where the two of them had returned to the Fenghuo Road Mental Hospital. At the same time, the hallway of the mental hospital was also collapsing continuously. The dream was like building blocks, layer by layer, constantly crumbling. The foundation had already collapsed, and not a single layer could survive. He soon realized that while he was acting intimidating, Jiang Xinyue's will had also reached its limit. She simply did not have the strength to maintain this dream any longer. Gao Shen slowly opened his eyes. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and the blue sky outside the window was already tinged with a faint golden glow. It was as if he had had a very long dream. He was still lying on the lounge chair, and because he had slept for too long, his legs were a bit numb. Gao Shen could not distinguish whether this was reality or another dream. To confirm, he did not hesitate to use the edge of a talisman paper to cut a bit of skin on his wrist. As blood droplets the size of beans emerged from the wound, he placed it under his nose and smelled the unpleasant scent of blood. The fact that he could smell it indicated that this was not a dream. He had truly awakened. Behind the familiar desk, Jiang Xinyue's figure had already vanished, leaving only a white lab coat with a small Ouroboros badge hanging from it, suggesting that its owner had left in a hurry and forgotten to take it off. On the desk, all the files had disappeared, replaced by a small note with a neat line of handwriting. That scary old man in your dream is so terrifying. Woo woo woo, I lost. I won't dare to go in again. So, let us enter the next game. I look forward to investigating the fake person incident with you. I hope you can bring me more unexpected surprises. Looking at this note, and imagining Jiang Xinyue's spoiled expression, Gao Shen felt a chill run down his spine. He waited in place for a long time, and after seeing that she did not return, he finally confirmed that the devil Jiang Xinyue had truly left. A wave of dry heaving slowly rose in his throat. Regardless, this game was not over. On the contrary, it had just begun. Jiang Xinyue wanted to extract more fun from him, and he not only had to find a way to counterattack her, but also had to use her abilities to uncover the truth about his mother from back then. At 6:31 p.m., Gao Shen left the Fenghua Road Mental Hospital. The first thing he did upon arriving home was to log into the Weird Talk forum to seek help from Old Wang of the Exorcism team. However, Gao Shen soon discovered that waiting for him at home was another, even greater trouble. Chapter 48. Wang Jijun's past. Gao Shen typed a long message on his phone and then privately messaged Old Wang from the Weird Talk forum. I am being targeted by a very dangerous individual named Jiang Xinyue. She was also the handler of the strange face incident back then. She deliberately did not in the House of Superpowers, just to observe whether this strange talk incident could escalate to a level event. Although we have temporarily reached a delicate cooperation, once the fake person incident is resolved, she may very likely turn against me again, having lost interest. Do you have any suggestions? After typing the message, Gao Shen lay flat on his bed, emptying his mind and staring at the ceiling. After all, the struggle in the mental hospital with Jiang Xinyue had exhausted most of his energy. Suddenly, Gao Shen noticed that something was off in the rental room. From the moment he stepped into the room, he had a vague feeling that something that should not have appeared had manifested. However, all of Gao Shen's attention had been drawn to the Jiang Xinyue incident, and it was only now that he realized that black door had appeared again in the corner of the wall. Beneath the door's crack, endless blood seemed to be flowing out, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as though that blood had never existed. Number 11111, the Bloodgate. This is impossible. Gao Shen immediately sat up from the bed, staring at the familiar yet strange black door in disbelief. During the trip to Tottori Prefecture, the opener of the Bloodgate had already transferred via a blood pact to a strange talk. That strange talk had also opened the Bloodgate and entered the terrifying world behind it. Logically, the Bloodgate should have received a sacrifice and should not appear again. Yet it had returned, silently standing beside him, as if it would not rest until Gao Shen opened this door. Why was this happening? Fortunately, the Bloodgate was much quieter after its return, no longer whispering terrifying words to tempt him. In the midst of a string of bad news, this could barely be considered a good piece of news. Just as Gao Shen was pondering, a message came through from the Weird Talk forum in the background of his phone. It was a reply from Old Wang. Old Wang cursed, "If I were still alive, that bastard would have already been dealt with by the inspection team. These bastards, in order to handle strange talks at all costs, keep lowering the moral bottom line. As long as there are members capable of dealing with strange talks, even if they commit murder and arson, they will be sheltered by the higher-ups. The Abnormal Biological Countermeasures Department is no longer the organization from my time. It has become a garbage can for containing scum. Madmen like Jiang Xinyue who are out of control will only increase. Gao Shen, did your generation not foresee this day when you established the countermeasure department? Exorcism team. Old Wang, of course. Fool, if everyone were like saints, why would the non-harmful handling agreement be established? The situation you encountered was already foreseen by my generation long ago. We even thought it through far more comprehensively than you. Exorcism team. Old Wang, I'm sending you a secret phone number now. This phone connects directly to an internal group in the countermeasures department called the Staff Standards Inspection Group, which is specifically for dealing with these broken employees. You'd better call this number quickly. Just tell them your experiences truthfully, and they should send someone over soon to handle it. Of course, I've been dead for over 30 years, and the countermeasures department has changed dramatically. I hope this group still exists and can operate normally. Exorcism team. Old Wang then sent a phone number. Exorcism team. Old Wang. In short, you should contact the countermeasures department as soon as possible and let them clean up this mess. You're a good kid with great potential. The most suitable way for you to die is in a grand level event, not at the hands of your own kind. Gao Shen, thank you for the compliment. Gao Shen, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Demon Exorcism team. Old Wang, go ahead. Gao Shen, the Bloodgate has reappeared around me. During my trip to the eastern Japan, That urban legend replaced me and opened the door to the terrifying world behind it. However, the blood gate only disappeared for a while before appearing again. It seems to have latched onto me. Old Wong was silent for a moment, and the chat box showed that the other party was typing. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. This situation is very rare, but it's not entirely unheard of. It happened once before in the Abnormal Creatures Countermeasures Department. Gao Shen, why? Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. No one knows the reason. Just as no one knows what lies behind that broken door. But there is another possibility, which is my subjective speculation. The will, wisdom, and mental strength of the door opener make the blood gate very appreciative. It recognizes you and insists that you are the one to open the door. Other people simply cannot satisfy it. This time, it was Gao Shen's turn to be silent. Gao Shen, is there any way to solve this? Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. There's no way. You're just too charming, kid. The blood gate has already become dependent on you. As a senior, the only advice I can give you is to open the blood gate sooner or later, and before you do, try to improve your strength as much as possible to fight for a 1 in a million chance. Maybe you can survive in the world behind the blood gate. After hearing his suggestion, Gao Shen fell completely silent. There was no difference between saying it and not saying it. Even if he found another urban legend to complete the blood contract, it would be meaningless. The blood gate had completely latched onto him. The only thing he could do now was to delay the opening of the door for as long as possible. As long as he ignored this door, he could buy himself another day. As for when he would have to open the door, the old man from 50 years later said something ambiguous. On that day, he would naturally know. How would he know naturally? He had no clue. Forget it. Let's not think about the future for now. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. Do you have any more questions? Now it's my turn to ask a question, and it's about the Urban Legend Forum. Gao Shen, go ahead. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. After our last chat, it opened up quite a few of my thoughts. What I mean is, I arrived at this place automatically after I died, as if I had been living here for a long time, long enough to be completely accustomed to it. Everything seems so logical that it raises no curiosity or doubt. It's like being born on a special planet where the sun is a piece of poop. For decades, you've grown used to it and find it unremarkable. Not just me, but others in the forum also take it for granted that arriving here after death is a natural thing. We argue fiercely about the real world outside the urban legend forum every day, and no one realizes that this forum itself is the biggest urban legend. Although Wang Jijun's analogy is a bit abstract, Gao Shen roughly understood what he meant. A normal person would feel curious if they were trapped in an urban legend forum after death. The fact that none of you raised any objections means there must be something wrong. The owner of the forum may have imposed some psychological suggestion on you, leading you to accept everything as natural. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. If that's the case, the owner of this forum must be a monster that surpasses ordinary imagination. To brainwash the best exorcists over thousands of years without anyone discovering the flaw is indeed impressive. Those bastards, many of whom were proficient in the field of psychology before they died, never expected to capsize in their area of expertise. Gao Shen, what are you planning to do next? Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. I'm planning to form a small group and bring a few users I trust into this discussion group. This matter might not be resolved in the short term. I can only try to collect clues in the dark as much as possible. But thanks to you, kid. If it weren't for your reminder, I don't know how many years it would take for me to realize I've been played. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. Thinking about it, ever since I entered this forum, I've also lost a significant chunk of my memories from reality. Right before I died, I remember needing to do something very important. But now I can't recall it no matter how hard I try. Gao Shen, important thing? You mentioned that during the Red Wardrobe incident, you were betrayed by a teammate, which led to your death. You're not planning to take revenge, are you? Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. It's not that matter. I'm not that petty. I have no relatives in reality. What significance does revenge hold? Dead is dead. Who can escape death? For someone in our line of work, living to my age is already commendable. There is another matter that is more important than my personal honor and disgrace. Gao Shen, then take your time to think about it. Anyway, as long as you're here, time is practically infinite for you. By the way, Old Wong, I've been chatting with you for so long, and I don't even know your name. Demon Exorcism Team Old Wong. My name is Wang Jijun. Gao Shen, what about the person who caused your death? You died about 30 years ago. That person was a young team member back then. And if he hasn't died in an urban legend incident, he should be close to 50 by now. I wonder if he is still alive. Although he said that, Gao Shen had a strong premonition in his heart that the guy was highly likely still alive. Good people don't live long, while evildoers last 1,000 years. These great villains are the hardest to kill in novels. Old Wang sent a mocking emoji with a ha ha ha. Wang Jijun, what? Why do you want to know his name? Do you want to take revenge for me, you little brat? Chapter 49. Wang Jijun, you can't compete with that bastard. Better give up early. Gao Shen, taking revenge is out of the question. That guy couldn't even deal with you, and I'm definitely not his match. I'll have to interact with the countermeasures department sooner or later. If luck isn't on my side, and I happen to run into him, knowing his name could help me keep an eye out. Wang Jijun, you kid, you make a bit of sense. All right, I'll tell you a little about him. Just listen and then forget about it. Don't take it to heart, and don't think about finding him or anything stupid like that. Wang Jijun, that young man was about 18 years old back then. He was the last new recruit I brought into our group before I was about to retire. And of course, literally, he was the last one I led in my lifetime. Very smart, very ambitious. No matter how terrifying the urban legend was, he could maintain extraordinary calm. Even though I was ultimately killed by him, I have to admit that bastard was always like a machine. Wang Jijun, among all my juniors, I once had the highest hopes for him. As time passed, I discovered some trivial flaws in him, such as an extraordinary obsession with urban legends, indifference to the lives of ordinary people, and even refusing to execute orders during an urban legend incident to validate his own conjectures, which directly led to the annihilation of our team. According to the agreement, dereliction of duty can carry a death penalty. But I liked him too much and used my power multiple times to save him in the anti-human tribunal. That son of a bitch even promised me that he wouldn't do such bullshit things again. Compared to his brilliant strengths, this little flaw was insignificant. At that time, I didn't even notice the shadow under the sunlight. Looking at the text in front of me, Gao Shen remained silent. This description of him strangely resembled Jiang Xinyue. One could almost say he was a gender-swap version of Jiang Xinyue. However, to some extent, he was smarter and more cunning than Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue rarely thought about covering up her crimes, which is why the countermeasure department's surveillance of her became increasingly strict, always wary of her causing some trouble. That person had been meticulously disguising his actions, even fooling an old hand like old Wang. Wang Jijun, the last high-level bizarre incident I took over before my retirement, was also the last case I handled in my lifetime, Red Wardrobe. To deal with that dangerous thing, I brought along the best little bastards in the team, including that son of a bitch. In this battle, I vaguely had the intention of passing on my legacy. I want to go into detail about what kind of bizarre incident it was. It was very bloody, very disgusting, and the handling process was quite boring. In short, we sacrificed many good young men, paid a huge price, and experienced unimaginable terror, just a step away from closing that blood-soaked wardrobe. Objectively speaking, that person was also a great help in this incident. Without his cooperation, even more people might have died. In the final step, as long as we closed the wardrobe, we could prevent the thing inside from coming out to kill. Just that step, at that time. Only 2 people were alive and standing in front of the red wardrobe, me and him. Typing to this point, Wang Jijun's message briefly paused. Even across the screen, Gao Shen could sense the pain in the heart of this old man. Although he had been trying hard to pretend he didn't care, constantly emphasizing that he had let go. Betrayed by the most trusted person, dealt a fatal blow by the junior he once held high hopes for. All those years of master-apprentice bond had gone to the dogs. From beginning to end, old Wang never mentioned that person's name even once. Wang Jijun continued to reminisce. He reached out his hand and asked me not to close the door. I turned my head in surprise to look at him. I didn't understand why he would do such a thing at that moment. Had he lost his mind after so many teammates died on the way? That person had a very calm expression at that time. I was sure his cognition was not disturbed by any filth. He said, "Don't close the door. Just keep it like this. Leave a small gap in the wardrobe's door." My surprise turned into anger. I angrily questioned him. Didn't he know how many people would die by doing this? As long as the door wasn't closed, the thing in the wardrobe could still come and go freely. Still kill in the real world. We had sacrificed so much and made so many efforts, it would all be in vain. That person just maintained his cold expression and calmly said the most chilling words. If we master this red wardrobe, we can use its killing patterns to deal with some tricky bizarre incidents. As for the thing inside the red wardrobe, if it crawls out every night to kill ordinary people, let it kill. There are so many people on Earth, a few thousand or 10,000 deaths is nothing significant. Sacrificing a few useless ordinary people in exchange for such a powerful forbidden object is, In any case, a worthwhile transaction. My head exploded with a bang. I couldn't imagine these words coming out of his mouth. I knew he had crossed that red line, heading towards an unforgivable abyss. I slapped him hard, wanting to wake him up. His actions and my memories inexplicably reminded me of someone, Qi Jingrong. He too was entangled by a powerful bizarre incident for a full 13 years. Utilizing this bizarre incident, he could hunt other bizarre incidents, but it would also cause great harm to those around him. Qi Jingrong chose to silently sacrifice himself to protect everything around him. This young man believed that as long as the outcome was good, why should he care about others' lives? These are two completely opposite, conflicting value systems, like light and shadow. At the end of the story, Wang Jijun delayed his typing. Gao Shen probably already knew. Gao Shen. So, that person ultimately chose to sneak attack and kill you. And after eliminating the last eyewitness, he still opened the red wardrobe? Wang Jijun remained silent for a long time before continuing to send a private message. I don't know. There's a huge gap in my memory here. After I slapped him, what happened next is a blank. Wang Jijun, I can only be sure of one thing. Before dying, my body and head had already separated. My vision rolled with my head, still maintaining 2 or 3 seconds of consciousness. I only saw him step over my corpse and open the wardrobe door. Then, I became a wandering soul and arrived at this bizarre forum. So there rests no doubt. The ending is that young man severed his teacher's head, stepping on his teacher's blood, colluding with the bizarre incidents. Old Wang's story is over. Gao Shen, but you still haven't told me that person's name. Wang Jijun, don't you understand yet, kid? With his intelligence, he must have successfully mastered that red wardrobe back then. After all these years, if he hasn't died, who knows how many unimaginable forbidden objects he has accumulated. You can never win against him. You'll never win. Don't be foolish. Just treat this as a story and forget it after you finish listening. Gao Shen, tell me. You promised me. I never said I would avenge you. Don't think too much. The other side was silent for a long time. Wang Jijun finally slowly typed 2 words, Yangku. His name is Yangku. Gao Shen stared at these 2 words for a full 3 seconds, ensuring he had remembered this name. Wang Jijun, my time is almost up. I need to log off. Be careful, kid. I hope when I log in next time, you're still alive. Gao Shen, I have my own sense of proportion. Wang Jijun, as for the bizarre forum, if there's news, I'll tell you when I log in next time. Wang Jijun's avatar turned gray. Next, I had to deal with Jiang Xinyue, holding the number in my hand. Gao Shen didn't rush to dial. The Abnormal Creature Countermeasure Department is a highly dangerous organization, and it is no longer like it was in old Wang's time. Dealing with them must be done cautiously. One wrong word could turn oneself into a target they need to eliminate. He didn't directly use his phone to dial the number. Instead, he put on his shoes, wore a mask, and left his house. At the intersection across the street, there was a public phone booth. In this era of widespread mobile phones, very few people use public phone booths to make calls. However, the benefit of doing so is that it can avoid the risk of exposing one's identity and address through phone numbers. The telephone booth was shrouded in dust, with a layer of dust on the dial up to a centimeter thick, clearly showing it hadn't been used in a long time. Gao Shen inserted a coin into the slot, and fortunately, this old antique still worked. After a couple of busy signals, someone quickly picked up. It seemed that this number had someone on standby 24 hours a day. A gentle female voice came from the other end. Hello, this is a secret hotline. All your conversations will be recorded, please understand. First, please ensure that your surroundings are safe and that there are no unusual phenomena. Now, how can I assist you? Gao Shen spoke up. You have an employee who has lost control. The strange face incident was allowed to escalate just to see if it could become a major incident. Ordinary people have been dragged into nightmares filled with bizarre tales, and the known number of victims has already reached over 100. Employee number 578, psychiatrist Jiang Xinyue. There was a moment of silence on the phone. Only the sound of a pen scratching against paper could be heard, as if the other party was recording Gao Shen's words. The next moment, the female voice let out a chuckle. Her voice seemed to undergo a subtle change, and that tone was so familiar to Gao Shen that his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Welcome back, Gao Shen. Am I really as bad as you say? Gao Shen naturally recognized that voice. It was indeed Jiang Xinyue's voice. Why was Jiang Xinyue's voice here at this moment? This was impossible, unless he was still dreaming. He had woken up, left the mental hospital, gone home, opened the Bizarre Tales forum, and chatted with old Wang. From beginning to end, it had all been a dream. He was still lying in the treatment room, never having left. Chapter 50. Employee Code Supervision Group. This is the most terrifying aspect of Jiang Xinyue's ability. Victims never know whether they have truly woken up or are still dreaming. But soon, Gao Shen realized there was a problem. The voice was not coming from the receiver. Rather, it was coming from behind the public telephone booth. He looked up and saw the source of the voice, the blood door. This bizarre tale had somehow followed him to the crossroads, now standing right outside the telephone booth. The voice that claimed to be Jiang Xinyue was actually imitated from behind the door. Seeing that the scheme had been uncovered, the blood door fell silent once more. Even the blood pooling at the foot of the door unconsciously flowed back a bit. "You scared me." Gao Shen, who usually spoke civilly, couldn't help but curse inwardly. The blood door imitating Jiang Xinyue's voice was not to trick him into opening the door, but purely to disgust him. This was pure retaliation. Revenge for the last time Gao Shen had tricked it into consuming a bizarre tale. Gao Shen had to resist the impulse to rush out of the booth and kick it hard. "Hello, sir, can you still hear me? Are you still on the line?" The female voice in the receiver urged him. Gao Shen replied, "I'm still here." "You mean, you encountered employee number 578, Jiang Xinyue, correct?" "Yes, that is what I mean. Please let me confirm some information about employee 578. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of heavy paper being flipped. After a moment, the mechanical female voice resumed. "I have found Jiang Xinyue, codename psychiatrist, with the ability to influence or even manipulate the minds of others. Mental state assessment, extremely unstable, with a significant criminal record, requiring 2 to 4 supervisors nearby to ensure workflow at all times. She should currently be confined in the museum. It is unclear how she left the side of the supervisors while not in a working state." "You mean, you have already had contact with her and have become one of her victims? I'm not mistaken, am I?" Gao Shen replied, "Yes. Please tell me in detail about your contact with her. Please don't mind, according to her past records. Jiang Xinyue likes to plant psychological suggestions in the minds of her contacts. After a few months of seemingly calm life after a lucky escape, they suddenly turn into murderers or even bizarre tales." Gao Shen fabricated a lie. "I met her in a bookstore." He briefly recounted the process. Of course, altering the meeting place and concealing his identity as a talisman burner to prevent the countermeasure department from tracing back to his real identity. After all, the countermeasure department was also a dangerous organization, and he was unsure how they would handle Jiang Xinyue next. The female voice on the other end quickly jotted down Gao Shen's statement on paper. Those who dealt with bizarre tales tended to avoid using electronic devices, relying mainly on paper, just like Qi Jingrong's office, which still used the oldest desktop computers. According to his explanation, the more advanced the electronic equipment, the more easily it could be invaded and infected by bizarre tales. "Sir, based on your description, you are currently in a state of severe contact with her, and it is very likely that your mental world has been polluted by Jiang Xinyue. We need to conduct a brief test to assess your current mental state. Is that okay?" Gao Shen felt a hint of unease. If he failed the upcoming psychological assessment, the abnormal biological countermeasure department might very well eliminate him. But he still chose to agree. Compared to Jiang Xinyue, the staff of the countermeasure department still adhered to some basic principles. As long as he did not interfere with their official duties, they would not kill an ordinary person for no reason. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." The female voice asked formulaically, "How many heads do you think a normal human has?" "1. How many tails?" "None." "How many limbs?" "Under normal conditions, 2 arms and 2 legs. A pin, a centipede, a severed hand, and the moon in the sky. Which of these is your kind?" "None." "If at midnight in a narrow alley, a 3-meter-tall woman approaches you asking for directions, what would you do?" "I would run away immediately. A normal human cannot be 3 meters tall." "If Xiao Mei is your girlfriend, and today when you return home, you take off your sneakers and ask her to wash them, she agrees. In exchange, she takes off her head and asks you to help her wash her hair, what would you do?" "I would immediately leave this house, because a human cannot take off their own head." "Very good." The voice on the other end of the phone continued to ask, "Next question. Today is the weekend, you are taking a shower at home, and at this time, someone is knocking on the door outside, your phone on the table is ringing, a baby in the room is crying, and the hot water in the kitchen is boiling. Which matter will you handle first?" "I would immediately leave the room." Gao Shen replied, "Because I don't have a baby at home. Where is that crying coming from? You are in a single-person toilet. After finishing, you find there is no paper. At this moment, an arm descends from above, asking you whether you want red toilet paper, blue toilet paper, or white toilet paper. What will you choose?" "I would pull up my pants and run away immediately, Because a human's arm cannot be that long to dangle down from above the partition of a single-person stall. Tomorrow there is a very important early class. Your roommate asked you to wake him up the next day. But when the time comes the next day, no matter how you shake him, he won't wake up. Before leaving, you can only drive away all the flies on his face. Is that correct? No, I should call the police. Flies only land on dead people's faces. Gao Shen replied. The female voice asked the final question. After escaping from Jiang Xinyue's dream, did you experience any discomfort in your physical or mental state? For example, do you often have memories in your mind that you have never actually experienced? Or do you frequently see unfamiliar objects in your home that shouldn't be there? Gao Shen firmly replied, no. Even if there were, I couldn't admit it. If the countermeasure department judges me as an abnormal person, that would be troublesome. The female voice on the other end finished the final record and made an assessment. Your mental state is very healthy. However, you need to pay close attention to any changes in yourself during the next period. If you have any problems, please contact me in a timely manner. I have reported Jiang Xinyue's status to headquarters, and someone will be sent to handle it soon. I believe she will receive better confinement next. Gao Shen was not too sure if the other party would really solve the issue or was just comforting him. After all, they didn't care about the rights of ordinary people's lives at all. Before hanging up, the female voice made one last request, for the convenience of future follow-ups. Could you please reveal your name? Gao Shen paused for a moment. He decided to tell a small lie. Yang Ku. My name is Yang Ku. Yang as in goat. Ku as in withered. He was testing the other party's reaction to this name. Is Yang Ku still alive? What height has he reached in the organization? Gao Shen admitted that his behavior was a bit reckless, but he was too curious. Curiosity might kill the cat, but it could also bring unexpected gains. Fortunately, the female voice on the other end did not have a significant reaction to the name Yang Ku. It seemed that this was not an important name. The call ended. The Jiang Xinyue incident would be put on hold for now. Next, he had more important tasks to attend to. Crossing the road, he returned to his rental room. There is a very simple way to verify whether the pseudo-human incident his mother experienced was a result of her madness or if it actually happened. The Strange Talk Forum. If these pseudo-humans really exist, they must have replaced normal humans more than once. As the saying goes, where a wild goose passes, it leaves traces. These highly recognizable related incidents are likely to have been documented in the Strange Talk Forum. Gao Shen logged back into the Strange Talk Forum and entered the keyword pseudo-human in the search bar. The only thing he was worried about was that pseudo-humans, like supernatural beings, might not be found at all. However, the results were clearly beyond his expectations. There were not too few documents about pseudo-humans, but rather too many. The documents containing the keyword pseudo-human were densely packed, spanning more than 10 pages and hundreds of entries. With so much information, where should he start? Gao Shen glanced through and discovered a problem. Most of these so-called pseudo-human documents referred to bizarre creatures that resembled humans. 3-story tall slender giants, headless red-clothed female ghosts, and parasitic mushrooms that can control corpses and graves were all classified as pseudo-human indicators. He immediately added another requirement to the keywords, capable of completely mimicking humans, living within human communities without being recognized. This time, the displayed documents were reduced to just over a page, about 7 or 8 entries. Among them, 2 entries caught his attention at a glance.